विश्व हमारा शांति से रहे और सब एक दूसरे से प्यार करें, एक दूसरे से मोहब्बत करें, यही तो असल हमारा मकसद है, यही हमारा पैगाम है। इसी को हमें आम करने की जरूरत है।
harmony within each community through individual peace, the global peace.
मुझको कहाँ ढूंढ रे बंदे.
Let us strive to inculcate spirituality into every facet of our life, fostering a society that cherishes inner peace, wisdom and self-realization.
मैं तो तेरे पास में मुझको कहाँ ढूंढ रे बंदे. मैं तो तेरे पास में रे बंदे. मैं तो तेरे पास में.
विभिन्न पंथों और संप्रदायों में आस्था रखने वाले लोगों के बीच मेल जोल और आपसी समझ बढ़ाने के उद्देश्य से आयोजित ये महोत्सव मानवता के कल्याण की दिशा में अत्यंत सराहनीय प्रयास है.
I have never experienced anything like this in my life, where spiritual leaders from every religion is over here.
The world is a collective reflection of individual consciousness. If I am not peaceful, how will the world be peaceful?
Come back as Jesus, and come back and save the world, and bless all the future of every born girl. And come back as Rama, forgive us for what we've done. And come back as Allah, come back as anyone.
पूरा विश्व हमारा शांति से रहे और सब एक दूसरे से प्यार करें, एक दूसरे से मोहब्बत करें, यही तो असल हमारा मकसद है, यही हमारा पैगाम है. इसी को हमें आम करने की जरूरत है.
At the end of this cleaning, generally we make a firm suggestion that yes, all the complexities and impurities are now removed, and that I feel not simpler and purer. Hello everyone. I'll walk you through this process of cleaning now. Just like meditation, we close our eyes very gently. Now the focus here is the back part, from top of the head till the tailbone, shoulder to shoulder, back part. We have to think that all the complexities and impurities are going away. This is a kind of sankalpa that this is happening. Complexities and impurities are going away. From where? From this back side. From top of the head till the tailbone. Imagine that and think that they are going from that back side. And how? Think that they are going in the form of smoke. So, let us rethink this process, what we are doing. We are simply making a sankalpa or a suggestion that all complexities and impurities are going away from my backside in the form of smoke. Continue with this process. If you are settled with this much, I would like you to do one more thing. Accelerate this process. Now gently add next element to this cleaning process. Imagine the light is descending from above. It is entering from the front side of your system and passing through the entire system, entire body, going out from the back side now, helping us remove these complexities and impurities. This light in turn is helping me fill up the vacuum left behind by the removal of complexities and impurities. At the end of this cleaning, generally we make a firm suggestion that yes, all the complexities and impurities are now removed, and that I feel not simpler and purer. Okay. So, now you know how to do cleaning.
So good morning, everyone. So I welcome you all to this Beyond Ophthalmology session of Heartfulness Yoga and Meditation. A very good morning to all of you. So we have Brother Ankur here who will help us do the yoga, chair yoga, to help our back and neck. And we have Brother Sadbir Bakshi, who's a businessman as well as an entrepreneur and a heartfulness trainer. And he has been here last year too with us. So he will teach us the method of cleaning or rejuvenation today and will also help us meditate. So over to you, Brother Ankur.
Good morning. I'll request everybody to come in the front because with just a few of us, be easier to focus. You can come here, you can come in the front. Yeah. आप इस तरफ इनके साथ इधर आ जाइए. Can come. Okay. So you were there yesterday, ma'am. You were there yesterday. Okay. Sir, you were there yesterday, and you? Yes. Okay. So yesterday you did meditation, right? How did you feel? You felt lighter? Okay. How did you feel? Okay. Right. So heartfulness meditation is a very simple technique of we are doing two things at the same time. In the meditation, we are diverting our attention towards the heart, training our mind to be in one place, regulating the mind to be in one place. At the same time, what are we doing? We are trying to divert the attention towards the higher self within. We may call it God, we may call it the higher self. It is in the subtlest possible form, beyond name, beyond form, without any attributes. So what happens is, whatever is higher, when we put our focus on that, we get its qualities. Right? So, prem, sadbhavna, shanti, all these things we get from inside. So it's not something we have to search for outside. Right? So you connect to something subtler, you get its qualities. Now when you want to communicate with something at the subtle level, you have to also calm down and work at that level only. You want to communicate with somebody like a child, you have to come down to its level and communicate at that level. So similarly, when there is something higher, something very, very subtle, not gross, it's beyond the five senses, your communication also will have to be very, very subtle. You can feel, but you may not be able to perceive in any other physical way. Okay? So that is meditation, where we are diverting our attention towards the higher self and regulating the mind, training it to be in one place. Now what happens normally? When you meditate, the mind runs, it wanders, yeah? Because you'll be doing planning, one thought leading to the other, one thought leading to the other. It's like a chain. So we are training it to ignore all these thoughts and gently come to the heart once again, saying this is the heart, this is where it's the seat of the soul, this is where love is, things like that. So your focus is entirely in a very gentle way here. You're not looking for anything outside. Okay. Now, when the thoughts are coming, you ignore them as uninvited guests. Let them go. They are coming out because we have filled in so much inside We have taken so many impressions from the surrounding that we have filled up our heart with all that. Now, unless you get rid of it, there is no way that it's going to go. If you get dirty during your day's activities, okay, you'll come home, you'll have a bath. So at the physical level, you've cleaned yourself. But what happens at the mental level? So that dust, there has to be a way to remove. This concept is there in Sandhya Vandanam, where you're saying, that all these thoughts that are there inside me, or rather the effects of my activities today, whether I've done it consciously or unconsciously, errors of commission, errors of omission, may they be washed off. The impression is washed off from my mind. The thought is there, concept is there. But now what we are doing is a proper yogic exercise to get rid of all these things. Okay, so we'll come to that. So today we will be doing the step 2, which is cleaning process. I'll explain to you about it. And again, we'll do what we did yesterday, the meditation part. So you're not missing anything, yeah? Okay. So I would like to show you a small video of the organization. Actually, we recently had a Global Spirituality Summit hosted by us on behalf of the Ministry of Culture. So we had more than 300 organizations. So I'll just show you that little video and then we'll move on to the next steps. Video 1, please. Can we remove that chair? Just remove it.
ढूंढे रे बंदे मैं तो तेरे पास में रे बंदे मैं तो तेरे पास में।
विभिन्न पंथों और संप्रदायों में आस्था रखने वाले लोगों के बीच मेल जोल और आपसी समझ बढ़ाने के उद्देश्य से आयोजित ये महोत्सव मानवता के कल्याण की दिशा में अत्यंत सराहनीय प्रयास है।
I have never experienced anything like this in my life, where spiritual leaders from every religion is over here.
The world is a collective reflection of individual consciousness. If I am not peaceful, how will the world be peaceful?
Come back as Jesus, and come back and save the world, and bless all the future of every born girl, and come back as Rama, forgive us for what we've done, and come back as Allah. Come back as anyone.
पूरा विश्व हमारा शांति से रहे और सब एक दूसरे से प्यार करें, एक दूसरे से मोहब्बत करें। यही तो असल हमारा मकसद है, यही हमारा पैगाम है। इसी को हमें आम करने की जरूरत है।
is very clear to bring about harmony within each community through individual peace, the global peace.
मुको कहाँ ढूंढे रे बंदे.
Let us strive to inculcate spirituality into every facet of our life, fostering a society that cherishes inner peace, wisdom, and self-realization.
मैं तो तेरे पास में.
So you're welcome to the Kana Shantivanam Ashram. It's not far from here. It's beyond the airport. It's about 30 minutes from the airport. Yeah. So, would you like to come in the front, please? It'll be easier for me. Yeah, come. We'll play the next video.
Ashtanga Yoga is complete package deal, starting with Yama, Niyama, Pratyahar, Pranayam, Asana, Dharana, Dhyana and Samadhi. It's a complete package. But in modern days what happens, they do only asanas and say this is yoga. No, it is only one part of yoga. It is not a complete package. You are picking and choosing one thing because my focus is only at a bodily level, physical level. So, picking and choosing just one activity just because you like it and it will satisfy you only at a physical level, I think we are abusing the whole system. It is like you're going to work and you'll choose to do only one thing which you like the most. What will your boss think? So, likewise, the whole system breaks apart when we are simply focused either on dhyana or only at physical. No, nothing will work. We have to have fine balance. What can a yogi do even if he is realized but cannot physically be fit? He has to be both physically fit at the same time enlightened. So heartfulness teaches moderation, balance in all sorts of activities that you can perform.
So, is that Sujal? Sorry, okay. So, I'll just explain once again. The meditation that we do, which we will do after this session, is meant for regulating the mind and diverting its attention towards the higher self, the heart. Yeah. So that is one thing. Now, we have collected so much from the surrounding that our thinking, our reactions all are colored, and we are not able to think freely. We are not able to think without prejudice, without any weight or baggage, what we call. So this process of cleaning or rejuvenation that we will be learning today on day 2 will be to get rid of all these things that we have collected in our mind, or which is collected rather around the heart, and which is defining every reaction or every activity of ours, or the way we project ourselves. So let us go through this. We'll just see a little video on how to do the cleaning process ourselves at the end of the day's work, where whatever our interactions, our activities we have had during the day, we are now going to get rid of the effect of it at the emotional level out of our system. Yeah.
At the end of this cleaning, generally you make a firm suggestion that yes, all the complexities and impurities are now removed and that I feel not simpler and purer.
Hello everyone. I'll walk you through this process of cleaning now.
Just like meditation, we close our eyes very gently. Now the focus here is the back part, from top of the head till the tailbone, shoulder to shoulder, back part. We have to think that all the complexities and impurities are going away. This is a kind of sankalpa that this is happening. Complexities and impurities are going away. From where? From this backside. From top of the head till the tailbone. Imagine that and think that they are going from that backside. And how? Think that they are going in the form of smoke. So, let us rethink this process, what we are doing. We are simply making a sankalpa or a suggestion that all complexities and impurities are going away from my backside in the form of smoke. Continue with this process. If you are settled with this much, I would like you to do one more thing. Accelerate this process. Now gently add next element to this cleaning process. Imagine the light is descending from above. It is entering from the front side of your system and passing through the entire system, entire body, going out from the back side now, helping us remove these complexities and impurities. This light in turn is helping me fill up the vacuum left behind by the removal of complexities and impurities. At the end of this cleaning, generally we make a firm suggestion that yes, all the complexities and impurities are now removed, and that I feel not simpler and purer. Okay. So, now you know how to do cleaning.
So this is the cleaning process, how we get rid of all the collections during the day, and we cleanse our system so as to restore balance once again at the end of the day. So would you like to try it out now? Once again? Okay. Gently close your eyes. give the thought that all impurities and complexities are going out of the whole system from the back in the form of smoke or vapor. It doesn't matter what we are holding inside. This is very powerful and it will not leave any residue inside. Just get rid of everything. Like we sweep, we don't look at what is being removed, we just remove everything. Totally clean. This involves the willpower that you want to become pure and simple, and you're letting go of everything that is within. All emotional baggage, any kind of heaviness in the chest, any weight on the shoulders, just let go. Now as you feel lighter, invite the divine light from the front, and it helps you clean whatever is left in the system. And it pushes out everything else from the back. Now invite the light to spread to every part of your system. It spreads calmness and positivity. You can stop the cleaning now and observe your system. Take that extra minute to observe. And appreciate the peace in the heart. Bas. You can gently open your eyes. How do you feel now? How do you feel? You feel relaxed. Now Please observe one thing, that in this process of cleaning at the end of the day, you have done it yourself without any help, and you're able to push out all this negativity or whatever we have collected during the day. It's very, very easy. So we still have another 10 minutes. We'll do the meditation that we did yesterday. It's very easy and simple, and let us see how you feel after that. Yeah, you'll be able to go much deeper compared to yesterday because you've done your cleaning now. Gently close your eyes. Bring your attention to the heart. Give the thought that the divine presence is there in the heart. It is growing from within and attracting us. Allow your mind to rest there. No expectation, no demand. Just happy to be in the divine presence in the heart. If the mind wanders, doesn't matter. Just remind yourself that you are meditating and gently come back to the heart. No force, no pressure. Please continue meditation. Keep your eyes closed and observe the environment created in the heart. 2 minutes. Bas. You may gently open your eyes now. This practice, if done daily in the morning at the start of the day, you'll find that the whole day is aligned, it's automatically everything is falling into place. Because all your energies, all your focus is now gently there within yourself. It's not spread outside. So we have an app called Heartfulness and a website also, heartfulness.org. Everything is free. The services of the trainers are free. So you can access a trainer even online through the app, and they will give you a session of meditation. At the same time, there are several audios available where you can have stress detox, anxiety detox, fear detox, and so on. It's very interesting to use the app at any time during the day. There is also a simple relaxation technique. You can use that for your children. And all are welcome to the Kana Shantivanam Ashram, which is very much here. If you just Google, and you'll be there in less than an hour from here. Yeah. So I'll end my session here.
So thank you, Sadbir Bhai and Ankur Bhai, for coming here and conducting this session. Thank you all for your patient attendance, and see you all tomorrow at the same time at 8 a.m. for the same session of Heartfulness, Yoga and Meditation. Please join us. Thank you so much.
కొంచెం జరిపినా అన్న వైరింగ్ అడ్డం వస్తుంది టిల్ట్ చేయాలా అన్న డేట్ అయితే రెడీ అయింది సౌండ్ టెక్నీషియన్ వానికి వెళ్ళిపోదాం
one chairperson, co-chairpersons are 4, and we have 3 panelists, including me. You require, yeah, no issues. But please, 1, 2, 6, 7, 9. I can kind of manage, but at least 8 we require the panelists and please arrange. Good morning, everyone. Very warm welcome on the second day of our TOSCON. Let's start our first session for today. I welcome our chairperson, Dr. Manoj Mathur Garu, who needs no introduction. He's pride of our Telangana. To please come on to the dais, and I welcome our co-chairpersons, Dr. Arvind Kumar Maurya Garu, Dr. Neha, Dr. Harshul, Dr. Arun Kshetrapal onto the stage. I request our panelists, Dr. Varun Malhotra, Dr. Madhu Udaraju, and Dr. Nilofar Sultana to come and join us on our stage. personal copy. If it's lost, like. It seems Dr. Arvind and all, they are there in the next hall. They'll join. They are there. They'll join. They are judges there, it seems. We'll start. Manoj sir said to wait. Madam won't speak like audience. She wants to start after at least 1 hour. That is what Manoj sir asked to. So let's wait. Wait for chairperson to give a nod.
Good morning. I welcome you all to the first session of the day, titled Anterior Segment Panorama. I would like to invite Dr. Chitra Ramamurthy to be the first speaker. She will be speaking on keys, pearls to optimizing toric IOL outcomes.
Request our panelists to join us on the stage. Dr. Madhukar Reddy Garu, please kindly join us on stage. I request the panelists to please join us on stage.
No, this is not working. It's showing like this. You have to change the display. No, it's all crowded. ऐसा नहीं है मेरा लैपटॉप. क्लोज कर. उसको कैंसिल करो. मिरर करना. Why is it showing like this? What are you? That is that port. Second port. Hyderabad. It becomes like this.
Still open the presentation. Please open the presentation.
You have PowerPoint only? See how to go to the next slide? Very good morning to one and all of you in the audience and the moderators on dais. And again, Many thanks for having me as a part of Telangana State Ophthalmic Conference. In the next 15 minutes, my due is to talk on the key pearls in perfecting toric IOLs. Now, toric IOLs is something which has come very much into scene, and we need to know why. Basically, what we've all come to understand is that any residual astigmatism of more than 0.5 diopters, the image quality is going to decline. So then you might have done a great biometry and a best of formulae, but you have not addressed the cylindrical part. You're not going to have a happy patient. And today, having a happy patient is what is going to differentiate your practice better against those surrounding you. For then, if it is toric IOL, the astigmatism has to be regular. When I say regular, the two axes should be at 90 degrees to each other. It should be a healthy ocular surface. That means the dry eye issues should have been taken care of largely. So my talk is in pearls. Now, what we do in our setup is, when a patient comes to the reception and says that I'm interested in getting a cataract surgery, even before the optometrist can do the evaluation, we go ahead and do a biometry. So, and when we know that the patient has cylindrical power incorporated, then the discussion is veered right from the optometrist level about if they want, if they can afford, if they desire. But then it doesn't make sense that nothing is told and they are counseled for toric IOL, and after that you do biometry, then you're wasting your time. The other thing is, we also need to know whether the astigmatism is with the rule or against the rule. Now, in 90% of the situation, the posterior cornea is against the rule, and it creates power in the horizontal meridian. So if the anterior cornea is with the rule and the posterior cornea is against the rule, the total corneal astigmatism is going to be less because one gets subtracted. But if both the anterior and the posterior cornea are against the rule, then the total corneal astigmatism is more. Now, when you look at this example, this patient had a patient with 0.75 with the rule astigmatism. The toric calculator says that no toric IOL is needed for this patient. Whereas for a 0.75 against the rule, it gives the option of placing a T2 toric IOL, which means that why is it that a 0.5 against the rule needs toricity? Because anyways, most of the situation is against the rule in the posterior cornea. The two get added up and the actual astigmatism of that eye is little more. So then this is another case when you can see the patient has a 0.74 diopter astigmatism in the right eye. It tells you to go for a T2, whereas the other eye is 0.59. 0.59, if you have access to laser cataract surgery platforms, then you could do an astigmatic keratotomy. It becomes very critical to do your measurements very accurately. So when you talk of measurements, then what is biometry? It is essentially some simple calculations, some measurements and some assumptions. So when you feed in the post-op refractive error, what you want, if you want target emmetropia, then the things which pop up is axial length. With the optical biometers, axial length measurements are just top-notch. The other things which come up are the K value and the ELP. We do know that the K value, which is measured in different modalities, is different because each of them are not measuring at the same point. The ELP is where the lens sits in the bag. Now that is where the main challenge is, because different formulas have been tried to understand how to estimate where the lens sits in the bag, but therein there is some amount of assumption. So with some sure shot measurements and with some assumptions, the IOL power is calculated. So then it becomes necessary, we do a careful biometry and use the right equipment, the best of equipment. You use a staff which knows wherein the standard deviation is going off, the repeat measurements. We need to do repeat axial length measurements if there's a variation between two modalities, and use the latest generation formula. We could do well with the immersion biometer, no doubt, but then we need to understand that there is a little limitation in the accuracy between that than the biometer. And if you want to stick to the immersion, we need to carefully look at the repeatability of the measurements, the standard deviation, and many more critical issues, because it measures up to the internal limiting membrane, whereas the optical biometers measures the axial end right up to the photoreceptor region. As far as the keratometry is concerned, as I had earlier alluded to, the manual K measures at 3.2 ring IOL master at 3 rings, Lien star at 2 rings. So then there is a small difference in the measurements. So what you need to do, if you want to know whether your K value is accurate, you should measure it in 2 modalities. And if it is repeatable, then you're right. Otherwise, it could be a dry eye status when you're not getting repeatable measurements. Go treat the dry eye status and then repeat your K measurements. Then it would get accurate. It is also very important that you look at the values of both eyes. Now here the axial length is 27 and the other eye is 25. So that means the 27 eye has an IOL power calculation of 11 diopters, the other has 17. So much of difference. Then you should have told the patient that there possibly must be amblyopia in this patient. We have such differing powers in 2 eyes, different axial length. But it could also be that your measurements were wrong. So when you see difference in the 2 eyes, you need to repeat the measurements, remove all the outliers, look at all those aspects which are to be seen. This was done on an immersion biometer. And then you decide that the patient may have a coexistent amblyopia. Herein, the one eye the patient had got operated elsewhere and he's come for the other eye cataract. So you don't just concentrate on the eye you are going to operate. You need to look at the information which the other eye is providing. It would tell you about the axial length, the K value and the repeatability, because if there is a difference of more than 0.3 diopters between the 2 eye in axial length measurement, the K value differs by more than 1 diopter between 2 eyes, the IOL power differs more than 1 diopter between 2 eyes, you need to repeat your measurements. Then again, I'm taking you an example. This patient had a 0.5 diopter in one eye and +2 in the other eye. Had I not seen the patient on slit lamp immediately, I would have not noticed that he had pigment epithelial defects, filaments, and then after treating the dry eye, when I do the measurements, his actual astigmatism is only 0.2 in both eyes, and had I not treated the dry eye and taken those initial K values, I would have gone wrong. Now here look at this eye has +1 diopter in one eye, 0.3, but there's that red artifact. Now could that red artifact could be a boggy conjunctiva? Is it a Dellen? Is it a dry eye? Yes, if you look at those LED spots, you realize that there is some dry eye status and you treat it. In this patient, one eye he has with the rule astigmatism and the other eye against the rule astigmatism. Now that's nothing common, but when we looked carefully, his one eye was a little ptotic. So when you lifted that lid and taped it and took the
target. It provides high quality vision similar to a monofocal without the problems of contrast sensitivity, dysphotopsia and patient dissatisfaction. And when used along with monovision, it can actually give you a significant amount of near vision as well. And for their toric platform, they have a specially designed rotationally stable lens which can give a very good outcomes without rotation. So this lens was developed in collaboration with Dr. Graham Barrett. We all know his Barrett's Universal 2 formula that all of us use. And he has worked on this, and now he uses this quite a bit, and he endorses this lens for patients desiring near correction as well along with their distance. So this Ray 1 EMB basically uses central kind of aberration modification. So you have an increased positive spherical aberration in the central part of the cornea, and the peripheral part of the cornea is a reduced longitudinal spherical aberration. So basically you're increasing your depth of focus by playing around with the spherical aberration in spherical lenses that we've read about during our undergraduate and postgraduate days. Okay, and because it's a non-diffractive design, it offers reduced dysphotopsia similar to diffractive, which is the problem with diffractive optics in the traditional multifocal lenses, etc. So that's basically how a positive spherical aberration contributes to a increased depth of focus of about 1.5 diopters, as you can see in the second image, compared to the first image, which is a regular monofocal lens. So again another diagrammatic depiction of the same thing. Instead of a single point focus, you have a spread focal zone which gives us distance to intermediate focus. And you can see the MTF, the defocus curve gives you about 1.5 diopters of depth of field instead of a narrow depth of field which is present with the regular monofocal lens. So one can imagine that if you combine this with a monovision, you will be able to get a lot more, and we'll this next diagram depicts that as well. So up to 2.5 diopters to 3 diopters you can get if you combine it with a 1 diopter offset in the second eye. So, and studies have shown that that works beautifully well. Patient maintain very good binocular distance as well as intermediate and near vision because of this. So this shows the same thing pictorially. So this again is showing you the MTF peaks, and near as well as distance is covered quite well using monovision. So what is special about the Ray 1 platform? It is a vacuole free material, so it becomes glistening free, single piece IOL, compressed material for delivery through a micro incision. It goes in comfortably through a 2.2 millimeter incision. It has excellent handling characteristics with controlled unfolding within the capsular bag, low silicone oil adherence, excellent UVL biocompatibility. It's a hydrophilic acrylic material, but it has very low inflammatory response. In fact, studies have shown that the PCO rates are lesser than many hydrophobic lenses as well. The average offset is only 0.08 millimeters 3 to 6 months after surgery, and 1.83 degrees was the mean IOL rotation 3 to 6 months after surgery, as per one of the studies mentioned below. It has a 360 degrees optimized barrier to PCO reduction, so essentially a square edge, and they've shown very low PCO rates, YAG capsulotomy rates, which are comparable with the popular hydrophobic lenses with square edge. So this was a comparative table showing, in fact, the lowest PCO rate was noted of 1.7% in the Rayner compared to the Alcon and J&J lenses. So it has a very nice preloaded injector, and this works across the board for all their lenses, and it's really, I think, one of the easiest preloaded lenses to put in. It's just like fill it, shut it, and just shoot it out. It's very, very easy. So they have a unique mechanism. And one more very nice thing about the Rayner lenses is they have a huge power range of lenses which are available. So essentially covers all the lenses that you'd want to. So this it's a two-step system. First, the whole injector is supplied in a tray of saline, so you have to remove the saline, and then you have to put viscoelastic through a hole which is visible. We'll show you, and then you basically lock it and just remove it and shoot it. That's it. It's very simple. It uses a lock and roll technology for consistent delivery. Case after case, you can do it very smoothly. I'll just show a video of how that is done. So this is how the lens comes. First, you have to drain the fluid out. Then there's a hole there through which you have to put OVD and fill up that space which is shown in the bar. Once that is done, you just click, you get like a double click. Once that is done, then you remove the lens out. So don't click outside, click it inside the tray itself. And once you've picked it up, then it's ready to shoot essentially. So in this case, we're doing it outside to demonstrate, but ideally it should be done within the tray. It comes out quite easily and goes consistently into the bag. So in a comparative study of 6 market-leading preloaded delivery system, Ray 1 received the maximum score for ease of use, least time consuming, less injector tip damage, and minimum wound stretch compared to all the other lenses which it is compared to. So clinical outcomes have also been very encouraging. So you can see that the defocus curves compared with the popular lenses, EDOF lenses like Symphony, like Vivity, and the continuous range of vision from J&J, the Symphony lens, without the problems of halos and glare, and a higher level of spectacle independence compared to the enhanced monofocals, and comparable spectacle independence to Symphony and Vivity lenses. No glare was noted in this study of 100 of all these patients, but a few patients did have halos, but the halos were much lesser than 10%, and significantly more complaints of photic phenomena were noted in the Symphony group in this particular study. This study from Germany showed the use of enhanced monovision along with this lens, showing 3 diopters of defocus with excellent uncorrected distance, intermediate and near vision, and which was continued till a period of 6 months. So Ray 1 EMB toric demonstrated a broad extended range of focus with emetropia target in both eyes, and Ray 1 EMB toric showed a up to 3.5 diopters range of vision when used along with monovision. So to conclude, Ray 1 EMV and EMV toric offer an increased range of focus, 1.5 diopters when used with emetropia target in both eyes. Enhanced monovision can increase the depth of field and can provide spectacle independence for distance, intermediate and also near vision. The toric is a promising new lens on the same rotational stable platform as Ray 1 toric, EMV toric as Ray 1 toric, with the same optical properties as Ray 1 EMV. Thank you.
Now I would like to call upon our own indigenous rocket surgeon, Dr. Rakesh Shakya, and he will be speaking on easy way to manage subluxated cataract. Beginners must know.
So good morning to respected chairperson, and I'm thankful to TOSCON and especially Maurya sir and Mathur sir to give the opportunity. So this is the presentation for the only beginners, not for the very expert surgeon, because I'm going to talk about the mild to moderate subluxation. So why this reason I took the easy way to manage the zonodilation. So as you know, the phacoemulsification, the subluxated cataract or any challenging cases, the very in the opulence following slightly challenging. So when you actually want to operate any complicated catheter, you have to actually take the careful pre-operative, take the history, evaluate the extent of subluxation and CD exfoliation and phacodonosis. And sometimes the catheter density is very important, and presence of the BTS in the antechamber, or corneal entity status, or patient age. And before the actually operating, you have to take the consent with in the presence of the attenders. And you should be able to keep some tools for like the capsular tension ring, Sioni ring, CT segments, RS hooks, or any other things. So surgical planning should be should be in the mind. First, you opt the direct chop technique and use the lower parameter and maintain the circumference stability in the bag using the CTR and hook. And if the BTS is coming, you can manage it. And you have to always ready for the conversion if you feel you are in the trouble. So they are the surgical cases. Please give the volume. There's the voice over. Voice over, voice over. No voice over. No voice over. Not coming. Actually, I already checked with the. Yeah, right.
Audio, please.
About the anatomy fiber that originate from the basal lamina of non-pigment epithelium of ciliary body and insert into the lens capsule at the equatorial. These fibers play an important role in the lens stability. Its weakness results in alteration of the lens stability. Jonular dialysis.
volume is increased, please. Please increase the volume. मिक्सअप हो रहा है. प्लीज ऑफ कर दीजिए उसको. So actually this is the case of the mature cataract, and during the surgery actually we got the subluxation. So actually we have to demonstrate how to actually use the very simple technique, the two Sinskey hook technique. We have to just actually enter the CTR with the help of the McPherson forces. So the leading haptics would be in the back, and after that we just rotate the CTR, and then we take the two Sinskey hook actually. One is actually in the other hand. You can put the other hand CTR actually back of the CTR and then rotate. So actually you can find that you can very easily you can insert the CTR. So in the sometimes the CTR actually got actually sometimes actually the CTR is released behind the iris, and so by this reason the technique is very good. And after that the implantation of eyeball is very easy. And close the cases. Another case actually, this is the traumatic cataract and slightly hypermature, and journal dialysis actually more than 4 clock hour, and but the rest of the journal slightly strong. So why this reason we actually we put the minimal dye in this case, and then after that we, in the help of the cystitome, we initially make a initiate the rhexis, and after that we use the atrata forceps to make a 5.5 mm rhexis. So cataract is slightly hypermature, not require much hydrodissection. So we put the capsular hook to stabilize the journal dialysis area. So after that, actually with the help of the very minimal energy, you can just emulsify it, and then use the injector. We can also use the injector, but you should be careful. Sometimes the injector actually release very CTR very suddenly, so it can cause the further enlargement of the PCR. In this case, during the IAB, actually I got the PCR in the center zone, but there is no better disturbance. By this reason, put the lens in the back, and post-op bias is very fine. And this is the case with the traumatic cataract again, and the more than 4 clock hours. There was the phacodonosis, and then initially we actually initiate the rhexis with the help of the cystitome, and then complete with the help of the atrata forceps. So in this case, the multiple hydrodissection is very important. Then after that, we put the 2-3 capsular hook to stabilize the capsule. And then you have to do the stop and chop technique. The cataract is not much hard, so you have to be very careful. Sometimes during the give the very sudden energy can cause the again increase in the journal dialysis. So in this case, I use the Sioni ring. So we make a small pocket 3 mm away from the limbus, and use the Sioni ring, and we pass the suture by the third eyelids. And initially with the main port or side port, you put insert the CTR. So leading head should be in the back, and put the visco again, and then telling head dial the rings very easily, and then you should be keep this third eyelet entry to the capsule. and then pass the both needle from this pockets, but to keep the 1 mm away from the each, and then tighten it. It should be not tight very much. And we take a 2 or 3 knots. And post-op was very good. So actually we follow this guideline. If the joint dialysis is less than 2 o'clock hour, you can rotate it and you can use the CTR. When the joint dialysis is more than 4 o'clock hour, and you can use the Sioni or CT segment. So actually journal dialysis is actually very challenging. So the loose journal actually require the careful attention and to anatomy and surgical principles. Always have the backup plan before the starting the surgery on the subluxated cataract. And remember, each case is unique, so it should adapt your the approach based on the individual patient factors. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Rakesh. Now I request Dr. Arup Chakravarti to give his next presentation on online IOL power calculation is here to stay.
Good morning, friends. At the outset, I'd like to thank Telangana Ophthalmic Society for giving me this opportunity. The IOL power prediction and the postoperative refractive outcomes have become outstanding. We can expect for normal eyes within the normal ranges of axial length and K reading, if a high-end formula has been used or the high-end optical biometer has been used, 90% of the patients to fall within a prediction of 0.5, prediction error of 0.5 diopters. So it has become very, very accurate. There are multiple reasons for that. Of course, you know, these high-end optical biometers give us very good and very accurate and very precise readings. We have also realized the significance of priming the ocular surface before getting the biometric values for maximizing the precision of these values. And then the IOL power calculations, which brings us to the topic of formulas for success. You know, since the first formula that was described by Fyodorov in 1967, it was a theoretical formula. We have got used to this generational classification of formulas. It is actually very chaotic. It doesn't have much logic in it. And so a couple of years back, Warren Hill and his team, they wrote a series of guest editorials in JCRS and then reclassified the IOL power formulas depending upon the method of calculating the IOL power and the data they use for these calculations into these 5 categories: historical, there is refraction-based, regression, vergence, artificial intelligence, and ray tracing. So the last decade or so, many of these formulas which were recommended by them, the new generation formulas became quite popular. Barrett Universal 2 is the most popular formula now. Hill RBF, Olsen is a paid formula. Then we had a couple of years earlier, you know, Kane formula, UVO formula, Panache formula came. So last 5 years we have more than 10 new formulas that have come up. Pearl, DGS, and then Hoffer QST, because nobody was, Hoffer himself was, you know, suggesting abolition of Hoffer, usage of Hoffer Q, but people were not reluctant to do it, so Hoffer QST was the new modification. And then in February, we had a reclassification of all the formulas. You know, and it is a very, very systematic, methodical formulas, way of classifying the formulas. And I have not gone through all of these. It is not possible because a lot of new formulas have new power, new IOL power gurus. They have written new formulas and they do well in their hands. Time only will tell us how these formulas are performing. So I have been performing online calculations for more than 10 years. And in this presentation, I'd like to promote the usage of online calculation. See, it is the cost-wise, it costs you nothing. See, most of these formulas are present in the websites, either the society websites or the individual doctors' websites. They have a free access. You just require a system and an internet connection and somebody to handle the computers. There may be a downside to it in terms of transcription errors, but we know that it is not very common, and with a little bit of care and diligence, this problem can be avoided. Many a time, we would like to use multiple formulas. Now, in your biometer, you may have the licensed version only a few formulas, and they may not be they may not be recent generation formulas. And moreover, even if you have the recent generation formulas, they may not, the various upgrades may not be, software upgrades may not be performed in the machine, and they may even cost you additional money. On the other hand, with the same biometric data set, you can access multiple data sets, multiple formulas, and get the formulas, the IL power calculation depending upon whichever formula you want to choose. And as I just mentioned, that whenever these IL formula writers update their formulas, it is immediately reflected on the on-site version. So this is the entire list of spherical IL calculator. I'm not going to go into the details, but they have to be, they have to be used, they have to be tried out. These are the toric formulas, and with the special tools. For example, there are certain formulas which take into account the measured or predicted posterior astigmatism options. Post-refractive calculators, I basically go to ASCRS and the Barrett RX formula for Barrett's calculator for this. So basically, the newer formulas, they have they require more inputs. Some of them are mandatory and some of them are optional. But studies have shown that if you use optional parameters, if you are able to measure those and use optional parameters in those formulas, you tend to get more accurate ion power prediction. So as I mentioned, Barrett Universal 2, free on the apscrs.org website, is my go-to calculator because it is the entire Barrett suite. All your IL power calculations requirements will be taken care of by the single website. Can it be used for immersion scan? Yes, of course it can be used. And if you're using it for apprenticeship scan, then you might have to use an appropriate A constant. ASRS.org website also gave access to many calculators. Initially, it only had the post-refractive bile calculator and Hill RBF calculator, which is now modified to version 3. We also have the Barrett formulas incorporated in the last couple of years. Toric calculator, Barrett TrueK Toric calculator, Barrett RX formula, and a lot of data analysis tools. Now, the Kane formula is a new kid in the block. It has been around now almost for 5 or 6 years. And it has non-toric, toric, as well as keratoconus specific formulas. And in difficult situations, extreme situations, I always get verification from the Kane formula. Pearl DGS calculator again is becoming extremely popular. It has the second eye enhancer. Whenever you're doing surgery for the second eye, so you can input data obtained from the first eye, refractive outcome, and then that helps you fine-tune your IL power calculation. 2 years back, ESCRS, which was the only website, cataract website, which organization which did not have a calculator on its website, came up with an IL calculator, and that is very unique. See, for example, if you put in the biometric data, and if you're going to calculate for non-toric IOLs, it will give you access to these 7 calculators. So this particular formula calculator has a wave scraping and multiple techniques where these 7 formulas are fed in, and then you get an output like that. So for example, if a particular patient biometric parameter, Barrett calculator advises me to use 16.5, Cook K6 16.5, Hill RBF, Kane formula, Pearl DGHS. So what I was doing earlier was accessing multiple formulas, getting different printouts, and it was becoming a little cumbersome. Now you have a printout which gives you the whole data for the 7 formulas which are available on the ESRS website. For the toric calculation, these 5 formulas, again, these are very popular formulas that are used, and that is extremely accurate. In certain situations, I use multiple formulas. For example, very this is a high myopia, post-ICL cataract. And I use the traditional formulas, the older formulas, and with the the axial length optimization with the Bangkok method, I got a power of 3 diopters using the older formulas. On the other hand, the Barrett gave me a power of 2 diopters. So here I depended upon the consensus, though it was the older generation formulas. I implanted a 3 diopter lens and patient was happy. In certain situations where you may have to change your IOL location intraoperatively because of a PC lens scenario. So for example, here you're putting a lens which is supposed to be in the bag in the sulcus. So you need to alter the IOL power. So rule of thumb is a 5% reduction in the IOL power. So basically, if it is lens power is less than 9 diopter, bag power, then you don't really have to change the power. On the other hand, if it is a very thick lens, 28.5 to 30 diopters, you have to subtract 1.5 diopter from the back power. So friends, in conclusion, please, if you have not using the newer formulas, please start using them. They may not be available in your biometer, either the optical biometer or the ultrasonic biometer. So go online, and there are plenty of formulas that have come up. Some of these formulas require validation by individual user. So time only will tell us how these formulas are going to tell us are going to work out in the future. But please remember, it is just not the formulas. You must remember that you are in charge of the whole IOL power calculation game. So whoever is doing the calculation on your behalf should have worked up the patient properly, use appropriate measurement devices, validate the measurements and only select those measurements, use properly optimized lens constants, adapt to new technologies as and when they present. It is important to remember that anything new that comes up may not be the best technique, though there may be technology, though there may be a lot of talk on that. And please strive to use all available resources to their best advantage. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Arup. Next, I invite Dr. Madhu Uddaraju, Industry Talk, Hoya, Impress Enhanced Monofocal.
A very good morning to all of you. Firstly, thank TOSCON for giving me this opportunity to share my experience with this lens we have been using for quite a time now. So this is a Hoya sponsored talk, and they were kind enough to allow me to use my own slides, and I have just borrowed a few slides from their slide deck. So the scope of this talk would be under the following headings. So with the increased need for intermediate vision and active lifestyle that we are seeing in the elderly now, they want to be lesser dependency on glasses, and cataract is slowly becoming a refractive surgery, and the demanding needs for near and intermediate visions are increasing day by day. So in these conditions, when we are offering monofocal as our primary option, why not choose an enhanced monofocal that is already there in the market? So when compared to, all of you must have used the Vivinex platform. So this is in the same platform that they have come with this Impress lens newly now. So this particular lens, when compared to the standard monofocal, has a better defocus and almost 1.5 diopters of defocus you get. That works wonderfully for intermediate vision. And this is the design of the lens. Though you are able to see a small circle here, it's only for representation purpose. Even under microscope, you would not be able to see this circle. And here they have played around with the central 2 millimeters of the lens, and because of this you get a good intermediate vision, and when you do a micro monovision or a monovision, you also get a good near vision of up to N8 if you are planning it correctly. So in our experience, we implanted these lenses in 26 eyes, out of which 20 eyes had 6.6 unaided and 6 eyes had 6.9. And 18 of the eyes with monovision we could attain N18 and 6 eyes till N10. And all the cases had excellent intermediate vision. We used these lenses from 16 diopters to 30 diopters, and also the patient age was ranging from 40 to 87 years. If you see, it goes in through a 2.2 millimeter incision very easily. Actually, it can also go in through a 1.8 millimeter. The actual insertion size is only 1.7. So if you have a 1.8 mm incision also, it can go through it. It glides like a butter and opens like a flower. I'll just show you the videos. So see, that's how smoothly this is one of the best injector systems that I have used. And the best thing with Hoya is none of their lenses come in a preloaded system. All of them, including the 3-piece, come only in the preloaded system. So that's how smoothly it goes. With a gentle nudge, it goes and sits in the bag comfortably. So in our experience, it's more tolerant to residual refractive errors when compared to our regular monofocals, and it's insensitive to decentration up to 0.4 millimeters. It's a preferred choice as a standard treatment when compared to its own Vivinex platform or even the other competitors. And when you combine it with micromonovision, works well, and patient has mostly glasses-free vision in the post-operative period. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Madhu. You really gave us a bonus of 5 more minutes. We are running terribly late. So, it is my proud privilege to invite our guest speaker, Dr. Arun Kshetrapal, to give the next talk, Transforming Mistakes into Valuable Lessons. Welcome, Arun.
How much time do I have? 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Okay, I'll try and skip some of the slides because I had made a 15-minute presentation. In every mistake, they say that there is a potential for learning, and no one is immune to making mistakes. And if you don't learn from your mistakes, you're doomed to repeat them. And willingness to learn from your mistakes is a very, very valuable trait. Good morning, everybody. I am Dr. Arun Kshetrapal, and I thank Telangana Ophthalmic Society for giving me this opportunity here. I'll be talking about how to transform your mistakes into valuable lessons. Let's go on to videos directly. Here's a case of a hypermature cataract, intumescent cataract. I'm trying to do capsulorhexis. I make a very small opening initially, and I'm trying to enlarge this opening. But as I'm going about with my capsulorhexis, the tear starts going towards the periphery. It starts extending towards the periphery. So what I do, I try and pull it towards the center, and the capsule gets ripped off. Now the next natural thing to do was to put in some viscoelastic and look what happened. In spite of putting viscoelastic, it had gone towards the periphery. So in such cases, what we suggest is that if it's going into the periphery, you try and pull it towards the center. Don't make a centripetal force, or maybe you can leave it there and then approach it from another side. It would be so here you try and pull it towards the center, or you can approach it from the other side. It would be very prudent to do AS-OCT in such cases to know where the fluid is. In this case, the fluid is just underneath the capsule. So what you can do is you can puncture the capsule and suck out this fluid, aspirate out this fluid. But in such cases where the whole of the lens is swollen, all the fibers are swollen, you need other ways of doing capsulorhexis. You can decrease the intralenticular pressure by excuse me, going in with a 26 gauge needle with a bevel down and puncturing the capsule and aspirating out the fluid, thereby decompressing the capsular bag, and then your capsulorhexis will become much easier to perform. I'll skip this video because I'll be showing this video in another talk. So what are the lessons learned? Anterior segment OCT is a useful tool to assess fluid level and fluid under the capsule. You need to decrease the intralenticular pressure by removing the fluid, and then you should carry out with your capsular rexes, and the pressure above the capsule and underneath the capsule, anterior capsule, should be equalized. So here is a case which was planned for a toric IOL. The markings have been done, and if you can appreciate what happened here, I'll show you again in slow motion. I tried to get a hold on the nucleus, but it slipped. So this is a slow motion going on. So I gave an extra punch. I pushed my foot paddle, and look what happened. Just look at the pupil. Here's the pupillary snap sign. The pupil dilates and then comes back to its original size. So I missed this sign when, while I was performing my phacoemulsification, and look at the mistake which I did. I carried on with my phacoemulsification. In spite that I could see an increased red reflex here, and I was carrying on with my phacoemulsification. And look what's happening. What a big mistake I'm doing. All my nuclear fragments, small nuclear fragments, are going into the posterior segment. I'm losing them into the vitreous. So this is the mistake. And now look, another mistake which I'm going to make. I just pulled out my handpiece, and look at what happened to this capsule. The vitreous which was there in the posterior segment came into the anterior segment, thereby pulling the capsule towards the incision. So you must recognize the cardinal signs of posterior capsular rupture. Once PCR occurs, the chamber becomes deep, there's an increase in red glow, there's a pupillary snap sign, and fluidics become ineffective, there's a rebound loss, and there's a loss of followability of the nuclear fragments, and the nuclear fragment may start the journey towards south. So how do you stabilize the chamber? So look, in this case I was more careful, and I'm doing phacoemulsification. I'm trying to take out the nucleus, and look here, if you can appreciate that there's an increased red reflex. So what I do, I stop here, gently remove my side port instrument, and refill my anterior chamber with a viscoelastic. And once my chamber is filled with an viscoelastic, then only I'll remove my main port instrument, that is my phaco probe. So lessons learned are that you should recognize PCR as early as possible, and familiarize yourself with the cardinal signs of PCR, and stabilize the AC before withdrawing any instrument out of the eye. Same case while performing anterior vitrectomy. Even though I was able to retrieve most of the fragments which had gone into the vitreous while performing the anterior vitrectomy, but still this is not the right way of doing the anterior vitrectomy. The error or the mistake which I am doing was that I was going through the main port incision, thereby my anterior chamber was not stable. So what is the right way of doing it is that you do it in a closed chamber, wherein you have a separate opening for the vitrector probe and your irrigation probe. So that is a better way of doing your anterior vitrectomy. Once your chamber is stabilized, there are less chances of fluid going into the posterior segment and other vitreous coming out of the posterior segment. And still better way of doing vitrectomy is if you can go through the pars plana. In this case, if you can appreciate that the vitreous was there and was pulling onto the posterior capsule. So this is the posterior capsule. The vitreous is coming out towards the incision and it is pulling onto it. So the best way is to pull the vitreous back to its place, rather pulling it out and cutting it. So if you can go through the pars plana, if you have sufficient experience, so you go through the pars plana, and as the vitreous is pulled back through the pars plana, the posterior capsule falls back into its place very neatly. So you should perform your anterior vitrectomy in a closed chamber, and you can use triamcinolone acetate to recognize vitreous in AC. This is again one trick. What I use is to prevent loss of CTR in the angle. So what I do is I thread my CTR with 10-ohm monofilament, and if I tend to lose it in the maybe in the angle or in the sulcus, so it's very easy to retrieve it. Once you have threaded the eye of the CTR, it becomes very, very easy to manage. So this is one of the mistakes which we used to do, and now we have rectified it by threading the CTR with a 10-ohm monofilament, or you can do it with any other suture which you have in your OT. Rotating a CTR, here the CTR is not in a good position. They say that the two ends of the CTR should be 180 degree opposite to the area of maximum zonulodialysis, and here everyone will continue to make mistakes, and you should learn from them and try to rectify them. Mistakes should be taken as stepping stones, and accepting them is a natural path for any gel. Thank you for your patient listening.
Thank you, Dr. Arun. I request all the speakers to come up on the dais. Mementos to the guest speakers. Arun, Arup, Rakesh, Madhu, Chitra. We now move on with the AIOS scientific session. It is my proud privilege to welcome on dais the President of All India Ophthalmological Society, Dr. Samar Kumar Basak. Welcome, sir, to Telangana. Please. I would like to welcome Dr. Santosh Hanawar, Secretary, All India Ophthalmological Society, to be the co-chairperson of the session. Welcome, Santosh. We have 4 talks in this session, each talk 10 minutes. The first talk will be by the President himself. So I would like to request the President, Dr. Samar Basak, to speak on complicated endothelial keratoplasties.
Thank you, Manoj, and good morning to everyone. And this is a wonderful occasion to be here with you. And thank you, TOSCON, for inviting me in this gathering. And this talk was like complicated endothelial keratoplasty. I have changed it like complicated endothelial keratoplasty means a lot. So challenging endothelial keratoplasty. I have little chance here. The complex cases are there also with normal cases with dreadful complication. So I'll be showing few case scenario. I do not have any financial interest to disclose. So endothelial keratoplasty for the beginners, every case is challenging. For experienced, some cases are always challenging. And there I am sharing some of the cases, but there are many more. That is actually absolutely cornea area and rather the higher cornea level area. So I'll be starting with first case. This was done in 2006. This patient was referred for PKIOL, and you see that the left eye already failed with the graft infection and graft failure. So what to do in this case? So I did actually dissect manual SICS and manual dissect in this case. This manual SICS is almost a blind procedure because you cannot see much of anterior chamber, and you just use the irrigating vectis to remove it. Cortical clearance is also a little bit blindly done, but from your experience you could gather that it is possible, and I put an PMMA IOL in this case. And after that I did, because of it is a dense scarred and thick edema, I removed the desmet, and then when I am sure that I have removed all the desmets, then I have actually cleared all the viscoelastic and put a dissect lenticule into the anterior chamber, and then put here, and that is it. That is the completion of surgery, and I didn't put any suture, so it was a sutureless surgery. And you see that the patient, second post-op day and 6 months after post-op day, the patient was doing fine, and he died recently. So this patient was going good for 10 years. So this is another group of cases I used to perform because our therapeutic keratoplasty volume is very high. So corneal ulcer, therapeutic keratoplasty, then failed graft, complicated cataract, and for visual rehabilitation I used to do dissect or DMEC triple. That means combined with cataract surgery. So there are certain principles that minimum interval between therapeutic PK and dissect or DMEC procedure must be 3 months. Cataract surgery by any means, phaco, manual or hybrid technique. DM stripping is required because lot of debris, release of pus is difficult, and mostly you require in these cases. Donor size is typically 8 mm because we do larger graft. Again, scleral tunnel is preferable rather than corneal section. And retrocorneal membrane is relatively more common than in optical PK cases, and bleeding is not so uncommon. So here is a case. You see that this is one-eyed patient, and naturally very quickly she developed this thing, and you see that while removing the DM, and the patient has started bleeding. I did phaco, but the phaco was like intended scleral tunnel and phaco by scleral route, so that if any time I required, I could convert to manual SICS. Phaco doesn't be very soft cataract or difficult, so I put a multi-piece IOL, and you see the amount of bleeding is happening. So in presence of bleeding, it is very difficult to put a graft, especially dissect graft still possible, but DMEC graft you cannot do. So we put a little identifying mark so that we could identify that we are in a correct orientation. You see the amount of bleeding into the anterior chamber, in spite it is not non-stopped bleeding is happening. And I put the graft, I opened the graft and centered it, and surgery is completed. I put sutures in the tunnel because it is a weak tunnel, and after that I punctured the interface, and you see that still bleeding is coming from the interface. And after suturing, we complete the surgery. Then you see that this is the post of 6 months of that patient, and this patient was going good. So unilateral, because we know that if we do PK, these grafts are invariably failed, and if you do a EK procedure, you can have always chance of re-PK if the graft fails. That, as I said, that RCM is a big problem for this. In the left hand side you can see that this is RCM, not endothelial descemet complex. In the left side it is thinner, but in the right hand side it is so thick you have to remove it. Very difficult, you have to use some forceps to, because this RCM is attached to the host graft junction very thickly. So you remove it, then you put your all the procedure. So RCM is a big problem. This is one of the patient, very young, and she is doing good for last 10 years. And you see that I know that this patient will be going good for another 10 years with this count after the end of 10 years. So this is another case. This is, again, all I'm showing, this is one-eyed patient. This is multiple episodes of herpes simplex endotheliitis, and you see that there is a lot of vascularization. So in this case, again PK triple, under cover of oral prednisolone and oral acyclovir, I have initial plan was doing a manual SICS, then I thought I could do a phaco. So I did phaco actually in this case, and there is a little gap in this area. Here the problem is that endothelial stripping is difficult where the inflammation is more, and you do phaco. From that small area you could do phaco in this case, and then after doing phaco you remove that endothelial, it is sticky, so you have to be very careful. And then you put a graft. This is all graft you have put, the graft. I always use taco technique and needle technique. I do not use the Busin glide. So this patient, after doing the graft, this is the post-operative regimen of giving oral acyclovir and prednisolone in tapering doses. The patient report after 7 days and see the findings, the stromal keratitis, stromal HSB keratitis, and this is a little frightening. And I continued with oral prednisolone, and I started with also topical acyclovir ointment. After 21 days, it is responded. And this is after 6 weeks. You see that very well responded. This is after 3 months, only little scar is there, visual axis is relatively clear. Patient is on oral acyclovir for this is after 6 months. You see that very good endothelial cell count and happy patient with normal IOP, no recurrence during these 6 months. But when this DMEC era, we have some of these eyes, like this type of eyes, what to do? This type of eyes, people always say that, okay, you do PK triple. So, but I thought if I can do a closed chamber cataract surgery in this case, and if I have a standby tissue, I always try a DMEC. So I actually did this phaco, but it is again hybrid technique because my visualization is absolutely bad in this. So after that I extend the incision and take out the part of the leftover nucleus, and I cleared it. And then when I take out, then you see that after cleaning of the that cortex, the clarity much improved. So after removal of epithelium, and then I put like this DMAC graft, and DMAC graft was open, and you just put a graft and put your tamponade to have this DMAC. This patient, so you look for the orientation, and when it is done, you just put air bubble and cover it. This is the day 2 appearance of the patient, 360. And this patient also was on oral valacyclovir. And this is day 15. And this is 1 year post-op. The patient is doing fine with 612. She is a farmer by profession and went back to doing all his job by farming. But the problem is recurrence. This is a bad recurrence, otherwise normal case of the in HSV, you see that there are endothelial plaque kind of thing, and this is the series of event. We shifted from oral acyclovir to valacyclovir. Valacyclovir is a pro-drug, better active, 5 times more potentially active than oral acyclovir. And you see series of happened in last 14 months, but the patient at the end of the day is doing fine. This is my last scenario. The otherwise normal case, you see the right eye I did DMAC in 18 and left eye I did in 19, day 1 and day 7, absolutely fine. Patient is uncorrected visual acuity 6/9. Then he came at 3 months, like 2.5 months with this kind of picture, endothelial plaque. And if you see the anterior SCT, there is endothelial plaque. And probably this is fungal in origin. So we have taken the PCR sample, and we started antifungal. PCR came out positive for Candida. Oral antifungal continued, and with this antifungal anterior chamber wash after 4 weeks, the patient looks better. But after that incidence, after 12 weeks, the patient comes with hypopion. And this was December 19, and the vitreous clear. So this is the neck. After 2 days, the picture was like this. Gross DV, cloudy cornea, pupillary exudate. So I take the help of VR colleague. And VR colleague, on the day of BR surgery, the picture dramatically changed with this kind of picture. And he did all the jobs of vitrectomy, intravitreal, and a bag wash with vitreous biopsy. And vitreous biopsy again come for Candida. And this is on January 20, and the exudate retracted. There is no active infection that way. And by January 13, the patient again looks good and no hypopion, and report naturally after 6 weeks. So on February, he came again with in the bag infection, exudate in the bag. And again, just on the day of operation, the picture is like this. That is on 4th of March 20. And urgent, on that day only, we did everything. Then this on 16th, this looks again good, 6/12 and 15 clump on the, this is beautiful actually pictorial representation. That's why I am telling. This is on 20th March, the looks good, 6/12, fibrin threads reduced, and we thought that it is good. Then the COVID came and all these things happened. Patient came in 22 in wheelchair, and this was the picture on wheelchair patient, and capsular flap is only there, and only IOL is, and this is the specular. After all this happening of 3 times infection, both anterior and posterior, the patient is doing well. The moral of the story, हम बताते हैं बांग्ला में राखे होरी मारे के. That is, all is well that ends well. Thank you very much for your patience, Sayari.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful exposition. I would like to call Dr. Suchi Smita, the next speaker. She will be speaking on OCP, clues for an early seize.
So, good morning everyone, to the esteemed panel as well as the audience. Thank you Telangana Ophthalmic Society for this wonderful opportunity. So, I'll run you through 13 early OCP cases, all within stage 3, because it's an important disease and we rarely see it, but we do see it and often miss it. unless we have a high index of suspicion. So it's important to seize this disease early. When most of these cases are biopsy positive, that is more than 80%, this high biopsy positive rate is only because they are caught early. Otherwise, it can be only positive, only 40% or so too, but still all these cases which progress do need treatment. So when I say biopsy positive, it means direct immunofluorescence positive. I would like to stress that conditions like vaginous and SLE are also biopsy positive. They give direct immunofluorescence positivity. So that is why OCP is a diagnosis of exclusion. You need to exclude the systemic disease both by investigations as well as by examination. Now this is a 50-year-old dentist, a contact lens user. She came with watering of eyes for about 6 months and she was diagnosed at dry eyes, menopausal symptoms, etc., MGD. So over a period of follow-up, over 2 years, she has couple of episodes of dacrocystitis and then ends up with this mucocele and common canalicular obstruction and was advised DCR. Then she came for an opinion with us. She had chronic canaliculitis. Upon removing her contact lens, she had vascularization. So this vascularization was probably not due to contact lens, and she had also punctate keratopathy. So upon careful examination, you can see some adhesion at the angle of the eye. Also, there's a scar in the upper palpebral conjunctiva. And then we took her up for biopsy. And you can see the scars in the conjunctiva and the upper palpebral conjunctiva. You need to always avert lids, that is why. And also there's an adhesion there in the medial area between the lid and the caruncle. This also is seen in OCP. So it's important to follow up these patients. When you see a case with recurrent symptoms, you have to be on high alert. You have to tell, I need to follow you up for a few months to understand the disease. That is when the patient sticks to you and you see the progression. Otherwise, patient goes to somebody else and starts fresh again, and then the disease gets progresses more. Now, how to take biopsy? At least 2 samples, one for direct immunofluorescence and the other has to go for HPE. Because many times your DIF is negative, you can pick up some granulomas like sarcoidosis and all can be seen in the biopsy. Also, if you see DIF negative, you can tell the patient, see your biopsy showing chronic inflammation, and convince yourself that this patient is having inflammation. So you can see linear deposition of mostly complement, IgG, IgA, IgM in any combination. So biopsy should be taken in the lower bulbar conjunctiva, not at the scarred areas, but right next to it, where the normal conjunctiva is there, and then avoid the fornix and control the inflammation before the biopsy. They'll also have conjunctivitis and abnormal flora, copious discharge, etc. Give antibiotic course, and you can start a soft steroid. Nothing will happen to biopsy report. Once the eye is quietly, little bit quiet, you can take her up for the biopsy. Always avoid the upper eyelid, never ignore the patient's symptoms, and it can involve the nasolacrimal system first. So case coming for DCR, we'll think, okay, we'll do DCR and do cataract surgery, but actually may be progressing into OCP. This another case, just had subtle ptosis, that's all, and watering of eyes and conjunctivitis. A couple of episodes, but slowly her dry eye symptoms worsened and there was one tiny scar in the lower conjunctiva, again biopsy positive, and after starting her on mycophenolate, she completely improved, ptosis also improved. So again, catching it early is important. Now, convincing patient for biopsy, they get scared when we say biopsy, and so we need to counsel the patients properly. Again, ptosis and conjunctivitis. Nowadays, I've started taking this kind of short videos because taking photographs are 2-dimensional, and when you pull the lower lid, it depends upon how much you pull the lid, and based on the congestion, you get confused how the fornix is scarring is progressing. So diagrams as well as all 9 cardinal photographs and short video really helps in 6-monthly interval or so. You can find sometimes whorls of epithelium and epithelial strain suggestive of limbitis and inflammation, and start of vessels growing into the limbus over a period like a LSCD-like picture. Some of these cases present only with corneal and limbal findings and then progress into conjunctival findings. Now, it is not a particular order, so it's just the ocular surface getting affected one by one, and we need to examine the entire eye and the adnexa when the patient comes. This is another case. Even a severe conjunctivitis can produce these things, but it will not progress. Again, SJS will, similar findings can be there, but they will have a previous history which they will not forget. Now, again, this is a very unhappy patient after cataract surgery. Same thing happened. She underwent DCR, then a cataract surgery, and the disease flared up. So she developed multiple SPKs and corneal worsening and clouding. She didn't have any conjunctival scars till a very late stage, and only that history of DCR. She came biopsy positive in spite of that, and was started on mycophenolate, and she improved. This is linear IgA disease. Again, different, similar kind of a disease. It can have systemic this thing, and also can be self-limiting or drug-induced. This is paraneoplastic in this patient. So Mucous membrane pemphigoids can be paraneoplastic. Weight loss, fevers, you need to be alert. Even on medication, you need to be alert because some of the medication itself can cause problems. Okay? And I would like to stress that patients on immunosuppressants involve immunologists because they need it for many years. And after stopping the medication, many times it comes back. Almost always it comes back. So you need to be on high alert and follow them up lifelong and give them their shingle shot as well as flu shots because 2 of my patients have developed herpes during the course of the disease. Now this is after treatment, okay, that is why her eye is so quiet, but this lady actually was very bad state. Shermas was almost 0. I did punctal cautery at the same time biopsy after controlling their inflammation. She took treatment, cyclophosphamide for 3-4 months and this is the picture after that, and then she disappeared. She stopped treatment and came back after 1 year with recurrent symptoms. So can it happen in young? This is my own PRK patient, 20-year-old. In the beginning, after my fellowship, I did a PRK. And then the patient came back in month 5. After 3 months of taper of steroid and stopping, she came back with this picture. You can see an immune ring. Now OCP in young, the difference is that they will get melts as well as corneal involvement, which is not very typical in older patients unless they have been ignored or they're progressing acutely. So this has been reported in a journal, Cornea Journal recently, OCP, a series of OCP in young. So you can see the march of inflammation in her conjunctiva, in the upper palpebral conjunctiva, normal conjunctiva on one side and scar on the other side. So this is to show you keratinization in OCP, just like in SJS, keratinization can be seen. You can see the carancule getting keratinized over there, and also you can see the lid, the entropion and the trichiasis in this patient. So the interesting thing is when you start them on treatment, this lady was started on mycophenolate, the keratinization goes away or reduces, and even on follow-up when they're relapsing, it worsens. Even on the conjunctiva, you see a tongue-like keratinization sometimes. This patient had scleral thinning, which was atypical. That's why I tried to rule out vaginous, but she didn't have any other findings. Yeah. Now, after 1 year, I was happy she's not progressing, but you can see a fresh symblepharon over there starting. So you need to follow them up and they can progress anytime, and now we are stepping up the treatment. Patients do well with rituximab as well, easy dosing because they can have pulse dosing, and corneal melts and LSCD like findings. This is drug induced. Even in drug induced, you will get direct immunofluorescence positive in many cases, and this was a patient on timolol and brimonidine. We changed the drug, but still she was progressing. Then we put on mycophenolate, then she responded, eyes became quiet. Again, you can see keratinization in the lower picture and also LSCD like scarring. This is after treatment. I don't have the initial picture. And then eventually she again relapsed in spite of being drug induced. They get copious amount of discharge. Abnormal flora is well known in them. They have a huge bacterial load as well. You need to stop the topical steroids for some time, give them a short course of antibiotic, they do well, and then you can restart it. All topical medication like tacrolimus, cyclosporin are all adjuvants, and they are not going to control the disease process. They're just going to help you, and when in between period, when you have stopped the systemic medication, you can keep them on this. So what to see on follow-ups? The improvement of tear film and the reduced tear debris, mucus. Overall, you can see the photophobia and all that improves. This is a biopsy negative case. We treated again because she was progressing. You can see that bumpiness in the conjunctiva, the scars and all that. This is again a doctor, and then she had ptosis. She underwent ptosis surgery and it flared up her disease. 2 years of azathioprine, and then she came back to us on follow-up. She again relapsed. So you can see some scars over here. They're all cases. Okay. I would like to say beware of mimickers. Severe conjunctivitis, chemical burn, thermal burn, trauma, etc. can also present like OCP, but again they won't progress. That is why you need to follow up. So this was a case which really drove me crazy. So she's a known case of SLE. She was a CA and very well educated. She had Googled everything, and then she came with this kind of a scarring and ulceration. So at this, over a 2 months period, we saw some subconjunctival hemorrhage, which is unusual, and you can see a cut on her right. Then I thought, is this factitious? Then I tested her, the medicines for some acid, because it looks ulcerated. It doesn't look typical. And I thought, is this tubercular? So I did culture. Biopsy came positive, because SLE will show direct immunofluorescence positive. Okay. So then she sent me a picture of bloody tears like this, and you can see the cut on the left lower fornix. So yes, some points to keep in mind is you should rule out other autoimmune diseases, and esophageal tracheal involved. The IgA disease had a tracheal stricture, and also systemic. Okay, you need, fine, okay. Basically, it's a step ladder treatment. For severe cases, though, you need to give them cyclophosphamide, mycophenolate, they do well, and even rituximab, and also give them local therapy in the form of punctal cautery and lubricants and topical steroids. We don't want this stage at any this thing, and all, so we need to pick it up early. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Suchi. The next speaker for the session is Dr. Gaurav Luthra. He shall be speaking about challenging situations in pediatric cataract surgery. Welcome, Gaurav.
Thank you so much, all the chairpersons, and thank you to TOS for inviting me. Very good morning to everyone. So I wanted to share a few challenging situations. It's been a passion for me to do pediatric cataract surgery since my PG days when I did my thesis on one of these topics. So we've seen it evolve in a crazy way. Pediatric IOL implantation has come a long way since when we started. We used to do epilenticular IOLs, I remember, during my residency, and then now we've come such a long way. The unthinkable sometimes starts becoming acceptable. We've seen the age of IOL implantation in children dwindle over the years, and today there will be some surgeons ready to implant IOLs in less than the 6 months old infants when indicated. The important considerations are the timing of cataract surgery or case selection, the age of the child, unilateral versus a bilateral cataract, the cause of the cataract, the IOL concentrations, where importantly the biometry challenges in children, especially in infants, the right IOL formulas, and then the target refraction that you should be aiming for, which are beyond the scope of my talk. The ideal IOL design, whether you should be going with a single piece or a 3-piece or something else. Then of course the availability of the powers of the lens, because sometimes you have a very high power where IOLs may not be easily available. And then choosing the type of IOL. There have been debates about using toric IOLs in children and also multifocals. There have been studies done on that. And then the surgery itself can be challenging with lots of situations with the rexes, with the posterior capsule management, and so many other things, and then wound management as well. So here I wanted to share this young child with juvenile rheumatoid arthritis and band-shaped keratopathy with a festooned pupil, and we went with treating the band-shaped keratopathy first and with DDT, and then we wanted to rehabilitate this child who had dropped out of school because both eyes had dense cataract. We followed him up for almost a year. This was during COVID times, and I remember very challenging times that we had to operate this young child. But these surgeries can be gratifying, and I'm sorry about that overlay, but we were able to, my cornea surgeon was helping me with this part of the procedure, and then we allowed the child to stabilize for about 3 months, and then went in with surgery at about 3 months with a much better cornea to deal with. So here you can see that the synechias are going to make this very challenging. So here I sometimes like to do this step under infusion. I'm not using any viscoelastic because my left hand is an infusion. It helps because all the pigment which is released at this time, because the chamber is stable, and along with that you can have a washing away of whatever pigments are being released. So you can see that I'm switching hands now, and at this point also sometimes if I have to stain the capsule for some patients, then putting in viscoelastic will sometimes complicate the step of the stain, because I like to use very little trypan blue under a bubble. And here you have to be very patient, because if you pull hard you can disinsert the iris from the root, you can cause tears, and you have to go with micro instrumentation sometimes to clear off pigments which may be stuck. And you can see it's starting to look much better, and then now comes the time when you can inject a good viscoelastic. Here I'm using Viscoat, so that because it serves the dual purpose of protecting the endothelium and maintaining the chamber as well. And then good instrumentation, as I said, these are micro-rexis forceps which I have designed. They allow you to see through the forceps. You can actually, it's almost like a pincer, and you can visualize the capsule even under the area where you are holding the capsule. And these are 23 gauge, so you can easily go through any side port. So once you have a decent rexis, in such eyes you would like to have a rexis which is a fair size, so later on we may enlarge this rexis, because you don't want synechias forming in a very small rexis, because then again there will be situations, and they do form in such children in any case again afterwards. So of course cortex is removed easily, and here I am doing an hydroimplantation. And here for this child with very high astigmatism, we have used a toric lens to cut down the amount of astigmatism. And once the lens is sitting in the bag, we can now try to enlarge that rexis and clean up everything before you come out. So first I remove all the pigment over there, and then I can give a small nick onto that capsule. And then of course you can snip off some of these tags which may be attached to the pupil edge. And you can see all this is happening under infusion, so it makes the surgery much cleaner because you're constantly washing away whatever is coming out. But then your side ports should be absolutely sized to your instruments, otherwise if there's a lot of flow of fluid happening, chamber will be fluctuant and then you will not have much control. So all your instruments have to be calibrated. So I use 22 gauge side ports, which keeps my surgery clear. So this patient, here I'm doing my trypan blue test, which I described almost 7-8 years back, just to check for leaks. So this is like a Seedles, and it helps you. The patient did really well after this. And for that time, we got a great outcome, even correcting the astigmatism for this child. And later on, of course, this boy could go back to school, and that was the most gratifying thing that I could have done. Of course, now he's again having challenges because he's gone on to develop lots of other complications in the posterior segment, which is a different matter. Here I'm, this was a short video of my first toric IOL in a pediatric eye. This is almost 15 years back, about an 8-year-old child where we had posterior capsular plaque. And you can see that using the traditional way of marking. And let me just take you to the point where we are doing a primary capsulotomy after. So here you can see that it's sometimes challenging because there are plaques, and this will make the capsule very friable. And after initiating the rexus, I sometimes do it with an MVR, and I sometimes would do it in under viscoelastic with a 26 gauge cystitome. And then these things can sometimes become challenging because the capsule starts to tear unpredictably if it's friable, as it might be with some of these plaques. Then you have to use your quality of recording here is not great because it's a very old video, but I just wanted to share that even with those days when we were still doing. And this child continues to come to me for follow-up today after almost 13-14 years, and luckily the astigmatism of almost 3.5 diopters remains almost well corrected. This child is almost 20 years old now, and I was trying to look for a post-op eye trace to show how well it is corrected. I couldn't locate it. So this looks nice, and you can center the IOL, and if you have a good sized posterior rexus, your single piece lens can sit in the back predictably. A small anterior vitrectomy would help in these eyes. So again, the trypan blue test over there. Going on, sometimes you'll have these dense plaques, and then you have to decide how you want to deal with them. Again, as I said, it can be unpredictable, so you have to again use your improvisation and see how you're going to get the plaques out, and then do a primary rexus as well. I like to do a primary rexus in all eyes which are below 4 to 5 years of age, and that helps because it gives you those, it avoids intervention in the early stages. Otherwise, you have to sometimes go back and do a secondary intervention within 6 months. 3-piece lenses are always more, preferred here, and you can do an optic capture. So here I'm going to do an optic capture for this patient. So this helps in 2 ways. It ensures that the lens remains well centered, and also once it's locked in, it helps. This is the way I like to now close out my wounds if I'm not suturing them. Less than 2 years, I would always suture them. But after 2 years, if possible, I make the supraincisional pocket. So this helps because I do a lot of toric IOLs, and when you suture these incisions, they tend to induce a lot of astigmatism, and you can see that that supraincisional pocket, which was hydrated, has ensured that my wound is nicely sealed. Doesn't work in every patient, but in many patients you can complete the surgery without having to suture. And again, suture management over here. This patient I'm having infusion on in my left hand, and this is a main port which I'm forming a small supraincisional pocket, and then I will hydrate it so that it helps seal that. So after that, if your side port is leaky, sometimes in this case the side port was leaky as well, so I was able to seal that as well. You can see I'll do a trypan blue test at this point and see if there is a leak, and if there is a leak, you can actually go and make a small supraincisional pocket there as well, and then complete it. So then that will take care of the leak. So that's a supraincisional pocket on the side port, and that gives you the message. Going on, this was a situation where, again a pediatric case where we had a small rexus to deal with. So the primary rexus that we made, it was an intumescent cataract. So you can see that my initial rexus is of a slightly smaller size. I'm aspirating some of the cortex to decompress the lens, and then I'm going on with a second round to complete it. In spite of a second round, my rhexis remained small. I wanted to later on enlarge it at the end of surgery, as I showed you in the previous case. So, however, all that went off well. Then we got a lens in. This is a 3-piece lens. I'm trying to negotiate it into the bag, but the haptic has got stuck in the zonular area, and I'm trying to just retrieve it. You can see that sometimes in these eyes there will be a struggle. I manage that, but eventually I get it into the bag. Now the optic is big and the rhexis is small, so I'm somehow negotiating this optic into the bag. At this point I was really thinking I should have enlarged the rhexis before I implanted the lens, but most often I usually do it at the end of surgery, because then it's more predictable and you have the cushion of the IOL inside the bag. Now here, when we got the second haptic in, it required a bit of manipulation. As you can see, it won't go in easily. Finally, what happened is that after trying for almost 2-3 minutes, I was in a situation here. I managed to get that second haptic into the bag, but that led to a rupture of the posterior capsule because the IOL was too big for the bag. This was about a 6-month-old child is what I remember. So now I'm going to have to put this, bring this capsule, this IOL above the rhexis. So I'm trying to enlarge the rhexis, and the IOL is hanging actually. So it becomes challenging then coming from the other side, because I need to make another port, give another snip, and then enlarge it, because this IOL is going to sink anytime. And I managed to then catch hold of the haptic, and with a double-handed technique, hand-on-hand technique, I bring on one haptic and then negotiate the IOL and try to bring it out of the rhexis. So these challenges can arise in pediatric cataract surgery, and you have to have the right instrumentation and patience to deal with them. So finally we were able to get this IOL above. I'll just finish with this, sir. And then gently tuck these haptics into the sulcus, and we could get an optic capture and finish the surgery nicely. And finally the patient did well. So with that, I'll try to close, I'll finish off, and I would love to invite everyone to AIOC midterm, which is going to happen in Dehradun, October 25 to 27. You are all invited. Excellent weather in Dehradun at that time, and we are halfway up to Mussoorie at the venue, which is a beautiful venue. So please do register online if you still haven't done it. And the venue hotel is at a very discounted price thanks to our AIOC team. They've helped us negotiate a great price with the hotel. So with that, thank you so much.
Thanks, Gaurav. Yes, from AIOS side also, we would like to extend all of you a cordial invitation to attend the mid-year AIOS meeting at Dehradun. The rates are really discounted. They have given us a good bargain. I request everyone, all of you who are interested, to please register and attend. With that, we move on to the next topic by Dr. Harshul Tak. He shall be speaking on safety strategies for hard white cataracts.
Thank you so much, sir. And at the outset, I'd like to thank entire Telangana Ophthalmic Society for inviting me. And special thanks to my dear friend Rishi Swarup for having me here. I'll be sharing few videos on how to tackle brown, black and white cataract. Can I have feed from my laptop? Okay. So we all know that these brown black cataract, they are really difficult nut to crack. But if you have a good strategy, you can deal with any kind of cataract. So the technique which I'm going to share with you is what I call drill and chop, which I described and presented in 2010 in ESCRS Paris and in Vienna. It's very simple technique. But we need to remember that these cataracts, they of course need some extra time and patience, because these are not like regular cataracts. You need to do good specular count. If you have a specular microscope with you, you need to protect corneal endothelium, so you need to use chondroitin sulfate based OVD so that you don't damage corneal endothelium. So coming to, once you stain anterior capsule, you need to make rhexis which is not too small, because if you make a smaller rhexis, it's difficult to chop the nucleus and you may damage the anterior capsular rhexis margin while chopping or while taking out the nuclear pieces. And it should not be too large also, because at the end of the surgery you're going to put an IOL which may be multifocal, trifocal, toric or whatever IOLs. They need to be there, locked nicely in capsular bag. So you make adequate size capsular rhexis. Always use capsular rhexis forceps so that you have good control of capsulorhexis. And what you need to do is you go and drill in the center part of the nucleus. Because the central endonuclear core is the toughest part of this cataract, so by drilling in the center, you are weakening the central endonuclear core. So I'm going ahead, this is 1.8 millimeter co-MICS strip which I routinely use. So you go ahead and drill in the center, go deeper down in center, keep on rotating the nucleus with chopper, drill again. So by drilling you are doing two things. First, you are weakening this central core, and secondly, when you are going to chop, you are at a deeper plane, your chop becomes much more effective. So what is the end point is that when you chop, you should be able to crack the nucleus in two halves. So here I go ahead and hold the nucleus deeper down, get a good hold. And the another advantage of drilling here in the center, not going like a crater and chop, is that you are not near the capsulorhexis margin. You are very well in the center, holding the nucleus strongly, and your chopper is coming from like this. So you have a through and through crack in the first go. Look here, it's all drilled in the center. You rotate the nucleus 180 degree. So you should be patient enough for all these maneuvers. Again, go ahead and hold this nucleus here and complete this crack on both the sides. So now you have two halves. Rotate again nucleus 90 degree and get another small pieces there. Again, go ahead and hold it here. So be slow. So unless you get full division of first half, it's very difficult to go ahead. So you should have full crack in the first place. So if you properly utilize this strategy, you can take care of any kind of nucleus. Remember that these brown and black cataracts, they don't have much of the epinucleus cushion there. So you need to be very careful while you are emulsifying them that they don't damage the posterior capsule. You may come down on your parameters when you're coming to the last pieces, and in between you can always supplement OVD to protect corneal endothelium. And this is the end of the surgery. You go ahead and do cortical irrigation aspiration. This is the hydroimplantation technique. This term I coined in 2010. It was published in JCRS in 2010. You just put your irrigation cannula in anterior chamber. Keep the tip of irrigation cannula over the optic so that IOL doesn't flip, and use Kuglen hook to put IOL in the capsular bag. And this is my hydro stitch cannula, which is manufactured by Epsilon. It's very useful to hydrate all the wall of the incisions. Coming to the white cataracts, this is the case which had intumescent cataract. So first thing, what I prefer is not to dilate these patients 3 or 4 hours before surgery, because many times you may get high IOP and corneal edema because of the angle closure. So just put Phenocan Plus on the table and the pupil dilates here. So we all know that the difficulty in these kind of cataract is of increased intracapsular pressure. So the technique which is preferable is, this is the high molecular weight OVD which I am using. This is sequential 2-stage capsulorhexis. Go ahead and try to make very small capsulorhexis in the center. So make a curvilinear cut there with the 26 gauge cystitome. And once you have this central opening, go with 27 gauge cannula and see the amount of fluid which is coming in cannula. And it's important that you not only go ahead from main port, you go from side ports also, because fluid is all around. So I go from another side port, and once you have debulked capsular bag nicely, Then you go from side port, give a small snip there, and enlarge the capsulorhexis easily to the perfect size. Now see, the entire intumescence has gone. So you should have these microcapsulorhexis forceps, because in these kind of cataract you need to change the direction of forces again and again. Most of these white cataracts, they are brittle, so nothing great in chopping them. You can chop easily and finish the case. Another case, again same technique. Give nick in the center, try to make very small rhexis in center. Here with cystitome itself I am able to complete the rhexis. Go ahead and debulk from all the side. Look at the amount of fluid which is coming. You can see the moment you suck off all this fluid, it becomes very easy. Go ahead and give snip. Now coming to the white cataracts which have Morgagnian cataract, here the problem is not of increased intracapsular pressure. The problem is that the capsular bag is very weak, fragile, zonules are weak. So anterior capsule have plaques. The moment you give nick, fluid comes off. The anterior capsule have a lot of plaques there, so you need to be careful that it doesn't go in periphery while you're making capsulorhexis. Keep on putting viscoelastic. And another problem in these kind of cataracts is to chop these mobile nuclei which are very dense. So the technique which in my hand works best is to again go down and hold the nucleus, lift it up and get a chopper from the equator of the lens to crack it in 2 pieces. And once you have cracked like this, you can easily convert it into smaller pieces and finish the case. So in the end, you should have size of the capsulorhexis which is not too small. So here I realize that here the size of the capsulorhexis is small. So always go ahead and secondarily enlarge. Give a snip there and enlarge the rhexis to proper size. So one more case, same technique. I think I have 14 seconds. So I'll quickly show one more. This is an unedited video. I just want to share just 15-18 minutes. Don't take much time. So another black cataract. Make capsulorhexis of good size. And look at the hardness of the nucleus. So I go ahead and put viscoelastic, drill in center. So once you have drilled deeper, you can have good hold of the nucleus and just look at the crack. It's through and through. So that's the beauty of this technique, that it works very well in harder cataracts. Thank you very much for giving this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, Harshul. There is a slight modification in the AIOS session. What we thought sitting here, 3 of us, over the last half an hour is in order to save some time, because we are running terribly late, Dr. Santosh, instead of presenting his scientific talk, he will speak for 4 minutes on the center state connect with AIOS and TOS, what the ideal center state connect should be, what are the initiatives of AIOS with this, not TOS, with all the states. So after that, this 4-minute presentation, since Dr. Namrata could not come to the event physically, she has sent her video and that's a sponsored CIPLA talk. We shall be playing that at the end. So over to Santosh to speak about AIOS initiatives Center State Connect.
Thank you, Manoj. Good morning. AIS is our national society and it has 26,000 plus members, making it the largest society of professional ophthalmologists in the world, surpassing American Academy of Ophthalmology because they have only annual membership, not lifetime membership. We start off with establishing good governance in AIOS, collecting accurate data. Now we have data of more than 90% of members, accurate data in terms of email and mobile numbers, which Manoj worked very hard for. We are prompt with communication, there are proactive changes, transparency in the system, and financial prudence. In education and training, we have what is called AIOS Vision 2030. 2030 is the 100th year of AIOS and we are progressing towards it. Dr. Samar Basek's initiative of AIOS Vision 2030 is shaping up very well, not just in terms of ground level work, epidemiological work, working towards myopia elimination or progression. Apart from that, we have Vision 2030 for AIOS education as well. We already have the national curriculum, but what is the use of curriculum if there is no robust teaching cadre? That is the reason why Guru Sangam was established, where teachers compete against each other for the best teacher award. This is an online program. It runs for about 6 months. At the end of it, national resource teachers are identified. These are postgraduate teachers who go back to their medical colleges to teach better. They are equipped with modern teaching skills. Then we have to create a level learning field. All medical colleges don't have equal opportunities for practical learning, and hands-on diagnostic and surgical training is very important, and Prayogshala was established just for that purpose. Now we are taking Prayogshala to the community level. That's again Dr. Basek's initiative with Prayogshala Connect, where this can be held in any city or town with AIOS support, diagnostic and surgical. And if any medical college or an institute wants to upgrade their surgical skills, for example, if they want to learn lamellar keratoplasty, lamellar surgical skills, if they already have an eye bank, then the trainer from AIOS will go to that particular medical college, evaluate patients, sit with them, assist them, perform surgeries live, and show them how to move forward. We also have the Catalyst program. We have a proposal to establish Prayogshala regional wet labs, just like as we have in the headquarters in Delhi, and we propose to do it in the southern region first, possibly in Sarojini Devi because they have offered it in terms of place, etc., if that is possible. Raja is here, so he can further comment on it. Now, the next step after teaching is evaluation. We have ophthalmic knowledge assessment test, which is a resident level evaluation test. We had ICO earlier, which costs about 2 lakh rupees, but if we can do it by ourselves, why do we have to take ICO exams at all? This is a very robust program where we have annual exams for postgraduate students. OCAT year 1 test them in basic medical sciences, optics, refraction and instruments. Year 2 they get tested in clinical ophthalmology basics, and in year 3 it is analytical skills. Just on the lines of USMLE exam, where there are 3 steps and we don't have the 4th step here. Raw score and percentile will be compounded, and that will be used for fellowship matching as well as fellowship selection. And we are already in talks with various institutes where they would eliminate their own individual fellowship exams and use OCAT scores instead, and MRCO is already in the offing. This was the first OCAT test that was held last year, which was taken by 150 students. FACO has been made more robust. We have made complete online FACO. Application to examination, everything is online. And of course, we have the practical FACO as well. Last year, a record number of 288 students took FACO, and we have introduced FACO gold medals. In advocacy, there are multiple facets: dissemination of knowledge to sensitization of what is right, reporting what is wrong. The adverse reactions committee is taking care of that. Industry relations, fighting the wrong in terms of insurance, Clinical Establishments Act. We have a Supreme Court case that's going on the Clinical Establishments Act, Article 29. Advocacy at the level of the government as well. This was the Netragyan initiative on the pink eye. Member-centric activities, we are using the online portal for emergent, practical and topical educational activities, and also practice-oriented and cutting-edge knowledge. For the creative edge in ophthalmology, we have come up with AIOS Times, which is a quarterly magazine. It's a tabletop magazine. It's for everybody to write to. It's a creative magazine, not just ophthalmology. And for comprehensive professional indemnity insurance, we have AIS Suraksha, which has reduced the premium. It also provides medico-legal support to the members. Entertainment, of course, AIS Indian Idol and AIS Utsav. And for the younger individuals, we have Impetus to Innovation. This is with LVPI. I Invent Hackathon. The first initiative was held last year and the second one is due this year. We have the AIS Young Masters Challenge and also Women Redressal Forum. All this has been finally curated online on the YouTube channel with the one AIOS channel where all the wings of AIOS have put in their material. It's a composite channel, one single subscription, and you'll get to have all the activities of AIOS. You can see the rising numbers of access, 358,000 last year, which is like 1,000 per day, which is a very high access on YouTube and on the WhatsApp channel as well. This I would like to bring to attention of Telangana State Ophthalmological Society that we have the Best State Society Award, and Telangana qualifies in the category of 1,000 to 1,500 members, and we need to apply. Last midterm was held in Vizag, and the next one, Gaurav has already invited you to Dehradun. But I would like to go ahead and invite you to APAO AIS conference, which is supposed to be held in Yashobhumi in Delhi. This is one of the largest conferences with 12,000 plus delegates from all over Asia and the world attending this conference. This is the most modern convention center in Delhi, the largest in Asia, which has 26 halls and ample space for trade, completely air conditioned. There is no need for any fabrication at all. So this is a kind of treat that we are expecting in AIOS APO Delhi in 2025. I thank all the office bearers of AIOS, specifically Dr. Sama Basak, who is the president and guiding us, and Manoj Mathur, treasurer, and all others, Namrata Sharma, Prashant Bhavankule, and Krishna Prasad Kudlu, for the help that we get. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Santosh. The AV team, please play the sponsored video of Dr. Namrata Sharma. This video is 7 minutes, and after that we conclude the session.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to apologize for not being able to make it in person to the Telangana Ophthalmic Society conference, and I would like to welcome all of you to the All India Ophthalmological Society Scientific Committee session in TOSCON, and I will be talking to you about role of intracameral moxifloxacin in prevention of post-cataract surgery endophthalmitis. There are no financial or proprietary interests, and there has been a decrease in the incidence of post-cataract surgery endophthalmitis from 1 to 0.05 to 0.1% over the last decade. Prophylaxis begins preoperatively with the help of topical antibiotics, povidone iodine instillation in conjunctival sac for 5 minutes, which is the most important step. Also, there is a role of intraoperative intracameral antibiotics, and of course, post-operatively, the topical antibiotics have to be given. Globally, it is the Coagulase negative staphylococcus, which is the commonest, and in India, it is the gram-negative infections, which is responsible for more than half of the infections. If you look at the ASCRS endophthalmitis prophylaxis survey right from 2007 to 2021, one notes that the respondents who use intracameral antibiotics is increasing from 30% to 66%. This is as per the latest survey by ASCRS, which clearly shows that there is an increasing use of intracameral prophylaxis, and as much as 93% would want to actually adopt it in their practice. The various antibiotics which are available for intracameral use are ceforex, moxifloxacin, vancomycin, and cefazolin. And the advantages of moxifloxacin over ceforex are that the preparations are available commercially, there's a wider spectrum of action, and of course there's concentration dependent killing with moxifloxacin. The ESCRS study of prophylaxis of postoperative endophthalmitis after cataract surgery in its preliminary report very clearly showed that there was rate of endophthalmitis which reduced from 0.34% to 0.062% with the use of intracameral cefuroxime, which was 5 times reduction. Hence, the study had to be aborted in between. The concerns with cefuroxime are the emergence of resistant gram-negative isolates, higher visual loss in cefuroxime injected patients, and it has to be compounded in pharmacy. Vancomycin was used for prophylaxis of endophthalmitis, but there were concerns of vancomycin-associated hemorrhagic occlusive retinal vasculitis, and this is a study in 36 eyes where 61% patients had visual acuity less than 20/200 and 22% of the patients had no PL. Intracameral moxifloxacin is classically used in a dose of 500 microgram per 0.1 ml, and generally it is preservative-free. And if you look at the efficacy studies, this is a retrospective study from Arvind Eye Hospital in over 1 lakh eyes, which has shown that there is 4-fold decrease in the patients undergoing MSICS as far as the endophthalmitis is concerned. Again, analysis of 6 lakh surgeries showed that there is a significant decrease in the rate of endophthalmitis, which is 3.5 times, and whenever there is a posterior capsular tear, the endophthalmitis rate increases by 7 times, and with the use of moxifloxacin, this also decreased to 0.21% in the PCR cases. This is a study from Japan which again looked at the efficacy and safety and found it to be useful. Yet another study which showed that there was no significant difference noted on endothelial cell loss or pachymetry by its use, and this was a randomized trial in 57 eyes which again showed that there were no adverse events reported. In terms of cost-effective analysis, if you compare it with the cases of endophthalmitis, then it is found to be much superior vis-a-vis the treatment itself of endophthalmitis. This is the AIOS survey results of cataract surgery antibiotic prophylaxis practice pattern in 2017, where 4,000 plus members responded, and we compared it with the ASCRS survey, and we found that there was similarity in decision for pre and post-op antibiotics and intracameral antibiotics, but there was dissimilarity in the choice of intracameral antibiotic and decision for the subcon antibiotic, which was much more in that survey at that point in time. This was a meta-analysis of more than 17 studies in more than 9 lakh eyes, which again favored the use of intracameral antibiotics. Again, this was a randomized study, but in a smaller number of subjects, which again showed that it was found to be useful. Now, the latest survey, which was taken by more than 1,800 members of the All India Ophthalmological Society, reported that there is a significant increase in its use in India from 40% to 58%, and especially this was especially amongst the young ophthalmologists. Of course, there were minor reactions which subsided in almost all the cases. We've recently concluded a randomized control trial in more than 22,000 patients, and this was a multi-centric trial, and our results are yet to be analyzed, and we would be coming out with the results soon. Moxifloxacin does help, and most parts of the country are using Begumpet, which is found to be useful, especially intracamerally, for prevention of endophthalmitis. A word about the ASCRS advisory. There are 2 different concentrations which are available, 0.5% and 0.1%. So the recommended volume to be injected is different for 2 concentrations, and incorrect dosing can lead to increased risk of TAS. So one has to be careful about the concentrations as well as about the percentage. In conclusion, intracameral moxifloxacin is safe and efficacious in prophylaxis of endophthalmitis after cataract surgery, and additional use of topical antibiotic needs to be validated after cataract surgery. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Namrata. I probably will message her thanks. So with that, we come to the end of the AIOS session. I would request all the speakers to come over to the dais for the certificate presentation. Do we have any mementos to be given to the guest speakers? Please. I would request Dr. Samar Basak to give the mementos. अच्छा, I think छोड़ दो. We don't have time. गौरव का. I'll give to you. Momento वहाँ पे. हाँ. ये नंदू भाई तो बैग लाया. I forgot to get my bag. Did you realize I have to go and the certificate? One speaker and one chairperson. Google చేస్తే నాకు కాంటాక్ట్ వస్తుంది. ఫోన్ చేసి తెలంగాణ ఆఫ్ మెడికల్ సొసైటీ పోతే నో ఐఎమ్ డాక్టర్ మనోజ్ మాథూర్ అంటే నో ఐఎమ్ సెక్రటరీ ఆఫ్ నాగేశ్వర్ రెడ్డి. We are not able to contact. So, sir wants to know any kind of program. The agenda ఎప్పుడు నేను చెప్పాను తయారు చేసి ఓకే అన్నది. తర్వాత ఫోన్ వచ్చింది కాబట్టి అది కాల్ హర్ బ్యాక్ అండ్ సార్ ప్లీజ్ సెండ్ సార్ ఆఫ్టర్ 20 minutes డిలే. థ్యాంక్ యూ. नहीं, डॉक्टर बद्रीनारायण, डॉक्टर भरत. May I invite Dr. Badrinarayana, Dr. Bharat Kumar, Dr. Rishi, and Dr. Rajlingam. Habituation is Raja. Dr. Rajlingam. Sir, your session, sir, please.
Hello everyone. It's our pleasure to welcome you to the most important part of the program, which is the orations. And the first set of orations will be happening now, just preceding the inauguration, which will happen soon after. It's our distinct privilege to welcome our both orators. Today we'll be doing the P. Shivareddy oration and the Rustam Ranji oration. The chairperson of the session is Dr. Badri Narayana, the president of TOS, co-chairperson Dr. Bharat Kumar. I am the moderator, Dr. Rishi Swaroop, and convener is Dr. Rajlingam. I would request that Dr. Badri Narayana can please come to the podium and introduce our first orator. Dr. Santosh Honawar will be receiving the Rustam Ranji oration. He is our local hero, and we have so much pride in how much he has achieved and how much we all have benefited from his presence in Telangana.
Good morning. It is a privilege to introduce Dr. Santosh Honawar, who is a recipient of Rustam Ranji oration. Presently, he is the director of ophthalmic plastic surgery and oncology, Center for Sight, Hyderabad, and also honorary secretary, All India Ophthalmological Society. He is also regional secretary for Asia Pacific Academy of Ophthalmology. As a student, he did his residency program in RP Center, AIMS, New Delhi, and senior residency also. And he established a oncology department in LV Prasad Institute. His mentors were Professor Shields, Jerry Shields and Carol Shields. And his passion for teaching and research, both side by side it goes like two rails, you see. So after joining Center for Sight, he started a PG education training program called iFocus. And not only for PGs, it is also helpful for all the practitioners and who are interested to learn things. And the viewership is more than 2 million regular viewers, not occasional viewers. I have also followed many iFocus programs, and I taught my postgraduates also to look into that. And he was the editor of Indian Journal of Ophthalmology, and that impact factor is responsible to raise from 0.8 to 3, and people started reading thoroughly the journal like good information. And the research part, when we take the research part, and he participated in many national, international platforms, and he had his research published 400 index journals, and he tops one of the top researchers of the India, that is according to the Stanford list. And his awards and honors goes to a big list there. I will try to be brief. Colonel Rangareddy gold medal by AOS, and at that time he was very youngest. Only as a resident he got a Colonel Rangachari award. It is phenomenal, and you can know as a resident to get that award. And a P. Shivareddy award, national award for AOS, Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar award from Government of India, and again his mentors, Jerry Shield International award by Asia Pacific Academy of Ophthalmology, and another achievement, great achievement, is Lifetime Achievement Award from American Academy of Ophthalmology, and highest award from Royal College of Ophthalmology, UK, both the fellowship as well as the highest award. And I present Dr. Santosh Honawar.
Thank you very much, Dr. Badri Narayan sir, President of TOS, for this kind introduction. And I thank Telangana Ophthalmological Society Secretary Dr. Rajalingam and Scientific Committee Chairperson Rishi Swarup for this honor. I was asked to speak on Rustum Ranji oration. On the occasion of Rustum Ranji oration, I would like to recollect that Dr. Rustum Ranji was one of the leading practitioners of Hyderabad. He was one of the forebearers of ophthalmology practice, very highly technical practice at that time, fully equipped, and in his honor we have this particular oration. I have chosen the topic ocular surface tumors because it's the most common of all tumors, not retinoblastoma, not melanoma, but the ocular surface tumors are the most common of any eye cancers that can happen anywhere from pole to pole. But 50% of these ocular surface tumors are malignant. So there is this potential for loss of eye and also loss of life because half of them are malignant. And ordinarily the local tumor recurrence rate ranges from 20 to 30%, which is really not good if you are dealing with a malignant tumor. These points being made, it is important for us to learn how to manage ocular tumors, ocular surface tumors well. We all have good surgical skills, there is no doubt at all. If you are a good phacoemulsification surgeon, you can do anything because that's one of the most delicate surgeries that can be done in ophthalmology. But then unless you combine phacoemulsification or any surgical skills with oncological principles, then you'll not get optimal outcome. Not removing a tumor is not good enough, but you have to go beyond that in treating a particular tumor. So these are oncological principles that we have for ocular surface tumors. First is to accurately determine the diagnosis and the extent of the tumor. Not to use topical therapy because topical therapy is currently in vogue, but we should not use it until we are sure of the diagnosis. And whenever we do surgery, edge and base clearance is very important. Edge is fine, we can look at the tumor on slit lamp and we know where the edge is. But what about the base? Tumors are opaque to slit lamp evaluation, so unless you bring in imaging modalities, you will not know where exactly is the base of the tumor and you will not be able to remove the tumor with base clearance. And whenever we do adjuvant therapy, that has to be histopathology guided, and of course regional lymph node metastasis has to be screened for. Now, the most important tool that we have in diagnosing ocular surface tumor is of course slit lamp evaluation. These are 4 patients, young individuals. All 4 of them have a pigmented lesion in the interpalpebral aperture. One is in the superior bulbar conjunctiva. Now, if I ask the audience as to which one of this is not a nevus, sometimes there might be a controversy. Some of you may say that this is not a nevus, some of you may say that this is too large to be a nevus, some of you may say that this is too fleshy to be a nevus. So there might be some controversy, right? We have a clinical checklist. Any lesion which is pigmented, which is located in the interpalpebral bulbar location, which has variable pigmentation starting from tan brown to dark brown, no corneal epithelial invasion, stop shots at the limbus, no episcleral fixity, and no intrinsic vascularity, feeder vessels are okay, then that is a nevus. But beyond that, if you have any doubt at all, you can do anterior segment OCT. Nevi are supposed to be spongy. So if a particular pigmented lesion has microcyst, small cyst, or macrocyst, large cyst, then you can be pretty sure that it is a nevus that you are dealing with and not a melanoma, because melanoma is a solid tumor. It does not have microcysts and macrocysts. The use of imaging comes handy in a child like this who is just 11-year-old, but his parents are both physicians. They have noticed this fleshy pink lesion abutting the limbus, crossing over the limbus by just 0.5 millimeter with some vascularity, and they are worried about it. They have never seen it earlier, they say. Now, when we do imaging, we find that there was cyst, so it was confirmed to be a case of nevus. Now, what if a nevus turns into a melanoma? This is a patient where the pigmentation is very sparse, but the cysts were always there. This was a nevus that the patient always had. From there, a new melanoma arose a year later, and that was solid. So you can differentiate a melanoma from a nevus, and we also can judge whether a nevus has turned into a melanoma. This was my patient who had left the city for about 7 years for higher education, came back after 7 years with a new lesion that had grown from a pre-existing nevus. That was the nevus that he always had, and this black tumor had kind of grown from a pre-existing nevus. Now when we did imaging here, you find that there are microcysts in the area exactly where there is nevus, and the lesion is solid exactly in the region where there is melanoma. And this is a zone of transition of a pre-existing nevus into a melanoma. So even that can be judged when you do a good anterior segment imaging. About ocular surface squamous neoplasia, we have a triad of keratin, abnormal vascularity and rose Bengal staining, which give you very high sensitivity and specificity. So if you have a particular limbal lesion which has keratin, abnormal vascularity, feeder vessels and intrinsic vascularity and stains with rose Bengal, then you're pretty sure as the pathologist, that you're dealing with a case of ocular surface squamous neoplasia. But then in clinical medicine, obviously diseases don't read books, so you will have a variation where there might be some kind of a diagnostic conflict. Then you can again bring in anterior segmentosity, where it's been described that if this grayish corneal epithelium turns hyperreflective, that is white, hyperplastic, that means it becomes thicker, and abruptly terminates or truncates with a snout, then that is ocular surface squamous neoplasia. So you can use it for diagnosis, and more importantly, you can use it to estimate the base. When you talk about topical therapy, we have chemotherapeutic agents which are mitomycin and 5-fluorouracil, and interferon alpha-2b is the current preferred modality of management, where we can either use it for complete tumor control, that's called immunotherapy. Immunoreduction is when you reduce the size of the tumor and then do surgery, and immunomodulation is to prevent tumors from recurring, such as patients with xeroderma pigmentosum or HIV seropositivity, where we use immunomodulation. Small tumors can of course be treated with topical therapy. They go away in about 6 to 8 weeks. This is one more small recurrent tumor treated with interferon. But the most important indication for topical therapy would be corneal OSSN. This was a patient where there was corneal OSSN. My cornea colleague had done a biopsy here, after which he confirmed the diagnosis and sent the patient over to me. And that's the exact area where there's a subtle residual corneal scar after the entire rest of the tumor was taken care of by topical therapy. Which means that if you were to do surgery in a patient with corneal OSSN, possibly you'll have some scar in the pupillary axis residual that would preclude vision 6, and 6, etc. So whenever there is a patient with corneal OSSN, definitely you should consider topical therapy as the primary modality. What if the tumor happens in the graft-host junction? This was a patient with xeroderma pigmentosum. This is the third graft for this patient. Other eye is thicical. Now we have to save this graft, and this patient unfortunately has a tumor right at the graft-host junction. Surgery is an option, but short of surgery, you can use topical interferon. You can see the clarity of the graft being maintained and the tumor completely going away after about 3 months of topical interferon. So this is a clear indication for topical therapy. Also, if tumor is more than 6 clock hours in limbal extent, there is a fear that there might be limbal stem cell deficiency. If you were to excise such a large lesion, you can do simple limbal epithelial transplantation, but short of that, you can definitely use topical therapy to maintain the integrity of the limbus and have a scarless healing. For diffuse OSSN, which is occupying more than 60, 70, 80% of the ocular surface, topical therapy is a clear option where you have a scarless healing without any surgery at all. For all this to be done, you have to be sure of the diagnosis, and that comes with your slit lamp evaluation coupled with anterior segmentosity. This is called immunoreduction or chemoreduction, where if you have a large tumor like this, you can reduce it to a much smaller tumor before you treat it surgically. That happens because if this is the limbus, this is the tumor. Tumor has a zone where there is invasive squamous cell carcinoma, that's followed by carcinoma in situ and mild, moderate and severe dysplasia. Topical therapy would take away all these zones, and what is finally left is the invasive squamous cell carcinoma component that has to be surgically excised. So immunoreduction has a definite role in minimizing your surgical intervention and thereby maximizing vision. If you have a diffuse tumor, of course, you can bring in injection interferon, where about 50% of patients can be saved from undergoing orbital exentration. When you do topical therapy, you should also know when not to do it. When you have a diagnostic dilemma, you should not do it. This patient looks as if he has OSSN, but when you evert the lid, you see that the lid margin is grossly thickened, posterior lid margin is all rounded, there are no meibomian gland orifices seen, and the lashes are sparse. So this is pegytoid sebaceous gland carcinoma, where you should not use topical therapy at all. So you should know when not to do it, and when you're also not sure of the depth. This patient had scleral invasion already, somebody started him on topical therapy, and in fact he has progressed. So these are situations where you should not attempt topical therapy at all. And whenever there is poor compliance again. So when you talk about surgery, we talk about surgery with excision of the edge as well as base with 4 mm clearance for the edge, alcohol-assisted keratoepithelectomy for the corneal epithelial component, and excision edge cryotherapy. As I already mentioned, edge is very easy to determine, and that is the edge. Whatever that is seen clinically plus whatever that stains with rose bengal, all you consider as the edge. Beyond that, you simply go 4 millimeter and you have a chance of success of about 95 to 98% assured as far as the edge recurrence is concerned. But for the base, you have to depend on histopathology after excision. But what if you have left some tumor at the base behind because of your wrong judgment about the base? That's why we do imaging these days. This is a patient where you can very clearly see that the tumor is confined to conjunctiva. This bubbly layer is tenon, so your dissection will be in the episcleral plane, no beyond. You don't have to do lamellar sclerectomy at all. For this patient with corneal OSSN, we already know that the tumor has played the corneal stroma. So obviously this patient is not going to work if you simply excise the tumor and leave the stromal tumor behind. Either the patient needs a full thickness keratoplasty or you have to do brachytherapy because the stroma is already involved. This you cannot judge by slit lamp evaluation because the tumor is opaque. So you have to use anterior segment imaging, and also it's a good idea to have a large conjunctival drawing just like the fundus drawing in a complicated clinical situation and take it to your OR, because after you give peribulbar block, some of the subtle details of the tumor may be masked. Surgery is extremely simple. You simply mark 4 millimeter beyond the clinically detectable edge of the tumor. What instrument you use for surgery is totally dependent on the individual surgeon. I am being a oculoplasty background, I prefer RF electrode because it gives you a very precise cut and minimal bleeding. You can see exactly what you're doing if you use such devices rather than scissor and blade. That's the edge excision, 4 millimeter from the tumor margin, and you always lift the edge up, non-involved edge up, and excise to reach the limbus from the conjunctival side. Cauterize the blood vessels at the base, apply absolute alcohol to the tumor edge and beyond. This is to de-epithelize the corneal epithelium which is involved by the tumor. That is a subclinical tumor you don't want to leave behind. Simply scroll off the corneal epithelium along with the corneal component of the tumor towards the limbus. So we have already reached the limbus from the conjunctival side. Now we are reaching the limbus from the corneal side. Epithelium is removed very gently without disturbing the Bowman's membrane. Bowman's is the barrier for the tumor getting into the stroma. OSSN is a tumor of the limbal stem cells, and finally you have to do a very superficial limbectomy to excise the tumor off the limbus. That would definitely involve some amount of damage to the limbal stem cells. So when you excise it off the limbus like this, under visualization, there is no chance of leaving a clinically evident tumor behind. Then you do excision edge cryotherapy using a 3 millimeter cryoprobe. This will give you an additional benefit of 3 to 4 millimeter. With these 3 steps, you can reduce the chance of local tumor recurrence to less than 2%. Otherwise, it's 20 to 30%. There are no additional expensive steps that are done here. Very simple steps, but oncologically relevant. Twice over, that's the excision edge cryotherapy. Then you have an option of doing excision base cryotherapy as well. If you have noticed that the tumor has extended slightly deeper, then you repair the ocular surface using either conjunctival autograft or a glued on amniotic membrane, whichever is your choice, but the conjunctiva has to be repaired. That's important. So that's the end of surgery, and patients really do well following surgery if you have done it using the oncological principles and using the right techniques. Now, what about patients who have scleral invasion or intraocular extension? These were considered beyond surgery in terms of excision, and we would do extended enucleation or orbital exentration earlier. This was the kind of situations we were ending up with just 5, 6, 7 years ago. Now we have brachytherapy for scleral and intraocular extension. Like this patient could be excised in flush with sclera, and the residual in the sclera could be treated with ruthenium brachytherapy, which worked very well. You can see this kind of results with secondary plaque brachytherapy. In secondary plaque brachytherapy, what we do is we excise the tumor in flush with the sclera, wait for the pathologist to confirm that the sclera is indeed involved or the base is indeed positive, then we go back and do plaque. So we have a histopathological evidence to do plaque, that is secondary brachytherapy. They do well. But what if a patient has stromal melt already? Here, suppose I try to excise it, then I would end up possibly with a corneal perforation because there is stromal melt already. In such situations, you simply do a very small incisional biopsy, confirm the diagnosis on the table, and then apply plaque right on top of the tumor. That's called primary plaque brachytherapy, which also works fairly well. And in melanoma, of course, it works very well. So plaque brachytherapy has helped us salvage eyes with scleral invasion and intraocular extension. This was a patient with 6/6 vision, but he had a recurrent melanoma, operated thrice earlier elsewhere, and he had a diffuse melanoma to boot. And in such patients, we can definitely consider eye salvage if that is possible in terms of plaque brachytherapy. This patient unfortunately had intraocular extension as well. You can see the ciliary processes here, and on UBM you can see that the ciliary body is already involved, but he was keen on eye salvage. There we again use this extensive technique. We are marking 4 mm from the margin, and excision is by using electrosurgical devices. His muzzle had to be disinserted because the insertion of the muzzle was involved. Fornix was very thoroughly checked that there was no residual pigmentation. Alcohol was applied for the corneal epithelial component. Muzzle was reinserted back after excising the stump and getting a frozen section on the muzzle stump that there was negativity of the excised edge of the muzzle. Ruthenium plaque was applied. This was a rotational plaque technique where the entire bed of the tumor was covered. So this kind of an extensive surgery can yield good results. You can see that the entire ocular surface has been resurfaced with amniotic membrane. Symblepharon ring has been placed. But at the end of it, the results are gratifying. This is 3 years later, the patient is free of tumor and has good vision. So you can do extensive surgery in situations where there is no regional lymph node metastasis already with very good results. This is a patient with intraocular extension of a tumor, 20-year-old young individual with multiple prior surgeries elsewhere. You can see choroid being involved and also ciliary body involvement with a choroidal and a retinal detachment. Patient was very keen on eye salvage. It's not a killer disease. OSSN is definitely not a disease that would kill a patient because if at all it would go to regional lymph nodes. So here we planned a stereotactic radiotherapy for the patient, and the patient did well. The intraocular component went away and the ciliary body component also went away. Only in desperate situations would we do orbital exenteration. Adjuvant therapy is based on histopathology. I won't go into the details, but I would definitely want to stress on the use of target therapy in ocular surface tumors. This patient has conjunctival lymphoma, but at the same time he has an orbital extension as well, which cannot be taken away easily because it is extending quite posteriorly beyond the equator. So we excise the conjunctival component, and for the orbital component we use perilesional target therapy with rituximab. 6 injections is all that is required, and we can avoid radiation in those patients. For conjunctival melanoma, we have, based on the mutation, we have various target therapeutic agents. Most of these are currently available. Reports are appearing in the literature about pembrolizumab and nivolumab. This was my own patient where the patient had regional lymph node metastasis with a PAM with diffuse conjunctival melanoma. Since regional lymph node metastasis was a priority, he was started on nivolumab, and 3 months later you can see that the conjunctival component has also fairly nearly vanished, possibly making it a case for use of target therapy in diffuse non-excisable lesions, especially melanoma, where you want to avoid surgery or surgery cannot be performed for various reasons. So in conclusion, I would say that in ocular surface tumors, adherence to oncological principles in combination with a very simple, straightforward surgical technique can optimize life, eye and vision salvage. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. That was an amazing oration, and I'm sure all of us have learned so much about ocular surface tumors, and no better person in the world to learn it from. I request all the officials to hand over the oration award to Dr. Santosh Unap. After that amazing oration that we just heard, Rustam Ranji oration, the next oration is the P. Shiva Reddy oration. And for this year we have none other than Dr. R. Krishna Prasad. He is a towering figure from Karnataka, and it's my privilege to introduce him. Dr. R. Krishna Prasad is one of the directors and the head of pediatric ophthalmology and glaucoma services at the M.M. Joshi Eye Institute, a premier super specialty institute of North Karnataka. He has been in the forefront of ophthalmic education and has been spearheading the efforts of postgraduate education and skill enhancement. Being the best outgoing student of Karnataka University with 8 gold medals in MBBS, he completed his MD ophthalmology from the prestigious RP Center, AIIMS, with honors. He is the director of postgraduate training and fellowship programs at the M.M. Joshi Eye Institute, a niche area very close to his heart. He is the deputy director of community services and has been working tirelessly on pediatric ophthalmology projects. Dr. Krishna Prasad has held many positions of responsibility at the local, state and national levels for ophthalmic associations. He has been chairman scientific committee and editor of the state ophthalmic journal Chakshu of Karnataka Ophthalmological Society for 2 years. He is the past president of Hubli Dharwad Ophthalmic Association and the present secretary of the Deccan Ophthalmological Association. Dr. Krishna Prasad has undergone a fellowship training in pediatric ophthalmology at Storm Eye Institute, Medical University of South Carolina, USA. He has 3 international publications and 12 national publications in peer-reviewed journals. Postgraduate education has been the passion of Dr. Krishna Prasad. He has been a postgraduate teacher for the last 30 years. He has been awarded Best Teacher Award by ANBI and by FOTI, which is Forum of Ophthalmic Teachers of India. He regularly conducts a unique 4-day program for training the exam-going postgraduates, which has been named Eye to Eye with Examinations, which has been successfully running for the last 18 years. He has been a member of the AIOS Postgraduate Education Committee in the past and has been a regular guest faculty in all the national and state level postgraduate orientation programs. He has more than 300 scientific presentations as lectures and panel discussions in various national and state conferences. He is a health activist and conducts awareness programs for public about healthier life choices. It's our privilege to welcome you, sir, to deliver the P. Shiva Reddy Oration Award.
So good afternoon and respected office bearers of Telangana Ophthalmic Society and the elite members. So at the outset I am indebted to the TOS for this gracious gesture, and I am here to deliver the Dr. P. Shiva Reddy Oration lecture. Dr. P. Shiva Reddy, of course, is everybody knows, he's one of the greatest ophthalmologists of India that has produced. He was a great leader, an institution builder, a teacher par excellence, and also somebody who has shown he's been a beacon of knowledge to all the young ophthalmologists like us, and somebody is a leader who shows the way, who knows the way, and also actually goes the way. So I would like to again start this oration. My topic from a very niche area of surface tumors to something very, very basic, something very grounded is, I would like to speak on the changing the narratives to scale up your cataract practice. Hope that will raise the antennas up of everyone. So the narratives actually guide our actions, and it influences the way, the outcome of our communications. And we always have some set of dogmas, some convictions, and our own belief systems, which actually we communicate with our patients, we teach our juniors, and so we are very stubborn as ophthalmologists or doctors. So we don't really change, and we are little, audacious in changing our way because we are very resistant to change. Like they say, like if there's a teenager girl in a very messy relationship, the advice for us is, if you can't change the boy, change the boy. So our patients will also probably in future will say, if you can't change the ophthalmologist, change the ophthalmologist. So the time has come for us to change the way we look at things. I've been a cataract surgeon for the last 30 years, and I've seen the kind of changing narratives, the landscape of patients and the cataract surgery. So this is where we really need to think out of the box and see how we can actually do this. So the disclaimer is, these are all my kind of personal compilations and personal beliefs, and definitely you can view it without any prejudice and maybe can add on to this, and this is probably the beginning of changing the entire way we actually perceive and communicate our cataract surgery. So we know that last 30 years has been a revolution in cataract surgery. Our technology has changed, we have great machines, our techniques have changed. We have seen from morning and even yesterday such fantastic surgical techniques. But what has changed actually is the topical phaco. This for a lot of young ophthalmologists and postgraduates here, it has been a blockbuster change, no matter what people say, because topical phaco, you have a very restricted area in which you can operate. The patient's protective mechanisms are intact. You can't cut the lid, you can't pull the conjunctiva. So actually it is much safer. And the topical phaco has been a real USP and real value addition to the cataract surgery today. That is goes without any kind of controversy. The surgeries have been very quicker. You have heard of 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, and most cataract surgeries, good surgeons operate less than 10 minutes, which is very important. Less surgical time, more safety and less inflammation, and even we can operate patients with even comorbidities much better. The systemic risk is much less, and least tissue damage. We are entering the cornea. We are not actually, like an SI says, we cut the conjunctiva, sclera, go through the iris, touch the uveal tissue. Here, directly you land on the lens and do it. Luckily for us, the lens has no nerve supply. We can numb the cornea for a short while. So the surgical trauma, the corneal damage, the inflammation is so less that we don't have to really depend on long-term steroid therapy. The post-op corneas are so clear, the post-op visual recovery is so clear that wow phenomenon of cataract surgery, which is a great endorphin for all of us, has really here to stay. And we have great biometries now. We have gone through a lot of trials and tribulations of post-op surprises and disasters. Now swept source OCT based biometries have really changed. We have a lot of IOLs, formulae, which is still evolving to give a bang on, a post-op refractive error the way we want. We have understood the posterior corneal astigmatism, and even in extreme cases of, extremes of axial lens and post-RK, post-LVC, we still can think of a great surgery. For youngsters, PC IOL is now presbyopia correcting IOL, not posterior chamber IOL. So we have a basket full of lenses which can really create a spectacle independence for all kinds of patients. Better light transmission, better contrast, and we can even manage the astigmatism. We are not only correcting the near vision problem, we are correcting the astigmatism. The future is to probably correct even the aberrations of the cornea and the eye, so that with a very customized lenses. And of course, the most important that has changed is now, earlier for illiterates we were not given glasses. Only for maybe child dowel cleaning or maybe threading a needle they would require. But now the cell phones are the integral part of every person, irrespective of their literacy, rural or urban. Everybody needs it for information, entertainment, for transactions, business. Cell phone, so they need to see their cell phone, and they cannot really afford to actually be dependent on glasses after a cataract surgery. And presently the progressive glasses, you must be very pricey and very cost intensive. You cannot put a financial burden to the patient to spend for a lifetime about these progressive glasses. And presently in the elite, spectacle dependence is a quality of life issue. That's what we have been seeing for all these days. And of course, look around Hyderabad last 30 years, what has changed. So economy, people have money for everything, now also for our cataract surgery. So once so much has changed, the time has come to monetize this change. But what has not changed is our attitude as surgeons. This is the mistake we commit. What has not changed is we think cataract surgery is only for an opaque lens. So let me explain. Once somebody turns 40 plus, the lens stops molding. There's a presbyopia that kicks in, which is actually a dysfunctional lens. The lens was molding earlier, now it is not. So we need actually to give convex lenses. The lens substance, the content is changing. There are a lot of, the lens is becoming more sclerotic. It is, dispersing light scattering. The quality of vision is coming down. See, it's because we are using a Snellen's chart in our clinics, which is a 150-year-old chart, 100% contrast chart, black and white chart. But the patient does not see the things in real life in 100% contrast black and white. So patient reads 6'6" in your clinic, but he's having problems outside, we can't really figure it out. So the day we change our charts to Pelli-Robson chart, we will understand that our lenses are those not just clear lens doesn't indicate 100% good vision. There is a lot of other things like contrast, color discrimination, light scattering, photic phenomena. All these actually come in with so basically a dysfunctional lens. And if you can put a patient on an eye trace and see, you have a lot of internal aberrations even in a clear lens. It's okay to wear glasses. No, we always prescribe glasses. Optical industry is booming, but this is a quality of life issue. Patient cannot be dependent on glasses if he can be free of it. And we always say patient comes with asymmetrical cataract. One eye more cataract, other eye less cataract, 660, 624 or 618 vision. We always say, patient is always worried. He'll say, I'll get one eye done. We agree to that. So we say, you get this eye done. We are very, happy that patient is obliging for one eye surgery. We never actually put a narrative to force him. I'm not saying coercive. I like give an example. We patients see with both eyes, a binocular vision. Two eyes have to work together. There's no point correcting only one eye. Okay. So it's like a bilateral knee replacement. There's no point correcting only one knee. Patient still will be limping till the other knee is done. So it is time to think not to space surgeries for too much and basically give an idea of a binocular vision. We also have, I'm a strabismus surgeon also. The present target is not 20/20 vision. The present target should be 20/20/20 vision. The other 20 is 20 seconds of an arc of stereopsis. If patient is operated for one eye, other eye is having an advanced cataract, his stereopsis is very bad. He can't judge distances. A lot of old patients trip, fall while taking stairs because of lack of stereopsis, and they end up in orthopedician. We don't know it is because of mistake that we committed. At the same time, I'm a glaucoma practitioner also. A lot of patients you must have experienced come with phacomorphic, phacolytic glaucomas, thanks to the surgeon who said, get the other eye later. So they never come back because they're all old people, they are socially underprivileged. The caretakers don't really bother because one eye they are seeing, so they end up with complications which are pretty preventable. And we also never, dispel, as a community, the patient actually fears surgery because they've heard stories of their parents getting operated. The present surgery is totally different, but how much we have put an effort as a community to dispel the fear and to really give the right narrative about the cataract surgery. When the patient comes to our OPD, we put all our counselors will pounce on them to convert them into cataract surgery. But are the patients coming from the community asking for cataract surgery? We have not done that. So that is something that we should be doing. And no offense meant, I feel phaco is the way to operate a cataract at this point of time. SICS is more traumatic, more, less cornea friendly and all the other things. So phaco is the way. We have not really made an attempt to distinguish this from the other options that we have. I think my eye-opener moment was, I was also like all of you, like 5 years ago, one of a colleague, a radiologist friend of mine, she was 47 years, she had around +1 for distance and 2.5 for near. She was wearing progressive glasses. She was a marathoner. She used to run, work out in the gym. She had a terrible time. I had given her glasses for last 1 decade and she came and said, do something about it. I can't wear glasses and run marathons. I can't see the way, weights in the thing. Do something about it. And she was not a good case for LVC. So I very reluctantly, did a so-called a clear lens extraction. That clear lens is a very hard on our heart. How can you operate a clear lens when there is no cataract? Like we're like American California cataract surgeons. So it's a with a lot of guilt I operated, and I did a bilateral, trifocal. Of course, it's very easy to operate a soft cataract like that. It's a very simple thing, 2-3 minutes you can finish off the surgery and a good job. But the surprise was the patient post-surgery. Actually, she came and started scolding. Why didn't you do this 10 years before? Like you had this with you and still you kept on giving me glasses. She was so happy, and with no exaggeration, she told me her life had turned around. She was so happy because she was so much, bothered by the glasses that was actually, creating so much of trouble in her lifestyle. So she changed so much later, and she became kind of an ambassador for this technique. And after that, of course, I operated many. 7 doctors from my city came, and there was a lady who was very fashionable. I never knew she was wearing presbyopic contact lenses for the last 10 years. Okay, she never wanted to wear glasses for whatever reasons. Okay, it's a sign of aging or whatever. So she came and once she got this, I never advertised this, they came and I got an interview of all of them. Okay, so probably that we are missing the point here, that we are pushing the patients to use progressive glasses, or especially your hyperopes and presbyopes, and we have a technology now. Okay, I'm not talking about a commercial point of view, I'm just saying that you can change somebody's life. Okay, and at the same time, this surgery they can't avoid. It's not like a refractive surgery. Myopia, patient may not get it done in the lifetime. But this surgery, they will anyway get it done. This lady would undergo a cataract surgery by me at 65 years and see the world so well. Why can't we just prepone the surgery 20 years before in the prime of her life where it matters most? Okay, so that is the kind of a thing that we started. So it's now time to think that there is an emerging need to be spectacle free. I'm not talking a company thing, no, it's not a company peddled information. I'm saying from my experience, which I was very reluctant to actually accept, we have to leverage on the safety and accuracy that we have achieved. We have achieved a pinnacle of excellence in cataract surgery, please believe me. And we are not actually monetizing this, we are not really putting it to our patients, okay. And I told you, anyway they have to undergo a surgery. And the patient has to ask for it. And this especially, see, this is not a cataract surgery that you, or a lens removal you do for a high myopia that we used to do in the past. That was a big mistake. Now you have phakic IOLs. It is for a emmetrope or a hyperope who's presbyope. Obviously you have a very low posterior segment complication rates, which anyway they will undergo later. And it is not EDOFs, it has to be a trifocal, because the kind of near vision that they expect at that point of time, it has to be a trifocal. If they have astigmatism, it has to be a toric trifocal. That is something very, very important. So we are not doing enough at all. So we need to understand, we can probably call it as PRELEX or refractive lens exchange if you don't like the word clear lens extraction. And you have to advise surgery to both eyes for the binocular benefits. And obviously, at that point of time, what they need is a good uncorrected spectacle free vision for the rest of their lifetime. So my next thing is, like, I always a big champion of trying to understand, we have been doing as a ophthalmic community free cataract surgery camps. It has been a quintessential part of our specialty. No specialty does it. Okay, so it has been we have been a self-destructive superheroism. Please understand. Okay, people who have been on the receiving end of it will understand this. Okay, but can we just do a simple change? What is free in this world? Nothing is free. If it is free for me, somebody has paid for it. There's no free lunch. So why don't we just change the word from free cataract surgery camps to sponsored cataract surgery camp? If it is sponsored, that means somebody has given the money. It may be sponsored by you, it may be sponsored by an institution, by an NGO. When the patient comes for a sponsored cataract surgery camp, he knows that this is not free. Okay, so nothing can be given free. At least we create some value for our work. At least consumables you can charge, but at least your thing can be at least, and also it's a bad economics. There was a kind of a Marwadi merchant in our city who is a good friend of mine, who actually wanted, I said, July 1st, I want a camp, I want 100 surgeries free from your institution. I said, yes. Doctor's Day? He said, no, my mother's death anniversary, so July 1st, 100 cases. I just asked him, actually, he's a big cloth merchant, especially a lot of, woolen cloths and blankets they sell. So instead of this, why not you try this? There are a lot of poor people in Hubli, in winters, they have problem. Why don't you actually give 100 blankets free on that day, July 1st? Same, basically you are helping the poor. They will be really remembering at least cataract. They will be, using that every day and remembering your mother and you. But he said, my friend, he said, no, we can't do that. He said, why? So because otherwise they will never come to my shop and buy it. They will wait for 1st July. Okay, so that is what. So he wants to come to my hospital, get a free surgery done and spoil my business, not his business. Okay. So at the same time, what can be free? Everybody, the patient that you are operating, please look at them. They have a smartphone. It's a 4G connection. Okay. So they'll be actually doing transactions, banking transactions, phone paying and all that. So that means there is some money that you can always take for the consumables. It need not be totally free. I'm not saying you can have a subsidized cataract surgery, not a free surgery. I'm against the word, that particular word. And we have counselors. Our counselors are pretty strong on this. So we always sell our packages on IOL brands. This X IOL this much, Y IOL this much, Indian, imported, space, square edge, that, this, single piece, 3-piece, which means that our surgicals, which we have learnt and mastered over decades, okay, decades, is looking irrelevant. The patient actually also says, no, like, I say, 2 minutes, Dr. Shakya showed a surgery. So he says, 2 minutes ka surgery, you take so much money. Then we should actually say, I have spent 30 years of my life to make it 2 minutes. You are paying for those 30 years, not for these 2 minutes. Right? So our surgical skills are completely irrelevant when we sell on IOL brands. Okay, basically look at your colleagues. Like we have a knee replacement. I asked my friend, how do they charge? My patient actually got it done from him. I asked the patient, what is your charge that you paid? He said very clearly, the hospital charges, this is 10-15 years ago, hospital charges are 40,000. The surgical charge is 80,000. And they gave me 3 choices of implants, 1.6 lakhs, 1.8 lakhs and 2.3 lakhs. I chose for 2.3 lakhs. That means whether you put an Indian lens, imported lens, whether you put the most cheapest hydrophilic lens to a costliest hydrophobic lens, your surgical charges should be same. In fact, while operating low packages, we struggle more. We produce OPL videos. Okay, the simple cases are always easy. The costlier packages are very easy to do. Okay, that our effort has no meaning. If you are doing a costlier case, like if you are doing a posterior polar cataract or a hard cataract or a zonular, we should be charging more. You look at those masons, when they build the ground floor, the charges are this much. When they build the first floor, the charges go 30% up because of the technical difficulties. Second floor, much more. So, but we don't charge, we charge the same for all, which actually is a very bad economics. And I feel the toric lenses are a costlier package, obviously, because the lenses are pricey. We actually have to sell it in a different way. I say it in a very simple way. I call the patient after a biometry. I say, boss, you have 2 problems. One is cataract, that you know. Second is your cornea is crooked from childhood. Okay, it's very teda hai. So if I do a cataract surgery also, because of that crooked cornea, you will see less. For a caretaker, maybe a daughter-in-law, somebody who's carrying, I actually give some +3 cylinder in an oblique axis and say, how do you see through this? Without that. So they get an idea how an astigmatic cornea looks if you even do a good cataract surgery, if you don't put a toric IOL. So the patient will have cataract, he can't make out. The caretakers have to see with a cylindrical lens in front of their eyes how an astigmatic vision looks, so that they understand to get it done or not. And if you say that, normally patients come and complain you're very pricey. But the toric cornea is their problem, not my problem. I am trying to correct their second problem. So if they don't want a toric lens, then obviously they can't come and say I'm seeing less. Why are you giving me glasses? So basically just trying to tell your counselors to tell them there are 2 problems that you can actually manage with the present technology will go a long way. And lastly, we have a lot of geriatric population. They actually need more push. I mean, counseling a geriatric population, they are socially underprivileged, not financially. Okay, they are socially underprivileged, though nobody is there to really take care of them, nearly empathize them, or really break the ice. And they have worked hard during their lifetime, so they have achieved something. Their children are in Australia, various places, well placed, but they have a lot of money in the bank. But they have that old austerity mindset. They don't want to spend. There is nothing to be spent in the next, 5, 10, 15 years they live. But they want to just keep it for their kids. All our Indian poor patients die rich. They don't spend it on their cataract surgery. So I normally talk to them. I say, your children are all well placed. You have tried so hard in your lifetime to bring them up, educate them, give them into good places. What have you done for yourself? At least get a good IOL in their eye. Right? So, don't you think that is right? They keep all that money for those, unfaithful daughters and sons. Okay, why don't they have a good... So, basically it's about... See, this is a disservice to us. If you don't push the old people and emotionally blackmail them, in fact, they neither get benefit nor we get the benefit. So, they're emotionally vulnerable, work on that. So, and lastly, this is something that we need to really change in the next 5 to 10 years. See, a lot of patients ask, can you do both eyes at the same time? We just rubbish it. Actually, the time has come for it to think it seriously. Okay, we have to scale up. Now we have to understand the cost-benefit ratio. And there are a lot of threats. What if there is a endophthalmitis. There is a consumable contamination, viscoelastics or BSS or something like that. No? So there is always a way to get around this. I mean, this is not the occasion, but there is a way to get around that to take care of these perceived threats. And there are a lot of studies are already there in the West. There is an organization internationally also for a, ISBCS. So we have now to start for some select patients, do right eye, do left eye in the same sitting and send. The time has come for that. The technology, technique, biometry, IOLs, everything has come. So now it's time to actually think more about it. In future, we should be having more discussion on ISBCS rather than spacing the surgeries. And finally, I think you have to change your narrative. It's not just enough to learn cataract surgery because the patient comes through your OPD to the OT. So what you tell in your OPD is important, otherwise he will not land up in the OT and he will not give you your coffers won't be full. And it's very important to have a personal conviction. When we speak, the patient sees through you, and if you are personally convinced about what you're talking, he will definitely accept it. And very importantly is, I'm just speaking as one person here, I think all of you will have some best practice of yours. How to explain, how to counsel, how to get around this particular situation, how to circumvent a communication gap. There must be a lot of best practices lurking out there. There is no podium, there is no platform. It's time that we all come and try to put our ideas together, learn from each other how best we can communicate and get around these problems. So let us all confide, let us cooperate and coexist, not compete, contradict, and confuse our patients. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was an amazing oration, and a lot of cataract surgeons have kind of changed their perspective towards the cataract patient and the process of cataract. Thank you, everyone. Now we'll move on to the inauguration and award ceremony program, which is the heart of our conference. I request Dr. Rajlingam to take over.
Very good morning to all of you. We now come to our official inauguration of the TOSCON 9th Annual Conference of the State. And while they're arranging the stage for the inauguration program, I want to know if all of you are enjoying the scientific feast put forward for you by Rishi Kapoor. Sorry, Rishi Swaroop, sorry. sorry. He can double for that, except for the wig. हो गया? चलो कंटिन्यू. चलो तंदर का. Very good morning to all of you. It is my greatest pleasure to invite you all to the inaugural ceremony of the 9th Telangana State Ophthalmic Conference. I request Dr. Badrinarayan sir, who is the president of TOS, to please come on to the dais. Sir, please come on to the dais and take your seat. Dr. Badrinarayana, please. I call Dr. Rajalingam, who is the General Secretary of TOS and also the Chairman of LOC, to please occupy his seat on the dais. Dr. Praveen, Joint Secretary of TOS, please come on to the dais. Dr. Ravi Kumar, Treasurer of TOS, you are invited onto the dais. Dr. Rishi Swaroop, Chairman Scientific Committee, please come and take your place on the dais. I'm already on the dais, so I will not invite myself. I invite Dr. Srinivas Prasad, Editor Publications, to please come on to the dais, sir. I request Charuta to escort our guest of honor, Dr. Samar Basak, onto this stage. He is the president of AIOS, and we are very pleased to have you in our midst for today, sir. We also acknowledge the presence of Dr. Santosh Honavar, Honorary General Secretary AIOS, and Dr. Manoj Mathur, Treasurer AIOS, in our midst. You have seen them and all of you know them. They don't need a further introduction. We request Kiran Mai to escort the chief guest of the day, Dr. Nageshwar Reddy, whose presence has honored us much, onto the dais. Now we'll all stand for the prayer song. Dr. Vijay Kumar, Vice President of TOS, kindly come onto the stage, sir. Yeah. Also, Dr. Bharat Kumar, President-elect, to please come onto the stage. Dr. Vijay Kumar, sir. Yes, start now.
महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि महागणपतिं महादेवसुतं महादेवसुतं गुरुगुहनुतं महादेवसुतं गुरुगुहनुतं मारकोटिप्रकाशं शान्तम् महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियम् महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियं मूषिकवाहनमोदकाप्रियम् महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि महागणपतिम्
Now, no academic program is complete without the lighting, the figurative lighting of the lamp, which gives us brilliance and enlightenment. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to proceed towards the lamp and light it. I now hand over the proceedings of the program to Dr. Rajlingam, who is both the General Secretary of TOS and the Chairman of the Local Organizing Committee. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Modini. As a Chairman of the Local Organizing Committee of Telangana Ophthalmic Society, on behalf of Local Organizing Committee, I am honored to welcome our Chief Guest, Padma Shri and Padma Bhushan, Dr. G. Nageshwar Reddy Garu. TOS feels privileged to have you here, sir. He is an internationally renowned endocrinologist, gastroenterologist, and chairman of AIG groups in Hyderabad and some parts of the India. In spite of his busy schedule, he came to bless the occasion. I welcome Dr. Samar Basak, AIOS President, and other AIOS stalwarts, Dr. Santosh and Dr. Manoj Mathur, and thank you very much, sir. LOC, on behalf of LOC, we are very happy to welcome you all, and we are expecting some suggestions and participation in this scientific feast. I welcome all oration awardees, guest faculties, and all TOS members, including practitioners and postgraduates. I welcome surgical and pharmaceutical companies who participated in this TOS annual conference. Every time when Hyderabad is the stage to conduct the annual conference, we are selecting different venues to bring change in the ambience and give better services to our delegates. Hence, we have selected this place and hoping you will comfortably placed and you will enjoy the conference. Once again, I welcome you all for this scientific feast. Thank you, one and all. Thank you, sir. Now, as a General Secretary, I have to give my report. Respected and Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. G. Nageshwari Garu, and Guest of Honor, AIOS President, Dr. Samar Basa Garu, and our AIOS stalwarts, Santosh Hanavar, AIOS General Secretary, and Manoj Mathur, the Treasurer of AIOS. Respected Badrinarayan Garu, AIOS President, and the President-elect Dr. Bharat Kumar, Dr. Rishi Swarup, Chairman Scientific Committee, Dr. Modini, Dr. Praveen, Dr. Ravi Kumar, Dr. Seniormost Prasad, and all my dear members of Telangana Ophthalmic Society. Greeting to you all. As youngest state in the country, TOS is also an youngest in the country. Being a new ophthalmological society formed in 2016 with eminent founder members as office bearers. We started our activities with a strong motto of updating and improving our scientific knowledge and well-being of our primary members of the Telangana Ophthalmic Society. Under the able guidance of our past presidents, Dr. Harikishan, Dr. Manoj Mathur, Dr. Nandakishore, Dr. Madhukar Reddy, Dr. Jagan Mohan Rao, and Dr. Ashish Bansal, we successfully conducted 8 conferences till now in various cities of the Telangana. So we could not conduct the annual conference in 2020 because of COVID was very peak and the government was very not able to give some guidelines to conduct the conferences. So in 2021 also, because of the COVID impact, we could conduct the virtual conference and it was very great successful. Year by year, Telangana Ophthalmic Society is improving in conducting annual conferences with better facilities and increasing the quality of scientific content. Not only this, adding to this, new methodology is also imparting in the sessions. So till now, Telangana Ophthalmic Society has achieved so many things, but very few that I could say is we have our own office at Sarojini Devi Eye Hospital. Before that, we don't have any office for the Telangana Ophthalmic Society. And TOS represented Drug Control Authority for dispensing ophthalmic drugs in every eye clinics. So other things are TOS communication with Telangana state government, including the B-scan and PNDT Act that to be removed to recognize and give the certificate to the A-scan and B-scan. Represented the Health Minister to contribute in developing both Sarojini Devi and Regional Eye Hospital so that we could have an better place to conduct the conferences in Telangana. And Telangana Ophthalmic Society also represented government about physical abuse and assault on the doctors. And the government has responded in a very good manner, and they are taking care of the all association, Doctors Association. Telangana Ophthalmic Society achieved to bring down the bed strength of the, to recognize Arogyasri from 100 beds to the 50 beds. It was a great achievement. Now, most of the eye hospitals in the state, they are empaneled with Arogyasri empanelment. I appreciate the Telangana Ophthalmic Society district chapters for their meticulous planning and conducting the annual conferences, especially the Warangal Ophthalmic Society and Karnal Ophthalmic Society. They are actually vibrant and they are always helpful to the Telangana Ophthalmic Society. In a special circumstances, Telangana Ophthalmic Society itself conducting this conference without taking any support from the district chapters. So Telangana Ophthalmic Society membership increased from 721 in 2016 to 1015 for this conference. And diligently we are having a goal to achieve at least 2,200 in the next year. So delegate participation is also increasing every year when we conducted first conference in 2016, there were 400 delegates participated in the first conference. Now it is 1,057 registrations we got. At the same time, we have seen the increase in the student participation in scientific programs. This year we received 643 abstracts compared with the last year 556, and this shows the enthusiasm from the practitioners as well as the students. So this conference we have included the wet labs. The response is very good. There are 200 plus participants are registered for the wet lab. And TOS is also in front runner in introducing the new technology, new teaching methods for postgraduates. This time we added PG skit competition according to the NMC guidelines. This program will be very useful for the postgraduates in their PG curriculum. We conducted 3 ARC programs this year. One is at Karimnagar, Hyderabad and Nizamabad under the leadership of our ARC chairman Dr. Modini. And TOS is working for an index journal. The work will be completed in a short time and we are going to have a journal itself. Our TOS finance is stable, and executive committee of TOS, after all deliberations, has decided to give a oration medals to the to our eminent ophthalmologist in India, Shiva Reddy oration to Dr. Krishna Prasad Joshi, and Ravi Kumar Reddy oration to Dr. Jagadeep M. Kakadia, and Hari Krishna oration Dr. Rajesh Fogla, and Rustum Ranji oration from the Dr. Santosh Honavar. So I congratulate our President of AIOS, Dr. Samar Basak, and Santosh Kumar and Manoj Mathur for their presence in this conference. I recognize the exemplary contribution of Chairman Scientific Committee, Dr. Rishi Swarup, and with a short period, within these 3 months, he could achieve the very good conference, and he has invited so many, I think around 100, more than 100 guest faculty for this conference. And I recognize the exemplary contribution of LOC Secretary, Dr. Chairman, ARC, Dr. P. Modini, who has put lot of effort for this organizing this conference. I also recognize the exemplary contribution from the editor publication, Dr. Seniormost Prasad, and Treasurer, Dr. Ravi Kumar, the Joint Secretary, Dr. Praveen, for their great contribution to the Ophthalmic Society. I gratefully acknowledge the constant support and advice from our President, Dr. Badinarayana, President-elect Dr. Bharat Kumar, Vice President, Dr. K. Vijay Kumar, and Advisor, Dr. A. Ravindra. I want to congratulate all my LOC team members for great work and dedication. Without your support, this great event would not have been possible. So I also congratulate the winners of TOS Scientific Awards 2023, N.S. Reddy Competitive Sessions, Ramchandra Committee Free Paper Sessions, Swarup Video Session, and Ramana Rao Grand Rounds. And I also congratulate the winners of the Gangadhar Reddy PG Quiz 2023, and Madhukar Reddy Student of the Year 2023, and Manoj C. Mathur Poster Session. And I also congratulate the LDP awardees, Dr. Actually, the name has printed wrongly, Dr. Uma and Dr. Suparna Mahentar. I humbly appeal to each and every member to feel free to be constantly critical and air their progressive suggestions. Together, let us take TOS to new heights. Thank you very much. Now, the program is felicitation to past LOC members by Dr. G. Badrinarayan, our President. I request Dr. Madhukar Reddy, Dr. Y. Raman, and Dr. Suparna Mahinder, Dr. Alpa, please come over the dais to take the mementos. It is not and this is the time now. We'll go for the President's installation. I request Dr. G. Badrinarayana, please install our new President, Dr. G.R. Bharat Kumar. Middle. Dr. G.R. Bharat Kumar is a professor of ophthalmology, working as a HOD in Kakatiya Medical College, Regional Eye Hospital of the Warangal. Bharat Kumar began his career as a civil assistant surgeon at PSC Karimnagar in 1999, where he served in rural areas. He joined Kakatiya Medical College, Regional Eye Hospital, Warangal, as an assistant professor in 2021. Over the years, he advanced through many ranks and becoming an associate professor and eventually a professor. Currently, he serves as a professor and HOD of the Kakatiya Medical College, Regional Eye Hospital, Warangal. Throughout his tenure at KMC, Dr. Bharat Kumar has been instrumental in shaping the careers of the numerous medical students. He has taught thousands of undergraduates and mentors around 250 postgraduates, guiding them towards excellence in the ophthalmology. His dedication to education and mentorship has earned him a reputation as an esteemed educator and examiner with undergraduates and postgraduates across the various universities in the country. Dr. Bharat Kumar commitment to patient care is profound. He has successfully treated thousands of patients, performing cataract surgeries, DCR surgeries, and retinal laser procedures. His outstanding contributions to ophthalmology have been recognized with a Best Doctor Award by district authorities on 2 occasions, in addition to his clinical and teaching responsibilities. He has many publications in national and international journals. I request now President Dr. G.R. Bharat Kumar, please give your message. You are a hospital. Hospital, మీరు ఇచ్చిన తర్వాత ఇస్తారు. Come.
ఇది లేదు స్లాట్ దిస్ వన్ that one. How is it possible? It's not this interview. No. Son? Yeah. You can. That's pen drive slot, I think so. Here also not there. Not there. Huh? ఇది ఉన్నదా అది ఉన్నదా లేదు దాంట్లో So connector ఉంది, this connector is not good. It's not. No, problem. Yes. Okay, this okay. Came. అదే చేద్దాం ఓకే నో అంతే
Before his presidential address, I request Dr. Bharat Kumar, the incoming president, to honor Dr. Badri Narayana with the past president's medal.
Good afternoon, everybody. Honorable Chief Guest, Padma Bhushan, Dr. Nageshwar Reddy Garu, Chairman, AIG Hospitals, Hyderabad. Guests of honor, Dr. Samar Basak Garu, President, AIOS. Dr. Santosh Hanover, Honorary Secretary, AIOS. Dr. Manoj Mathur Garu, Honorary Treasurer, AIOS. Dignitaries on the days, of the days, respected teachers, seniors, colleagues, my dear students. It is my proud privilege to welcome you all to the 9th State Annual Conference, TOS. At the outset, I would like to thank TOS family for giving me this opportunity to serve as the president. This honor that has been bestowed on me brings me immense joy and is completely due to the support, faith, encouragement which I received abundantly from all of you. I promise you to put in the best of my efforts for the ultimate glory of the TOS. After separating from erstwhile AP, TOS formed with the life members of 720 and now it has increased to 1900. We organized 8 physical conferences and 1 virtual conference. I would like to acknowledge and thank our past presidents who have led a strong foundation for the society and planned meticulously in its growth. Dr. Harikishan, founder president, Dr. Manoj Mathur, Dr. Nandakishore, Dr. Madhukar Reddy, Dr. Jagan Mohan Rao, Dr. Ravindra, Dr. Ashish Bansal, and recent past president, Dr. Badri Narayana, have contributed significantly to this glorious journey by giving their best. Their leadership, vision, and dedication have guided us to stand where we are today. We are grateful for their enduring commitment and ongoing support. When I was attending the conferences as a postgraduate, there used to be a lot of difference between the scientific content of national and state conferences. But from the start of TOS, the scientific committee is in our state conference is nowhere less than a national conference. And this would not have been possible without efforts of our scientific committee. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the past scientific committee chairpersons Dr. Praveen Krishna, Dr. Santosh Anavar, and present Scientific Committee Chairman, Dr. Rishi Swarup. Using the word thank you would be a small thing for their tireless efforts. They have curated scientific programs in the best possible way that we can reach the senior-most practitioners and to the junior-most residents stands high. This shows their dedication and commitment to maintain high standards of knowledge. As a new president of TOS, in my own small way, I would like to brighten up a little more the lamp of our organization lit by our forebearers. I would like to extend my services in the field of membership drive, supporting the members, guiding the postgraduates, indexing our journal, and supporting legal and ethical problems of practitioners. One of my primary goals this year is to expand our society's membership. A larger, more diverse membership drive will not only enhance our collective knowledge, but also strengthen our advocacy efforts. Though we are having 1900 life members, there are many ophthalmologists in Telangana who are yet to become members of this glorious society, our TOS. I would like to approach them and make them members of TOS through various ways. It is a sincere request to everyone to encourage your colleagues to become a part of the society. My goal is to make all the ophthalmologists in Telangana to be members of this wonderful society. When compared, the practitioner participation of our members in different scientific sessions like poster and paper presentations have increased in a notable way from the very first conference of TOS till today's. Though we are getting number of papers and case reports for annual conference, majority are from either from institutes or by the postgraduates, but not by the practitioners from periphery. The reason behind this might be because of their packed schedules leading to lack of time and not getting proper guidance for presenting their data of interest. I would like to involve them by lending hands and support them to present their data through the scientific committee. Most of the practitioners are settling at periphery immediately after completion of their post-graduation for various reasons. Once they settle in the practice, it is difficult them to improve and update their skills. For them, I would like to organize hands-on training, skill transfer workshops at their own places or at Sarvinoday Eye Hospital or at Regional Eye Hospital Warangal with the help of coordination and of our scientific committee, Dr. Rishi Swarup. We are committed to support our members in their research endeavors and in the continuous improvement of their clinical skills. I encourage you all to take the advantage of these opportunities to enhance and expertise your contribution to the field. Postgraduates are our future, and it is our responsibility to provide them with the possible facilities for research work and guiding them for their betterment. Hence, I would like to throw light and focus this year on enhancing the research capacity of our postgraduates. My plan is to provide them abundant knowledge in research work with the help of our ARC chairman, Dr. Modini. The ARC shall make efforts to promote research activities by postgraduates by providing them scientific scholarships and travel trainee fellowships. With these steps, we are not only shaping the future leaders of ophthalmology and also ensuring that our field continues to thrive with new innovations and improved patient care. TOS journal is regularly getting published for the last 9 years, but it is yet to be indexed. Despite having best articles, case reports, there is a chance of questioning genuinity by others as our journal is not indexed. Publishing their work in the index journals is a mandate now for all faculty in the process of promotions. So indexing of our journal is most important to have our publications a higher value. Our editor publications, Dr. Seniormost Prasad, is doing excellent work on this, and within short time we are going to get our journal indexed. Nowadays, assaults on doctors are increasing. As and when such complication arises after treatment, whether it is doctor's fault or not, most of the times doctors are being scapegoated. There is a need to approach government and media and explain them regarding various side-threatening complications that can occur after treatment where there is no role of ophthalmologist. We are fortunate to have Dr. Sanjay Kumar sir, MLA, who is also an ophthalmologist. We can take help from him if such issues arises. All these goals can only accomplished with your active support and involvement. My goals are not mine alone, they are ours. I am walking in the footsteps of my seniors and preparing a route map to achieve these goals. Today, I consider myself fortunate to represent you all and see me as your proxy. I feel that society belongs to the members, not just a handful of people who hold the office. I want to give confidence to all in believing that it is not exclusive of selective but inclusive society for all. To our young ophthalmologists and postgraduates, I urge you to make this most of this conference. The future of ophthalmology lies in your hands, and it is through your passion and commitment that will continue to innovate and excel. I wish you all prospective and inspiring conference. Let us work together, create a bright future for the society. Leaders are not born. Anyone with a reasonable decency, ethical conduct, passion, and strong desire to achieve, along with the sound professional knowledge and competency, can be a good leader. I look forward to encourage, provide support and inspiration to every member of TOS who aspires to be future leader of TOS. I would like all of you to voice your opinions and share suggestions and ideas for the benefit of society. I promise you that any idea which is for the benefit of society will be considered and I'll put in all my efforts to adopt your suggestions. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the tireless efforts of our local organizing committee. Your dedication has been instrumental in orchestrating this esteemed gathering, providing us with a platform to exchange ideas, foster collaborations, and fortify our shared vision. Before I sign off, I would like to share a few words about my personal life. I wish my parents were present here to watch the joy in me, but I am sure they must be showering their blessings from heaven. My heartfelt gratitude to my teachers, providing unwavering support and encouragement. I continue my journey as a medical teacher. I carry with me the lessons you have imparted. I strive to honor your legacy by providing the same care and mentorship to my students that you have taught me. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to my family, especially my wife Bhavani, for every step I have taken, every challenge I faced, and every goal I have achieved. It has made possible because of her unwavering support and love. I am profoundly grateful to my friends, Dr. Kishan, Dr. Ramarao, and Satish for their continuous support, endless encouragement, genuine kindness for the last 45 years. They have with me in all my highs and lows. I thank you all for patient listening. Long live TOS. Thank you.
I request the chief guest, Dr. Nageshwar Reddy Garu, felicitate the president, Dr. Bharat Kumar, with president mementos. అది కనబడుతుంది. I request the President, Dr. Bharat Kumar, felicitate the chief guest and our guest of honor. Guest of honor, Dr. Samar Basak, Dr. Santosh Honavar, Dr. Manoj Mathur, request Dr. Santosh Honavar, please come up. Dr. Manoj Mathur, now I request our Chairman Scientific Committee, Dr. Rishi Swarup, please take over and announce the awards.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Rajlingam. It is my distinct privilege now to announce the scientific awards. And first of all, I would like to announce the oration winners. We've had two orations already been given today and two more to come tomorrow. The first oration award was the P. Shiva Reddy oration, which was given to Dr. Krishna Prasad. Request you to please come and receive your oration medal, sir. By chief guest, Dr. Nageshwar Reddy. Correct. The second oration awardee, Dr. Rustam Ranji oration, Dr. Santosh Honavar. Sir, please come on stage and receive your oration medal from our chief guest. Dr. Santosh, I guess he's just stepped out. Dr. Hari Kishan Goritiala oration, Dr. Rajesh Fogla. I think he's not here today. And Dr. Ravi Kumar Reddy, Dr. Jagdeep Kakadiya. Sir? While we wait for Dr. Santosh, we'll move on to the other scientific awards. I'd like to congratulate the winners of the Telangana Ophthalmological Society Scientific Competitive Award winners of 2023 conference. The NS Reddy Competitive Postgraduate Session winner is Dr. Devika Saxena. Please come and receive your award.
Next week, receipt names will come.
The NS Reddy PG competitive session is the main free paper session for postgraduates. The other free paper session that we have is the P. Ramchandar free paper competitive session for TOS Life members, and this was won by Dr. Akhila Kutumbakam. Is Dr. Akhila here? Yes. Next is the Swaroop video session. The winner is Dr. Atul Gujarati. Congratulations, Dr. Atul. This is a competitive video session. Dr. V.V. Ramanarao, Grand Rounds, again for the TOS Life members and postgraduate students, was won by Dr. Maria Doctor. Is she here? The Manoj Mathur poster session, competitive poster session for TOS Life members, was won by Dr. Charuta J. Puranik. Drishti Student of the Year was won by Dr. Shweta Sridhar. Is Dr. Shweta Sridhar here? The quiz winners were already awarded in the previous conference valedictory function, and I'll just announce the names. The team winners were Dr. Rahul Gogineni, Dr. M. Arun Kumar and Dr. G. Pradeep, and their team was called Rahul Rangers from Sarojini Devi Eye Hospital. So congratulations to all the winners. Dr. Santosh is now available, so we'll just have his oration award given as well. So Dr. Santosh Honavar has just delivered the Rustam Ranji oration. We request him to come and receive the medal from our chief guest. Thank you. In addition, there has been a LDP award which has been won by Dr. Suparna and Dr. Uma. Please excuse the typo there. And they receive a check of 10,000 rupees, if I'm not mistaken. Congratulations to the winners. Thank you.
Now I request our chief guest and guest of honor to release this honor. Now I request our guest of honor, Dr. Samar Basak, please give your message.
So, respected and Dr. Nageshwar Reddy, the chairperson of AIG Hyderabad, President Dr. Bharat Kumar, immediate past President Dr. Badri Narayan, Secretary Dr. Rajalingam, the team LOC TOSCON 2024, my dear colleagues, friends and students. It is my pleasure and privilege to be here as a guest of honor for the 9th State Conference of Telangana Ophthalmic Society, and it is a great moment for me. And you know that Hyderabad is my second city of travel after Delhi for many years. And also there are many good friends. I am coming regularly here. And Hyderabad has a lot of talented ophthalmologists. Why I am telling talented? Because I have learned many things from previously Andhra Pradesh, later on Telangana. Big institutes are here. Many friends are from big institutes. And in individual capacity, there are very good friends. That is why I am here. Hyderabad is also, so to say, overall Telangana is also the city of, the state of innovation. A lot of innovation happens in ophthalmology in Telangana, especially in Hyderabad. And I was going through the program schedule, though I am not present for the whole time because of my commitment to go to Delhi today, but it is well designed for all level of ophthalmology, starting from your junior ophthalmologists, comprehensive subspecialties, then data science, then innovation workshop. All are great actually. And we at the AIOS, we are 26,000 plus active member. And if you consider that, what is the ratio of ophthalmologists versus population? It is roughly 1 in 58,000. As per WHO protocol, we should have like 1 in 50,000. So we are touching by next year or so. And you have listened to Santosh, that AIOS initiative in recent years. AIOS is going great in many directions. And our focus is now Vision 2030, not only 2030, 2030 and beyond. So it is the task of the junior ophthalmologist. We'll take this step forwards. Actually, we are the biggest. If you consider the whole community, considering the American Academy, considering the other congresses, other societies, we are the biggest and we have a lot of talent. So we can do better and better for our people in the country. So one way for the members, Santosh has shown there are so many activities. And on the other way, you have to consider the blindness in common population. Cataract is there 66.2%, but other than cataract, we have to address those areas like glaucoma, like corneal blindness, like diabetic retinopathy, like ROP. So a lot of teaching, training, modules, etc. are going on across the country. And I believe by 2020, 30, or maybe sooner, we'll reach those targets. With this, I congratulate all of you, and it is the time to say long live TOSCON, long live AIOS. Thank you very much.
Our chief guest, Dr. J. Nageshwar Reddy Garu. He is a chairman and chief gastroenterologist, and he is the chairman of the Asian Institute of Gastrology and AIG hospitals. He had publications over 1065 peer-reviewed research papers and has contributed to more than 50 GI textbooks. He is the only endoscopic in the world who received 5 ASGE, that is American Society of Gastroenterology, gastrointestinal endoscopy, and the cystic awards. He has so many awards, and it will take half day to read the awards and all this one. So among them, very few I will read. He honored and awarded B.C. Rai Award from the Indian Medical Council in 1995, Padma Shri Award from the Government of India in 2002, Padma Bhushan Award from the Government of India in 2016, Fellow of the National Academy of Medical Sciences, New Delhi in 2001, Master Endoscopic Award from the American Society of Gastrointestinal Endoscopy in 2009, American Society of Gastrointestinal Endoscopy International Leadership Award in 2011, Master of World Gastroenterology Organization from the World Gastroenterology Organization in 2014, Fellow of American Association for the Advancement of Services 2020, Fellow of the American Gastroenterological Association again in 2020, American Society of Gastrointestinal Endoscopy President's Award in 2020, American Gastroenterological Association Distinguished Educator Award 2021, and Rodolph Schindler Award for the Gastrointestinal Endoscopy, American Society of Gastrointestinal Endoscopy 2021. And with this brief introduction, I request our chief guest, please give your message, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ramlingam. I'm extremely honored and privileged to be a part of this inaugural function of the Telangana Ophthalmology Association. So, when I was invited, they told me 12 o'clock the function starts, so can you be here by 12? So I came exactly at 12. And then when I came in, they said it's 20 minutes late. I sat down to listen to the oration, and for the first time in my life, I was glad I came early to listen to an outstanding talk by Dr. Krishna Prasad. In fact, I would say this was one of the best talks I heard on a medical person giving advice to youngsters, and I'm glad so many youngsters absorbed this. So I was happy at least that I could be part of this, mainly for listening to such an outstanding lecture. My association with ophthalmology has been long. In fact, I wanted to take ophthalmology immediately after I finished MBBS. We had some outstanding ophthalmologists at Kannur Medical College, and I wanted to take up ophthalmology. I wrote the exam for this Rajendra Prasad Ophthalmology Institute. Unfortunately, I couldn't get in. So I chose the second choice, internal medicine, and then PGI I did my gastroenterology and came back. So I had this desire, but unfortunately, ophthalmology for me was a very attractive subject at that time, and it was something I desired. But fortunately for us, ophthalmology and gastroenterology are running in parallel now, to some extent because of the sub-specialization that's occurring. Like I think very long back, you as ophthalmologists went into anterior chamber, retina, and all sorts of things. I believe there may be one right eye doctor and left eye ophthalmologist also. So such super specialization occurred in ophthalmology, and so too in gastroenterology. We now have, in fact, I am sub-specialized in a branch of pancreas and biliary tract. If somebody came to me with a colonic disease, I'll send off to my colleague. You look after stomach, somebody else, esophagus, somebody else. So it's all become very sub-segmental, like what is happening in ophthalmology. Some association is there. Now, The two things I heard in the oration which struck me first was the CLE extraction of the clear lens, I think, clear lens extraction. So that looked odd, because what happened a few years back, I'll tell you my experience, I was invited to do a live demonstration in a World Congress where 10,000 delegates were sitting, 10,000 gastroenterologists all over the world were sitting watching how you do this particular. I was specialized in ERCP, so I had to do an ERCP, remove stone in bile duct, and all these guys are watching. So before I went for the conference, I was a little nervous, because if you actually go to a modern endoscopy room now in gastroenterology, you will find monitors everywhere. We have a closed monitor for looking at radiological thing, a longer monitor for looking at the endoscopy picture, a midway monitor for looking at the patient's monitoring, and so on. So different levels. And again, I was wearing at that time, I have got a little high myopia, so I was wearing glasses, and sometimes the same glass you couldn't see distance and close. So I went to the ophthalmologist to say, can you do something, because I can't keep changing glasses during the procedure with 10,000 people watching. He said you have two options. One option is a progressive lens which I am wearing. The second option is we can remove your lens and put in a new lens. I was horrified. What do you mean, take out my lens and put a new lens? He said, this is, ophthalmology is very common. And I consulted my wife, and she, of course, negatived that. And they said, what you lose here? Now, that was the concept that time. So I declined that. And now hearing, I think maybe I should go back and get a clear lens then. So I then took this progressive lens, but maybe I should change. The second thing is regarding these free camps. Again, a very interesting anecdote. My family actually was very close to Dr. Shivareddy, whose oration you had given there. Dr. Shivareddy and my father were classmates, very close. I used to be very involved, and in fact, I had the opportunity to visit, during one of the dinners of Dr. Shivareddy, to actually come in contact with two great international ophthalmologists at that time. One was Dr. Fedorov from Russia. You're showing this page. Dr. Fedorov was there in that, he was drinking quite a lot at that time. And then there was also Dr. Rashmi from United States, and they were both there. And so I was actually inspired very much by them. And Dr. Shivareddy told me at the end of his career, he used to do a lot of free camps. He was known for his free camps, his Padma Awards actually came for these free camps. He was doing a lot of free camps. At the end, he got a little frustrated, mainly because one of the free camps he went, this was in Kadapa. Free camps are done. After the free camp, he went to see what happened. They were removing the bandage of one of the guys. This was an innocent villager. I think he developed an infection. Sometimes this happens when you're doing such mask, infection in the eye and pretty bad eye. So Shivareddy asked him, who the hell did this to you? He didn't know that it was a free camp done. This guy didn't know Shivareddy. He said, some idiot called Shivareddy came and did this operation. So after that, he became very, cognizant of what can happen in this free camp. So I think this was another important point that Dr. Krishna Prasad put forth. So I think these are very important things. And finally, I wish the TOS all the best. I think you are now under great leadership. Bharat has come back. And I think the team TOS is very resilient. The reason I'm saying is that this was one of the most difficult lamp I lighted during inauguration. Period. But what I found was that they didn't give up at all. All of them were putting their hands, all of them, and finally we completed the process, which means a very resilient society that you have, and I'm sure you have a good future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now we'll go for the presentation of mementos by chief guest. I request to present the memos to the chief guest. The Badrinarayana sir by chief guest. Dr. Bharat Kumar, the present president. Dr. Vijay Kumar, Vice President of Telangana Ophthalmic Society.
Dr. Rajalingam, or the General Secretary.
To the Chairman Scientific Committee, Dr. Rishi Swarup. TOS Treasurer, Dr. Ravi Kumar. Joint Secretary, Dr. Praveen. Here, Chairman ARC, Dr. Modini. And Editor Publication, Dr. Seniormost Prasad. I request Dr. Ravindra, please come over the dais. Dr. Ravindra. So I request Dr. Modini, please give vote of thanks.
It is my duty now to give my vote of thanks. Right at the outset, I would, as is customary, thank our chief guest of the program, Dr. Nageshwar Reddy, not just for coming, but for giving us a very, very entertaining speech. It was really, the laughter was really needed and it was so good. I thank Dr. Samar Basak, who took time from his busy schedule. He has to travel today, as he told us, to come and share his experiences with us. I thank the president, ex-president, and the new president, the vice president, the general secretary, and other executive members of the TOS who have graced the dais and helped in making this whole program a great success. I thank the advisors, Dr. Manoj, Dr. Nandkishore, Dr. Ravindra, who were always there guiding us with every step of what is happening. The last LOC really made a very high standard of a program for us to follow, and they were with us all the way here also in the background, Dr. Raman, Dr. Suparna, telling us what exactly we should do. I thank all the delegates, because without you, no conference is complete. What Rishi, all the hard work Rishi has done is fruitful only because all of you are there to attend. And I thank all of you. The video members have made a very smooth transition on the stage from different programs, done a good job. I would also like, last but not the least, to thank my mammoth LOC, 34 members, because we had a short time, and I want all of you to give them a real big clap. Each one of them did more than what was assigned to them. I know they're not all here, but each one of them did much more, and we had a well-bonded team, and that is why we could do it in such a short time. I know there will be a few lacunae, but I know out of the kindness of your hearts, you will excuse us. Thank you very much, one and all, for this excellent program. Thank the Pharma for their support. I cannot forget to thank them. And the hotel staff and everybody to give us our lunches and breakfasts. Thank you so much.
So lastly, national anthem. Sound.
Request you to stand for them.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Jai. Thank you. Thank you very much. We will proceed for the lunch now.
I request the audience to stay back. Our next session is starting immediately. We don't have a lunch break in this hall. We have to give this hall at 5. Yes.
तो बंदा पकड़ के मेन हॉल गया. बॉटल वाज टीवी तोड़ दिया बिल लगा तुम बोलते. वैसे वैसे आगा तो बोले तुम्हें
हाँ कौन था ये सिग्नल
इधर
ठीक है भाई थाम
Very good afternoon to everybody. We are running very late, so we'll get started with the next session. That's the Ramchandra Rao Symposium on Refractive Surgery. And I would like to request our chairperson, Dr. Gaurav Luthra, to come onto the stage. I would like to request our co-chairs, Dr. Chitra Ramamurthy, Dr. Namrata Sharma, and Dr. Nandakishore to come over to the stage. And also would request a panelist, Dr. Shiva, Dr. Kalyani, and Dr. Alpa. Okay, before I think some of them are having lunch, so we'll get started with the session. So we have Dr. Gaurav Luthra from Dishri Eye Institute from Dehradun. He is one of the amazing practitioners. You would have heard a lot of talks on cataract and premium cataract surgeries and refractive surgery and keratoconus management. Today he will be delivering a keynote lecture on epithelial thickness mapping, which is a new novel concept that we've been hearing in the recent times, but I think we'll learn a lot from him today. Over to you, Dr. Gaurav.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Jagdish, and I'm grateful for this invitation to TOS, to all the office bearers of TOS and the organizing team. And thank you for inviting me to speak on this topic, which is very dear to my heart, and I've been working on this for a few years now. So it's a relatively new tool now, and I think lots of refractive surgeons and cornea surgeons do use epithelium mapping today. I have no financial interest. So as we all understand, the normal epithelial morphology, epithelial thickness is between 50 to 60 microns. And Dan Reinstein has done a lot of work, and he found that the epithelium was thicker inferiorly than superiorly because of the blinking, probably, nasally than temporally, and almost 1.03 diopters power in the central 2 millimeter zone and 0.85 at the 3.6. So it does contribute to the power of the cornea as well, and that becomes very important when you are doing refractive surgery. So epithelium mapping can be done in many ways. It can be done with confocal microscopy, but that only measures a very, very small area of the cornea, so it may not give you a full map as you can get with other devices. Then the very high frequency digital ultrasound, on which the first work was done by Dan Reinstein, where it can see up to 10 millimeters of the cornea with excellent precision, but it's not available to all of us. And then the OCT, which has now started doing a great job of doing anterior segment OCT, and almost all the new OCT machines are able to measure the epithelium in different ways, and several of them are available. We were using for last 7-8 years or maybe 10 years the Avanti RT View, and now we also use the Anterion for the last couple of years, and even the MS39, and there are lots of others, the Cirrus from Zeiss, they all have epithelium mapping functions, and most of them do a good job of doing that. So this is how the epithelium of a normal eye would look approximately, with the color coding, of course. So between 50 to 51 microns, and of course there will be outliers. There will be some people with thinner epitheliums and thicker epitheliums, and that's why it becomes important to check them when you're planning to do a refractive surgery, especially on the surface. So epithelium patterns can be very variable, and as you can see, they can be a central hyperplasia, they can be a central thinning as in keratoconus, they can have hyperplasias in different areas, and healing responses. For example, here there is a central thinning with peripheral compensation, a very hyperplastic epithelium, a very thin epithelium. So all these patterns we should recognize because they all have their own significance. And in keratoconus, Reinstein observed that epithelium remodeling masks the area of the cone in the early stages of keratoconus, and this hides the subsequent modifications of the corneal stroma, which may go undetected on topography. So sometimes if you find that the topography looks absolutely normal, but in subtle keratoconus or formophrostic keratoconus, you may find epithelial thinning on the apex, and we'll see more of that as we go on, and it can go into a typical donut pattern which can be seen on epithelium maps. So let's look at this one patient who has a cornea which is quite steep there in the center with inferior steepening, and you can see here that he has same in corresponding area there is epithelial thinning on the apex of the cone, and this is of course the full pachymetry map and the epithelium maps and the compensatory hyperplasia happening here. These are of course only the smaller 6 mm zones. Then this is a more advanced form of keratoconus in the right and the left eye, and you will see similar maps showing apical thinning of the epithelium. So these are like advanced keratoconus, so they are telltale signs which are very, very obvious. And then again another patient where you can see thinning on the apex, and you'll see the compensatory hyperplasia forming the donut, as you can see on this side. This is a wider epithelium map which is showing you the typical donut pattern with the central thinning over the cone. So advanced keratoconus becomes very easy to identify because you can even see it on all kinds of topographies and pentacams, but it's the subtle or the early keratoconus or the formifrostic keratoconus which may not be picked up on topography, but it's also important to realize the advanced keratoconus features as well. So these are all the shapes that you might see in normal and formifrostic keratoconus, and you should be able to differentiate between all of them if you start seeing these epithelium maps. So also if you try to treat these eyes with cross-linking, frankly the cross-linking makes changes to the epithelium, and epithelium of post-CXL eyes actually starts resembling more of the normal eyes rather than the keratoconus eyes. It appears that in biomechanically stabilized irregular corneas, the epithelium becomes non-reactive and conforms more to the normal thickness despite the highly irregular underlying stromal contour. So you will see a change in the epithelium maps post-CXL in keratoconic eyes. And in one of the studies, they found that accelerated CXL and traditional CXL also have similar trends of epithelial remodeling as the other one. Now this is a typical map of a post-CXL 1 week patient, and this is at 3 months, and you can see that there is tendency towards remaining on the thinner side, and at 6 months this would look somewhat like this. So it's mostly regularized. So when you start off, you may have a much clearer evidence of thinning over the apex, but post 6 months CXL things start changing. So another tool area where epithelium thickness mapping becomes very important tool for the refractive surgeon is when you are screening patients for refractive surgery, because not only is it good for checking out the patients who are maybe having some epithelial something on the topography which is suspicious. You would like to see how it looks on the epithelium, so you might want to see contact lens warpage. You might want to see, like in this situation, there is an inferior steepening over there, and it can correspond to a donut pattern in the keratoconus. And so distinguishing subclinical keratoconus from epithelial hyperplasia is something which is very important. You can see here that there was a superior steepening, and in this patient there was also a corresponding hyperplasia, which you will not find in a keratoconic eye. You'll tend to look for thinning. So this patient may be ruled in for surgery rather than ruled out based on the epithelium maps which are giving you additional information. On the other hand, this is another patient with inferior steepening, and you can see on the epithelium maps that there is thinning corresponding to the apex of the steepest point. And again, this obviously starts putting suspicion in of a formifrostic keratoconus or a keratoconus, and you would then rule out such a patient. So epithelium maps can contribute, especially in those dilemma situations where you are not sure whether to go with surgery or not. So you should screen out such patients. This is one of the patients where a 28 years old female whom we saw recently, and with a small refractive error over there. And you can see in the left eye there was some inferior steepening of about 2 diopters, and when we saw the pachymetry maps, they looked more or less good. And on epithelium maps in the left eye and also somewhat in the right eye, you could see some epithelial hyperplasia, and this patient had previously used contact lenses maybe a couple of months back. If you look at the anterior epithelium thickness maps, left eye shows a clear evidence of epithelial hyperplasia over here. But if you look at the stromal maps where you have kind of removed the epithelium, you see that the maps are quite pristine. So now this patient, suddenly from being a suspect or might have been ruled out of surgery, can now be ruled in for surgery after regularizing the ocular surface. So you can treat the ocular surface, repeat the maps, and if you find everything's looking good, you can go ahead with surgery. Another patient where this is patient, actually this is a very elderly patient who came in insisting on refractive surgery after pseudophakia, wanted surgery, and we saw these maps, and there was a thinner epithelium than usual, which also happens with aging. So as we age, our epithelium can become slightly thinner, and but also you can see such situations with dry eye. So in the initial stages with MGD and decreased T-BUT, there may be hypertrophy of the epithelium in the mild forms of dry eye, but as you go on to more severe forms of dry eye, like the moderate dry eye syndrome or the severe dry eye syndrome, you can see the epithelium tends to start getting thinner because there is no compensatory epithelial cycle, and with excessive apoptosis, so there is mechanical destruction. So starting with a normal eye, in a mild dry eye, you may sometimes actually see a little bit of epithelial hyperplasia, but in the more advanced forms of dry eye, you will usually see a thinner epithelium. Another thing which is very important is contact lens warpage, where there is inferior thickening of the epithelium over the steep cornea, in contrast to the inferior thinning which is seen in keratoconus. So on the upper thing, you can make out that there is inferior epithelial hyperplasia. In the other one, which is keratoconus, there is inferior epithelial thinning. Both will look to you like there is some form of inferior steepening. Now, another patient where we had a 25 years old female, treated for -5 and -4.5, presented with this kind of contact lens warpage, was compared on appendicam maps, there was inferior steepening, and then this patient was treated with ocular surface stabilizers and improved. Now, there was this interesting paper which determines the utility of epithelium thickness mapping in refractive surgery evaluations, and what they summarized was that 10% of patients screened in post-evaluation, they are screened in, which means that they were otherwise being kind of, being not allowed for surgery, and now you can actually operate upon them because it allowed them to have, you could understand the topographies better. 6% patients were screened out, so they were like based on epithelium maps. They were otherwise kind of allowed for surgery, but based on epithelium maps, we screened them out. And the choice of surgery also changed in almost 25% of patients based on the epithelium maps. 11% of them gained eligibility for LASIK and 8% lost eligibility. So it's quite a significant number of patients where epithelium maps is making a difference. This is a recent study out in 2022 from a nice group from Bradley, Randleman et al. And so they will, this was a very interesting study, and I felt that this kind of brings out that epithelium maps are important. So the concepts of epithelial remodeling are that the curvature changes are more important because greater epithelium changes are there to bring the cornea back to its curvature when you do some kind of intervention. Whereas when you decrease the thickness of the cornea, the epithelium thickness increases to compensate for it, but basically for the stromal tissue loss, but it also tries to basically does that for maintaining the corneal biomechanics, but it may not make such a huge change. So you would see changes in refractive surgery, and even in RK where you are not actually subtracting any tissue, you would still see some changes. So it is not fully understood how epithelium behaves, but we have some basic principles. So after PRK, it's very interesting that there is a significant decrease in the thickness in the first month and increase in the central epithelial thickness over the preoperative value from the 3 to 6 months. This is after myopic PRK. And the mid-periphery and the periphery achieve preoperative thickness at 6 months or later. And then after 6 months, it becomes relatively stable. So post-operative thickening did not affect the refractive outcomes at that stage. So there is a greater increase in thickness with higher refractive errors, with smaller optical zones, and with thinner preoperative epithelium. Now after myopic LASIK, the epithelium thickening to compensate for the ablated optical zone are at 6 millimeters, and changes in epithelium thickness are more prominent in the preoperative tangential curvature regions. So there may be a 22% increase in epithelium thickness on the first day post-op itself, and 58% between day 1 and first month, and 20% at the 1 to 3 months. So there is good stability between 3 to 12 months, and that's when you find that patients tend to stabilize after 3 months. And there is a largest epithelial response on the first month with a 0.39 diopter shift, and this can be minimized by increasing the optical zone and optimizing the ablation profile to make it more optimized as we all use nowadays. So that can help. So in myopic LASIK, for example, in this patient with a -5 correction, we see that there is now early post-op 1 week, they have started showing changes of epithelium remodeling. You can see it here and you can see it there. And however, if you go on at 3 months to 6 months, this is the typical pattern that you might see with almost significant hyperplasia of almost, going to 65-70 microns in the central zone. So this is typically how these myopic central ablations will look a few months later after surgery. Now after myopic PRK, as we already saw how it changes with PRK, you can see that these are early post-op day 15 images from PRK. You can see that the epithelium is still very thin in the periphery where it's filling in, and the central areas have started, thickening a little more. And with time, at 3 months, this seems to look much, much better and has now regained its almost reasonable pre-op kind of a thickness. Hyperopic LASIK is almost very, very different. So if you do see an epithelium map, you'll see that there will be central thinning on the area of where you have, when you've done a hyperopic LASIK, because you're basically ablating in the periphery. So in the periphery, you will see epithelial hyperplasia, whereas in the central area, there will be compensatory thinning of the epithelium. Now this becomes very important because when you are trying to steepen the cornea in the center, if you're going beyond 49 to 50 diopters, you are trying to make a cornea which is likely to be unstable, and that's when the epithelium breakdown can happen. So Reinstein et al. Found that thinning of the central epithelium happens by almost 2 microns for every 1 diopter of hyperopic correction. And you need a minimum of about 25 microns thickness of the epithelium in the center to have a stable cornea and a stable refractive correction. So I won't go into the details, but essentially what this slide is trying to tell us is that you can determine the extent to which you can do hyperopic LASIK by trying to see what will be your end result, end point of the epithelium at the central area. If you're going to get it like thinner than 35, you should decrease the amount of correction you're planning to do. And if you're maintaining something at say like 35 to 40 microns post-op, you are basically safe to go ahead. So, this is how it stands. So this is another patient where there is hyperopic LASIK pre-op and then early post-op day 15. And then when it goes on, you can see at the bottom at 2 months, there is that typical donut pattern which might look like keratoconus, but it's actually hyperopic LASIK. Some patients will have irregular epithelium remodeling post-LASIK. This can happen with Bowman's, when you have a kind of unrecognized buttonhole flaps, interface complications, you will see funny patterns as you can see over here, and some of these can also be artifactual, but followed over time they can settle down. Now SMILE is a newer addition, and SMILE has a similar epithelium response as LASIK, but maybe slightly different. So the half time of recovery of the epithelium was about 13 days, and it continues to stabilize for up to 3 months. So this is an image of a patient who is 15 days post myopic LASIK, myopic SMILE, and at 3 months you can start seeing that central hyperplasia, and the peripheral, at the edge of the lenticules, you'll see that little bit of epithelial remodeling and thinning. Another patient where we have similar pattern developing, as you can see over here. In the periphery of the lenticule, you can see some thinning and central hyperplasia. So SMILE versus SMILE Extra, we didn't find any difference. The epithelium healing is almost same, so that also helps us show that SMILE Extra seems to work quite well and is safe enough to proceed amongst other things that we studied. Here was one patient post-op SMILE Extra, post-op 3 months, looks almost very similar to traditional SMILE. I'll just go on because there's no end to what we can talk about, but this is an interesting patient where we did one eye trans-PRK, one eye SMILE because the patient had a small epithelium, has strong superficial scar. Now on the right you can see the healing over 3 months for the PRK group, trans-PRK, and on the left. So at the end they both are looking pretty similar, but you can see that the early stages this epithelium is much thinner and then gradually they kind of catch up. So it's a nice way to compare 2 eyes of one patient undergoing the same thing. So long-term epithelium remodeling has been seen to be almost similar with both LASIK and SMILE. And when planning enhancements, it becomes very nice because if you have epithelium maps, you can decide whether you want to go for a brush or a alcohol-assisted epithelium removal rather than a trans-PRK, because you may have significant central epithelial hyperplasia. So customizing trans-PRK with epithelium maps is again very, very useful. And to summarize, I would say that epithelium mapping is, for me, it is almost like if I don't have epithelium maps, I feel handicapped just like if I don't have a pentacam when looking at a patient. So for me, all my patients in pre-op and post-op will come to me with epithelium mapping. And it's especially useful when planning hyperopic LASIK or any kind of LASIK because it helps you decide. And especially nowadays, trans-PRK, if you want to feed in the exact epithelium thickness into your machine. And epithelium remodeling does impact the outcomes of refractive surgery significantly, and it can be very useful in studying surprises as well. And in high myopic corrections, it can lead to regression post-operatively in all groups, PRK, LASIK and SMILE. And no specific refractive procedure offers any added advantage to prevent this regression. But larger optical ablation zones can reduce the increase in epithelium thickness post-operatively. So with that, I would like to finish, and again, I would like to invite all of you, if you haven't yet found out about this meeting, which is the AIOC midterm meeting happening halfway between Dehradun and Mussoorie, end of October. You are welcome. We have lots of good tourism and good sessions with Rishikesh, Haridwar and Mussoorie within 45 minutes drive from the venue. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Luthra. It was wonderful talk. I would say a lot of times we look at epithelial thickness where we want to avoid doing something, but I think it also rules in a lot of cases. I think it's a very enlightening talk. Thank you so much. So we're running significantly late, so we'll keep moving on. So now we have Dr. Chitra Ramamurthy, who will be, who's the medical director from the Eye Foundation, Coimbatore, and she'll be talking to us about fixing farsightedness with a SMILE. A case of SMILE for hyperopia, and she'll also be sharing a case, other interesting case as well. Over to you, Dr. Chit.
What happened? Yeah. Very good afternoon to you. I think either you all have not had lunch or going for lunch, so but please do stay awake for our session. And in my due is to talk a little on hyperopia correction with the lenticule and also one a smile complication. So thanks a lot, Dr. Jagdish, for this invite. I really felt delighted being invited by you for this session. So basically, when we talk of hyperopia correction, what are the possibilities? This is very small niche group. We could do surface ablation if it is a small refractive error. We may do a femtolasic procedure, but we'd feel happier doing a phakic IUL for these patients. But then these are small eyes and we are stumped because the anterior chamber may not be deep enough, and an anterior chamber depth of 2.8 is absolutely mandatory to do a phakic IUL, and doing a PI or anything will not compensate for going even half a millimeter less. So then, why am I pausing when I talk about surface ablation of femtolasic for hyperopic correction? It's because it's so clear to all of us that if you try higher hyperopic corrections on the cornea, you are going to induce hyperopia. There could be a loss of BCVA in these eyes, and because of the curvature change which occurs in the hyperopia with that mid-peripheral steepening which occurs, there is more hyperplasia and regression in these eyes. So this was a case of a high hyperop by all standards, +7 with -2 diopters and +5 with my 0.75 diopters. So, and if you look at the topography, there were some small suspicious high points in the posterior float, and a little, though it looked like a regular astigmatism, there was a little more inferior steepening and little suspicion in the superior steepening with some increased posterior elevation points. So these were there. But more importantly, the AC depth was 1.6 and 1.8. So it was a complete no-no for femtolasic procedure. So the options were, do we do femtolasic for such a high power? We know it was a suspicious cornea, and then there is this high regression, so it's not possible. Phakic IOL AC depth was less than 1.7, not possible. Clear lens extraction is possible, but the IOL power was 42, and a young patient, a 30-year-old, do I do a clear lens extraction now itself? Was something not at all satisfying, and there are challenges operating in small eyes. So then why not give tissue additive? A thought came up. So what are the options of implantations of corneal lenticules? One, it is called LIKE. It is lenticule intrastomal keratoplasty, or S-like, where it's a small incision lenticular intrastomal keratoplasty. So when you call LIKE, you create a flap-based procedure. That's all there is to it. You lift a flap of 10 millimeters, a depth of about 110 micron with oblique side cuts of 45 degrees, and the lenticule is just placed, a smile surgery done before, and the lenticule is placed and centered on the visual axis. There are some people who store it in a Optisol or maybe something else, but anyway, we had not done it that way, and the lenticule is placed and centered on the visual axis. For the small S-like, what we do is we create an 8 to 9 millimeter pocket, 120 micron depth cap, a 5 millimeter incision, and the lenticule is inserted into this pocket and spread out. So I'm going to show you the procedure. Basically what was done was the hinge was located inferiorly, and the hinge width was made as much as 310 degrees, so that just that small opening which was there superiorly was meant to be for the incision. So the cap was 120, and the hinge was located inferiorly, and then that's all was done. And then once we have created, just gently opened up the pocket, that incision which is there. So, and then naturally you need to separate the tissue bridges to get that kind of space in the pocket to place the incision. The bleeders were stopped. We just done a smile patient of a little higher power than -7, -8.5 or so was the lenticule power of the myopia correction which was done. And this lenticule was just nudged in and spread out on the, centered on the visual axis. The same thing was done for the left eye. Left eye at +5 with 0.5 cylinder, and the power of about 6.5 was taken. And I'll also tell you why we go for a little higher part. And you opened up the incision, separated the tissue bridges. The same hinge located inferiorly, and the hinge width being very large. and the pocket was created, and after ensuring that there was no bleeder, this was just, this smile lenticule was just nudged into the eye, and and then spread out on top with a spatula to ensure it is centered. So now on post-op day 1, the patient had 0.5 with 2.5 cylinder in the right eye and just 0.5 cylinder in the left eye, and was a very gratified patient. Now in this particular case, there was no need for correction because the patient was far too happy with the correction which he achieved. ASOCT can show you that, that space where that lenticule, similarly in the left eye. And again, you can see the next day the patient's eye was quite clear, the interface was clear, there were 2 YAGP eyes. And if you look at the topography, we got that steepening, central steepening, which is what is desired and which was what we got. So now, on a general basis, this patient we didn't do enhancement, but normally you are supposed to do, because basically you place a little higher powered myopic lenticule in these eyes, because it's better to err on overcorrection. If you have a residual myopic astigmatism, it's easier to correct that than a hyperopic astigmatism. So what you can do is, you can lift this flap and then do the correction. If you had created a primary flap, you can go back and lift that flap, or you need not lift the flap at all, you can do just a surface ablation. That's one way of doing enhancement. The other way of doing enhancement is, that pocket which was converted, you could convert it with circle software to a flap, and then you could lift that as a flap, and then go ahead and do the excimer laser correction. That way you can do it. So what is the advantage of creating this pocket and doing it is, there's less injury to the subbasal plexus, less flap related complication, there's less reduction of biomechanical strength, and less dry eye, that we all know. But what we learned is that, we read rather in different articles, that it is even better to have a shallower implantation of the lenticule. Instead of 120, you could even have it at 110, because there's a greater anterior stromal steepening if it is a more shallow implantation. And as I said to you all earlier, it's better to err a little on the overcorrection, so having left with some myopic residual is better to do an enhancement if indicated. If you are creating a flap and place a lenticule under the flap, there is a possibility of a poor adhesion and dislocation of the flap edge, and rarely you could even have an epithelial ingrowth happening. And there is this, in a flap which you do and place a lenticule, there's a mid-peripheral conformational change which occurs just like in hyperopic LASIK. So there is a possibility that more enhancement would be needed. There has also been an article which talked about the role of cross-linking to address that ring hyperplasia of the corneal epithelium which could occur. However, the whole idea of presenting was that this was a challenging decision, and it probably just opens up newer frontiers for management if you do it more. What could be our discussion points here? Would you do a PRK for a residual astigmatism? Would you think that would be the best instead of lifting a flap or using a circle software? And then if you have a hyperopic astigmatism as a residual, how would you go about it? Would you feel just pushing in a lenticule and centering on the visual axis will do, or would you need to mark it? Would you do something more for a better centration, or what would you do if there could be an angle kappa in these eyes? These are hyperope. So those are thoughts which you don't have the answers. I would look forward to Dr. Jagdish answering. Just this one small tiny video I'm going to show you all of suction loss in SMILE and how we managed with it. Before that, we know there were many articles which have come up which say that suction loss could be anything from 0.17 to 2.1, and the different reasons of suction loss could be as simple as Bell's phenomenon, zero suction, improper docking, very narrow eyes, conjunctival chemosis, small corneal diameter. But then it is said that it is not that impacted by chemosis. The problem is if the cap has a large diameter and is a high cylinder we are correcting, sometimes there could be a lower compatibility between the corneal and the suction cone shape. That could be kept in mind. And retreatment, if you have a suction loss, we often feel inclined to go ahead and do a retreatment. It says that it should be done, a retreatment immediately after suction loss, after a lenticule side cut has been done. It's best to be avoided. And because they believe that there could be a hyperopic shift due to the shift of the lenticule anteriorly by the gas bubble expansion. They say that if you, after the side cut, you want to do a retreatment like a surface ablation, it is better to wait for 24 hours, and you should expect some increase in spherical abrasions. The drawbacks of immediate docking is, one is increased patient anxiety, and because of the OBL, you are not able to observe the pupil center. There's a risk of treatment getting decentered and risk of uneven lamellar flaps. So this is the thing, you see, just keep watching. Everything seems to be going good. The cap cut is also has happened. Just keep watching the side cut. Now there was an incision which got cut, which happened, but it was in an aberrant position. So I had to think what has to be done for that patient. Went on to the next eye, the suction, but I knew that this patient is going to give trouble. So what I decided to do is, if there is a little movement, I'm going to take my foot pedal off before the side cut gets completed or before the incision gets done, and again docked and created a new incision. So then now it was all about just opening up this incision and then separating it superiorly and inferior to the lenticule and just removing the lenticule. So but then something had to be done for the other eye too. So of course after checking this lenticule which was spread out and all, so here what was done was similar to that hyperopia, created the inferior hinge and a large hinge width of about 310, a small incision. In other words, I simulated what would be like in SMILE, and then went back and then did the routine procedure of going above the lenticule and below the lenticule, and then pulling out the lenticule, as you can see, which was thus handled, and we got away with it. So the learning points in the second situation is, as soon as you notice some instability, it is better to take the foot pedal off the pedal, and importantly, if you're going to take the treatment in the same sitting, ensure there's proper centration on redock, and we could use a circle software as an escape route. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Chitra. Both are challenging cases. I think the first case was very good. We were working at, Praveen was working at LVP using Gabor microkeratome, where like was replicated. Instead of using a laser, he was doing that. I think there were variable results that were seen with that procedure. I think it needs more refinement. I think this is a very easy way of correcting, and I think using a surface ablation to do the rest of the correction, I think would be an appropriate way rather than trying to lift the flap, because whenever in cornea you make a different flap, you never know which plane you're going to go, because we have multiple planes now. So we may be causing a dislodgement of the previous lenticule that was present. So I think doing a surface ablation would be a better choice.
For enhancement, you mean?
For enhancement, I'd say.
Okay.
Yes. Any other thoughts? Okay. So thank you. So yes, Vivek.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned too, but
yeah, the question was like, would you suture the wound when you do a like procedure, because the possibility of epithelial ingrowth?
No, I don't think. We would probably just be cautious that we handle opening up the flap and not doing it roughly, because you could see the epithelialness. I don't think. I don't know. I mean,
yeah, I think we need more cases to that, because epithelial ingrowth is a very
such a rare occurrence
thing that I think more cases you see that probably. So we'll go on to the next talk. I would request Dr. Prabhakar, who's the chief of cornea and refractive service at Shankar Eye Foundation, who will be talking to us about recentering the focus, a case of decentered ablation management. Now, decentered ablation is one of the rare things, but once it happens, it's very difficult to manage. I think it could be a very good learning experience from Dr. Prabhakar.
So, good afternoon, everyone. So, I'm going to discuss about one of the cases where we had a decentered ablation. So, this was a regular case where 35-year-old lady, she had -5 in right eye and left eye -7.5, and topo was absolutely within normal limits, thickness was about 550, and even keratometry readings were totally normal. So, we thought of doing femtoLASIK, where we choose a superior hinge, just like any other regular case, one of the 7 cases that was done on that day, where during the surgery there was good centration. Patient was looking right into the laser, and active pupil tracking was there. So the patient, after 1 week, she came for post-op, where in right eye she had 6/6, and in left eye it was 6/18. So before the patient enters into the OPD, we look at refraction, what's happening. So what went through our mind is, was it a wrong entry, or was it a decentered flap or displaced flap? Was there a flap striae? Was it DLK, or is it pressure-induced stromal keratitis? And the thing was, it was not improving with glasses also. Then we did the clinical examination where everything was within normal limits. Cornea was clear, flap was in place and everything. And then we thought of taking this pentacam, and what we noticed is this. So decentered ablation, where we can see crystal clear, where we can see the inferior blue part, minus 0.92 at 126 degrees. So we wanted to see whether wavefront works for these cases. So we went ahead with the similar correction, where we have relifted the flap and we have corrected. And next post-op day, the patient, luckily she improved to 6/9, but there was a residual of plus 0.75 at 90 degrees. And binocularly she was very happy. And this was pre and post, where it has corrected the irregular part of the cornea, where we can see in the third map. And even the RMS value has come down significantly. So what I want to discuss is, it was a regular case, and what we remember was the patient was right looking into the tracker, and pupil tracking was absolutely normal. But why did this decentered ablation happen? What are the inputs I should get from the panelists or audience? And one thing is, we regularly keep in mind is the head position is corrected, and which was followed in this particular patient also. So our question was there a bug in the machine for this particular case?
It has to be a decentered dock. Sometimes, the patient could have moved the eyes and you may not have realized when you docked, and it's nothing but a decentered ablation.
The femtoflap was quite centered, ma'am. Only that laser ablation went wrong, I think. Femtolasic.
Femtolasic. Are you sure the femtolasic? Because invariably the LASIK flap itself would have got decentered.
No, we are absolutely clear about that. Femtoflap was really good, both eyes, and only ablation got decentered.
Yeah, so if the ablation got decentered, you can't go and lift the flap and treat and recenter it, no? You have to do a topo-guided regularization. That's the only way of treating it. Yeah, you have to do a PRK, and you have to enlarge the optic zone, and no, that's how you can do it, no? That's the only way.
Depending on the size of your flap, like how much of the decentration has happened. So most of the times we fix it with the topo-guided treatments that we do, wherein we can recenter the decentration, so that both quantity and quality of vision can be addressed. So this can be done as a stage-wise, like where you look at first centering it and seeing what is the final refractive error, and then do a repeat procedure where you can correct the entire refractive error. So at some times, if it is minimal, so it goes off at one go, but at times it may require dual stage procedures.
Yeah. So I wanted to know whether, I wanted to ask you that when the laser was done, which laser were you using initially? It was the same laser?
Same laser, sir.
Right.
Star
so I
by
don't use that laser,
AMO.
but on my laser I know that we have to do a center test, like when the machine is detecting the pupil, because this is basically treatments are centered on the pupil when you're doing a conventional treatment. If you're of course doing a topo guided, then it might be centered on the vertex, but if you're doing a regular treatment, you're centered on the pupil. And on our machine, which I use, is the Alcon Wavelight machine, when you press the pedal for the center test, it shows you where it is treating, what it is assuming to be the center of the pupil. At that time, if you don't pay attention, I've seen most surgeons don't even, they just tap it as if for a formality, and they're not really looking whether the pupil is being picked up correctly and the center of ablation is in the center of pupil. You can miss it, and if it's, especially if it's an irregular pupil, or if there is some reason for the pupil center to be detected incorrectly, your machine can fire in a different way. Another reason could be if you have some fluid near the hinge, because if you had a superior hinge and if you have some extra fluid fluid which is lying superiorly. It can cause reflexes, it can cause wrong detection of pupil, it can even cause undercorrection in the superior area because it won't ablate over there. It will ablate inferiorly more than what will happen, and it looked somewhat like that to me actually.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe. That we really didn't know, sir, because it was one of the 7 cases. Like, we make sure everything is proper and centered.
Yeah, in Wavelight, I think EX500, we get a post-ablation report where we see how the pulses have been centered.
Yeah, EX500 it gives us.
This
was a
that usually helps.
EMO based machine.
EX,
Star.
visits. Okay, thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for providing. Very helpful case. So we'll move on to the next case. We have Dr. Akhil present his case. He'll be talking to us about strengthening to scarring, so managing CTK after collagen cross-linking. Akhil is a former faculty at Devi Prasad Institute, currently is working with Center for Sight.
Thank you, Dr. Jagdish. So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Akhil, and I will be presenting an interesting series of cases called central toxic keratopathy after collagen cross-linking. I had managed these cases during my time at LV Prasad Eye Institute. I have no financial interest to disclose. So, let's jump right into the case. This is the case of a 29-year-old female who presented to us with complaints of blurring of vision in both eyes. She had a frequent change of glasses, history of frequent change of glasses, and she consulted elsewhere. She was told she has keratoconus, so she came to us for second opinion. This was a tomography of the right eye, which shows all the classical signs of keratoconus. She has a best corrected visual acuity of 20/30, and this was a tomography of her left eye. So we noted rapid progression in the right eye as when we compared her scans done elsewhere 10 months ago. So we planned collagen cross-linking with accelerated protocol in the right eye. So the standard procedure was followed, and this was the post-operative medications the patient was on. Now at 1 week when she presented to us, she presented with this picture. So she had a discrete central opacity with deep stromal folds or striae noted. The opacity was mainly limited to the anterior to mid stroma, and there was no epithelial defect. Her uncorrected visual acuity was 20/80. The anterior segment OCT at visit showed a very characteristic inverse dome-shaped configuration of hyperreflectivity, which was broader in the anterior stroma, and it tapered down as we go to the posterior stroma, and the central thinning also was noted. So this was the tomography at 1 week visit, which shows an exuberant central flattening in this case. So it's more clear now where we compare the tomography with the preoperative visit. As you can see, there's a lot of flattening centrally. So at first we were confused, what is this? And these were the 4 differentials that came to mind. But as and when we ruled out the characteristics that were seen in our case, we concluded that this was most likely to be CTK, that is central toxic keratopathy. Why did we think this? So because of this. These are the characteristics of CTK. Usually the patients present within 1 week. Usually they have a central dense stromal opacity which is localized, well demarcated, without an epithelial defect. There will be stromal thinning in that area, and there will be posterior stromal striae. All these features were present in this patient. So what actually is central toxic keratopathy? This is a known complication post laser refractive surgery, which is an acute non-inflammatory condition which is self-limiting and associated with central corneal opacification, stromal tissue loss and striae, and also significant hyperopic shift. However, it has not been reported previously after collagen cross-linking. So the mechanism mainly involves stromal loss with keratocyte due to keratocyte apoptosis and also enzymatic degradation. So what happens is the keratocyte apoptosis occurs without inflammation. There is a loss of stroma. The anterior surface falls back to fill the gap. There is a flattening of the anterior surface of the cornea and a resultant hyperopic shift. And literature has shown that these are the possible implicating factors for the development of CTK, but none of it has been proven yet. So we shifted the patient to prednisone acetate eye drops in a tapering dose and also continued lubricants. And at 1 month, this was the picture. So the opacity has decreased in density. The best corrected visual acuity had improved. We continued the patient on loteprednol 0.5% drops twice a day. This was the OTCT at 1 month. As you can see that there is a further central thinning that is noted. The central thickness now is 301 microns. And if you compare the keratometry at 1 month as compared to the 1 week visit, there is further flattening noted in the center. So this is how the density of the opacity changed over the course of the follow-up visits from 1 week to 3 months. And if you look at the tomography, there was an initial flattening that was noted at 1 week, which further flattened at 1 month, stayed relatively stable at 3 months, and then there was a slight recovery at 1 year, but still it did not reach the preoperative levels. Similarly, if you see the thickness, it was very thin at 1 week, 1 month, and 3 months, and then there was a remodeling, then the thickness started to increase by 1 year. So this is how the OCT image also progressed. There was a gradual decrease in the hyperreflectivity, and the inverse dome slit configuration reduced over time. So what happens during CTK is that an association of epithelial wound healing as well as stromal remodeling will lead to increase in the corneal thickness, change in refractive index of the stroma, and reduction in the hyperopic shift. So the characteristic diagnostic features will be in Scheimpflug tomography, exaggerated anterior corneal flattening and corneal thinning. OCT will show inverse dome-shaped opacity with back scattering, and confocal will show a loss of keratocytes, and there will be no inflammatory cells. So from our series, these are the confocal images of 3 other patients, which all showed the similar picture, where there is complete loss of keratocytes in the anterior stroma, but there is no inflammatory cells at all. Usually it's a self-limiting disease and resolves spontaneously in 2 to 18 months. So topical steroids usually are not beneficial in these cases. We understood this later. It may actually worsen the disease progression as it inhibits keratocytes and fibroblasts from rebuilding the cellular matrix. So we published this series in the journal Cornea. We had a total cases of 12 eyes out of 964 eyes that underwent collagen cross-linking during the study period. So in all the cases, we noted a very similar picture. So if you look at K1, K2, mean K and Kmax, in all cases where there is an exuberant central flattening that is noted initially at the acute phase, which is around 3 months, and by 12 months there is some remodeling that is occurring, but the keratometry never reaches the preoperative levels. And pachymetry also, we note the similar picture. There is exuberant flattening or thinning noted at the acute phase, and then there is some remodeling, but the cornea will stay much thinner compared to the preoperative levels. So these are the images of some of the other patients which were in the series. All of them have shown very characteristic features that are indicative of CTK. So in conclusion, I would like to say that CTK can occur post-collagen cross-linking. It should be differentiated from other possible pathologies, especially haze. It's a non-inflammatory condition and usually is self-limiting. It needs only conservative management. Steroids are better avoided. After the initial flattening, there is a recovery of the original curvature of the cornea 6 to 12 months post-CXL. This should not be confused with progression of ectasia. Thank you.
Thank you, Akhil. Like anybody has a question?
I kind of missed that. Did you have 12 patients were reported out of a 900 plus thing?
Yes.
So I was wondering because, we have a large series of our own, like about 1,000 plus eyes. We haven't actually seen. So I was wanting to know about your energy protocols and the riboflavin that was used and... Hello? So was there anything else that you were looking for? Like, why is such a high incidence of CTK in your group?
We checked the calibration of the machine, we checked the energy settings, we got everything checked.
What protocol was used?
Accelerated protocol.
Okay, like what was the energy and what was the duration?
It was 9 millivolts per
9 millivolts.
Yes, 9 millivolts per 20 minutes.
And riboflavin?
The isotonic riboflavin in all the cases. The only thing, yes. Yes. So that was the initial learning curve. That was the first case that we managed. So that's why we thought it was actually inflammatory. Probably it would resolve with prednisone. But in other cases, it didn't matter. It would anyway reduce over time, with and without increase in steroids. And there was one thing that we noticed, that all these cases were performed on the Peschke CXL system. That was the machine used. We previously had Avedro. In none of the patients we saw this. So we even sent the machine back to the company to see for the calibration, but they came up with nothing. And after that, again, it disappeared. We did not get this back. No, we sent the machine back. They checked everything and sent it back. Since then, we never had a case like this.
I think that's a good answer because energy calibrations are very, very important.
Yeah.
In fact, we are using Peschke for last 15 years, like over 3-4 different models. The current one which we use also has an energy thing which keeps showing while you're treating.
Correct.
So it tells you the energy.
Yes, sir.
And
Yes.
there is a way of calibrating, and it is important to calibrate because I have seen similar severe haze also formation. This was of course typical of CTK, the picture that you showed.
Yes, sir.
But very severe haze with significant flattening and everything also happens with high energy protocols, and where the machines may not be very nicely calibrated. So
Yes.
I'm sure yours was.
Yes. Oh, really?
Yeah. Now the other thing is tomography may not play a role once you have this CTK
Yes.
in monitoring the
Progression.
progression of
Progression
curvature or the thickness as well.
Yes.
I think OCT would be a better tool to track all this.
Yeah, because the epithelium also will compensatory
Yeah,
hypertrophy is noted.
Since 12 months is a shorter period, I would say like it'll take longer. We've seen with LASIK, it'll take even longer for things to stabilize. Yeah,
yes.
they'll get better over a period of time.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Akhil. It was a
I
wonderful
have one-
case. And next
I
we
have one question.
Yeah, please, doctor.
Because we have not seen this kind of cases. Nowadays in LASIK we say that history of isotretinoin is not that important. Will that be important in post matlab the CXL cases?
I didn't get
History of retinoid use.
retinoid.
Isotretinoin.
Retinoic acid, yeah, which
We-
they use for
Yes, this acne and all.
Yeah,
We never asked the patients of these patients whether they had history of isotretinoin use or not. So
Yeah, that's a good point. Like
Yeah.
we take that into consideration when you're doing refractive surgeries,
Yeah.
but cross-linking probably we just ignore that. Maybe that's a good point to look at as well.
Yeah.
Thank you, doctor. So we'll move on to the next case, and I would request all the speakers to stick to time because we are very late. So next, Dr. Rishi Swaroop, the man behind this meeting, will be presenting to us about epithelial ingrowth. Dr. Rishi Swaroop is a chief cornea specialist at Swaroop Eye Center, and it doesn't need any more introduction, I guess. Over to you, Dr. Rishi.
Yeah, it's just a short case. I'll quickly present and we can have a few discussion points. So, this was a 28-year-old female, underwent LASIK in both eyes elsewhere 4 months before I saw her. Presented with complaints of a white spot over the black part of the left eye, associated with decreased vision and dryness since 1 month. Vision was almost plano, small cylinder in the right eye, and right eye LASIK flap, everything was fine. Left eye was 2.25 cylinder, improving only to 6/12. And this is how the cornea looked like in the left eye. You can see that there's a white spot there, which is basically epithelial cellness and some sort of scarring in the cornea as well. I'll show you a more magnified image. And you can see the edge of the flap is a little irregular, looks like there's been some element of necrosis there. And there's this big element of some big sheet of epithelium there and few scattered epithelial cellness, and there's some fibrosis of the flap there. So if you see the topography of the patient, there is steepening in the area of the epithelial ingrowth and compensatory flattening just above it, and this is probably causing the drop in the best corrected vision as well as the astigmatism for the patient. So what would you do for this? Yes, let's rake them up a little. Hmm. Yeah, but just see this flap edge, it's quite necrosed, and
No, it is.
the flap edge is not proper.
opposed. It's not
No, it's necrosed. There is, so that's probably where the epithelium has gone in from.
But
So
it is closer to visual axis.
yeah, yeah.
They showed, no?
I did have an OCT, but I think I didn't put it in the presentation. Yeah,
So I would be still for.
lifting, relifting.
Because all max you can observe to see whether it's extending further.
But the patient's
patient
vision
has-
is getting affected. 6/12, and even with the cylinder, she's not improving beyond 6/12.
So what?
Okay.
You're on intense topical steroid drops.
Any other thoughts?
I think it looks like you'll have to deal with it, lift it and
Lift
clear
it.
it up. Yeah, that's what I think. Unless I would have wanted to see if on OCT what's the thickness of the flap, I mean the cap over there.
So it's very thin. The edge is very thin, and there's some tissue loss.
Otherwise, you could, you know, how much was the flap thickness to begin with?
No idea, it was done elsewhere.
Elsewhere.
Yeah, but it was thinned out at the edge.
At the edge,
I didn't do it. So what I'll tell you what I did. So I went ahead and did a YAG laser because we know that this works at least 50% of the time. So you have to use the smallest possible energy of about 0.5 millijoules is what I used, 10 shots. And the end point is to get these kind of whitening with these little micro bubbles. So and then you have to give them topical steroids and anti-inflammatory medication. So we did at multiple sittings. So after the first YAG, 1 month later, you can see that the cell nests have shrunken quite a bit and it's looking better for sure. And the topography also got better, yeah, and more regular. And then we repeated some more YAG because there was some more cell nests which I thought which might again start growing. So we YAG those as well. And then it came with a different kind of a pattern next time after 3 months. Then we YAG'd it a little more again. Yeah, and after that it kind of completely died off. You can see there's more fibrosis there. But, and to my surprise, there was also atrophy of the iris underneath where I did. So that's the thing to note, that it's not safe to do it if it's in the visual axis. So every time I was constricting the pupil and YAGing it and making the patient...
Which YAG are you using for this?
I have an upper YAG.
So
Yeah.
see, we've had a similar problem with
Yeah.
upper YAG actually.
Yeah.
And there was like a patient with, you know, superficial membrane which had formed anterior to the, you know, pseudophacos. And we were trying to YAG it with very low energy to kind of break that thing.
Yeah.
And we got a PC opening.
Oh gosh.
So almost like 3 millimeters behind.
Yeah.
We sent it back a couple of times for calibration to Chennai and it's back. We still are so fearful of doing laser iridotomies that we are so scared that if we do a laser iridotomy, we'll just go hit the...
Yeah.
And,
so anyway, luckily for me, even though this happened, the epithelial ingrowth didn't really recur and this patient actually got a very good outcome. So final topography at the end was this, but the patient's vision improved to 6 parts. I offered her an option to do a surface ablation and regularize it further, but she didn't want any other intervention. I was happy with glasses. So take home message, YAG is a good option for epithelial ingrowth, especially in cases where flap is damaged, as long as it's not in the visual axis. It can result in, epithelial ingrowth can affect the topography and can cause irregular astigmatism, and that may be a reason to intervene. YAG, one sitting may not be enough, you may need multiple sittings, and one must be mindful that they can be damaged intraocular structures. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rishi.
Keep seeing every 2-3 months, sir. It's, I have now, this patient has followed up for almost 8 years now. No problem. Yeah, didn't come back.
Thank you, Dr. Rishi. So next we have Dr. Vivek Mahendra Singh, who will be talking to us on unveiling the unspoken cause and cure of glare after LASIK. So Vivek was a faculty from LV Prasad Eye Institute, and now he's working with the Max Vision Eye group of eye hospitals. What do you, Vivek?
To connect this to this. No, it doesn't have a port. That's sure. No, it doesn't have. Good afternoon, everyone.
At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Jagdish and TOS for giving me this opportunity. Once the refractive surgery is done and the patient achieves 20/20, we feel accomplished and we feel, we have delivered what we had promised to the patient. But the question is the patient really happy after the surgery? And after a surgery, having so many visits, yeah. So having so many visits after the refractive surgery, patient is certainly not very happy. Okay. So this was about a gentleman, 36-year-old, who underwent LASIK elsewhere 2017. We did not have the reports, but roughly the patient had -7.5 diopter of refractive error. He presented to us in November 2019, and his primary complaint was difficulty in driving at night time. So he was an engineer and now settled in the US. And when I asked him, when I stressed more about this driving issue, he said there was a shadow to the lights that he would see. I was kind of very certain this was because of the primary surgery LASIK. There would have been some higher order aberrations like coma that would have been introduced. On slit-lamp examination, this is the right eye examination, he had few microstriae which tend to happen after your LASIK, after a higher refractive error surgeries. His uncorrected visual acuity was 20/30, improved to 20/20 with -1.5 diopter cylinder. In the left eye, he had the best corrected visual acuity was 20/20 with -1.75 diopter cylinder. So both the eyes had minimal amount of cylindrical error for sure. But blurriness was not his complaint. His complaint was driving issues at night time. And if you can see clearly, there is minimal amount of haze just superior to the near the pupillary margin. The pentacam, the scan was done a day prior when I had actually seen him, confirmed the magnitude of the cylindrical error in both the eyes. At this visit, I did not know if the pupil size was the cause of the glare that the patient had. But then, the patient, I did not have any idea whether the scan was obtained after dilatation or not. So again, the same scan for the left eye. But this was the OCT of the left eye. On stressing this, the night driving symptom, the patient says on closing the right eye, the symptoms would increase, and binocularly the symptoms would persist. But closing the right eye with the left eye, the symptoms would increase. And like Dr. Akhil mentioned about his CTK in status post CXL, there is an inverse dome appearance in the left eye and the residual scar. We don't have any history. The surgery was done almost a couple of years back, so we have no idea why this scar was there in the anterior stromal bed and extending till the posterior stromal bed. This was what his eye test looked like. We could confirm it was primarily the astigmatism and none of the other higher order aberration that was possible for the symptoms. If you see the pupil, the astigmatism remained the same as the pupil size increased from 2 millimeter. Now this is again pupil independent. That means again there are no other higher order aberration which is responsible for the patient's symptoms. Same was the case with the left eye as well. Only primarily astigmatism and minimal amount of coma here in the left eye. At this visit, additionally, the Shermer's was found to be low. This was, to remind you, 2 years after the surgery. The disc was suspicious. The intraocular pressure was within normal, and there was no signs of glaucoma. So we just made a temporary diagnosis of dry eye, status post LASIK. We gave alpha-2 agonists like Bimardin just for the glare issues and lubricants. We asked the patient to review after a month. And after a month, when the patient reviewed, he had discontinued brimonidine after usage of 2 weeks. He did not tolerate it well. And at this visit, he was not again very happy. And he was traveling to the US and was planning to return after a few months again. So this visit, I decided to send him to the contact lens, whether the problem would, settle down with the contact lens, but then certainly he was not very happy with the contact lens either. So it was decided he'll just continue with the lubricants and come down again at next visit. A year later, when he came to us, at this visit, the Shermer's was normal. This was 9 months later. But the symptoms continued, and this visit, he was very keen on solution and did not want to go back without a solution. So look at this refractive error at this visit. From 2019 to 2020, the refractive error was more or less the same. The cylindrical power persisted. The topography done at this visit was stable, and you can see the pupil size, which was normal here. So pupil was not really the size of the pupil was not really the cause for the glare that the patient had. Again, the same in the left eye. The eye trace was again consistent with the previous finding. A lot of astigmatism there on the cornea, not and in the internal astigmatism was not there. Again, the left eye findings was similar. Now, the concerns that I had before taking this patient for resurgery or LASIK re-enhancement was the patient's primary complaint was never blurred vision. The patient primary complained of dysphotopsic symptoms during the night time. Secondly, there was no higher order aberrations on the on the eye trace. So what are we treating here? Will the primary treatment of just the simple refractive error, the lower order aberration, for that matter in this patient, the cylindrical error, take care of the symptoms that the patient had? What if my secondary treatment induces aberration at this visit? Because the patient earlier did not have any higher order aberration. What if the existing problem increased after my secondary intervention? The patient had haze in the primary, after the primary surgery. We have no idea, no information what happened in those last 2 years, what was the primary cause of the haze. Now, haze was already there, and we had to do a secondary intervention. The steroids would, I was just worried, what if the haze increases? What if there's a secondary reaction after the second surgery? After all this discussion, I had this very clear. The patient was quite smart enough. He was well educated. I had this discussion with the patient, and we decided we'll just treat the more troubled eye, the left eye, and if at all he is comfortable, we can plan the right eye later. So the challenges that the questions that you would be having when you treat a resurgery or do a resurgery when in such scenarios would be whether you want to lift the flap or want to do a surface ablation. So the answer to this is the patient had a surgery 3 years back. The margins of the flap were a little retracted. I would not want to lift this flap again because I do not want to have any secondary complications like epithelial growth in future. So my idea was just to do a surface ablation in this case. Now, once I had decided upon surface ablation, how do you proceed? Should I do a PRK or proceed with the trans-PRK? Now, the answer to this was actually very well explained by Dr. Gaurav Luthra in his previous talk. To get an OCT done, epithelial, it just helps you in deciding the due course of action that you have to take. This is a right eye OCT. Even after 3 years after the surgery, the epithelium looks quite irregular. This was possible because of the low Schirmers that the patient had earlier. In the left eye, again, it was quite irregular. But then I decided to go ahead with the manual debridement of epithelium to take care of the irregularity and then do a PRK rather than just going ahead with the trans-PRK because that might not have taken the care. Now, the third question is whether you go ahead with wavefront optimized or a topo-guided PRK. You might, so the ablation was quite center, everything was quite center, but if you look at the maximum keratometry, how decentered it is from the pupillary center, but the patient primarily had only cylindrical power. So I decided, you can argue, and this is debatable, you could have, the topo-guided treatment would have given a better outcome, but I still decided to go ahead with a wavefront optimized treatment, and post-op 1 month, the patient was free from symptoms. You can see how the astigmatism had reduced in the left eye. This is the OCT at the follow-up visit after 1 month, which was getting regularized, so we decided not to touch the right eye because it was still under remodeling phase, even after 3 years after the surgery. 6 months down the line, the patient continued to maintain good vision and symptom-free life, and his astigmatism was quite under control. This was the right eye, which is still having the residual cylindrical error, but then he was very comfortable because his primary complaint was the dysphotopsia at night time, and he was very comfortable with the vision that he maintained over a period of years. So this has been almost 3 years after his enhancement, and he is doing quite well. So learning points, every complaint of the patient is important. We should pay attention to all of these. Investigate thoroughly. We don't know what is going to, what exactly is the cause for the patient's symptoms. Weigh the risk of the procedures. You might be having multiple options for treatment. Weigh the risk always and counsel the patient well. Thank you.
I felt from the beginning that myopia correction would help because a little residual myopia itself can be a cause for glare. To the extent, like it is said that in the multifocal IOLs also, when you premium IOLs, trifocals, it's better to leave a patient a little hyperopic or plano than make them myopic, because the glare symptoms are significant. Because there was no other cause, coma and all. But I also felt that there was a little more flattening or minimal decentration in one of the topographies. The left one, I possibly think.
So if you see the...
It's very inferior to the pupil. So maybe for the other question, could we have done a topo guided is a possibility. And I don't understand why you wouldn't want to do a trans PRK.
So because the epithelium was quite irregular.
So all the more
so the epithelium thickness is quite varied. So if you're putting something in the transeptal PRK,
all in 60s only. It wasn't 60, 50.
So in the superior area, it is quite hypertrophied there, and in the inferior area, it's quite normal. So if I'm putting say 50 or 55, that would take care of the inferior, but then it might not take care of the superior part. So the idea was to regularize the surface by manual debridement.
I think you did a great job. That's all I can say. I would have probably ended up doing the same thing, and you did a lot of diligence as well. So only thing is that I still feel that a topo guided would not be wrong. I mean, once you obviously do a manual removal and with a good planning and this thing. And surprisingly, you had before you started off, your corneal astigmatism was about 2.5. Your internal was neutralizing it by about 1 diopter, right?
Yeah.
And how much did you correct?
I corrected 1.25.
1.25, because somehow magically post correction both have disappeared.
Yes.
Okay, the internal has disappeared too.
Yes. So the good part about I would say the bad part about the eye trace is the corneal aberration which is shown is actually from the front surface of the eye. The internal can be from stroma, can be from endothelium, can be from anywhere. That is something that we do not know. So probably that would be the case in this.
Amazing outcome.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vivek. It was a happy patient at the end. That's what we need. And next we move on to the next talk on managing glaucoma post PRK, and Dr. Madhu Diraju will be presenting. Dr. Madhu is one of the efficient corneal surgeons from Visakhapatnam. More than a surgeon, I would say he's a very good human being. Thank you for coming over, Dr. Madhu, and we would like to learn from your case.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Firstly, I would like to thank Jagdish Reddy sir and Rishi Swarup sir for giving me this opportunity to be there in this TOSCON. And so this topic is something that we don't encounter very commonly, but especially now that we are seeing this is the scope of this talk, we are seeing a resurgence of PRK. If you see, almost 60 to 70% of our refractive surgeries have gone back to surface ablation, and especially when we are operating on high diopters like -6 and above, there is a need for using longer steroids, and myopia itself being a risk factor, added to that we are also using longer duration steroids, so this increases the risk of developing. So our protocol for PRK usually is diopters is equal to months, almost like if it is a 6 diopter, we use the anti-inflammatory therapy for 6 months. The first month we usually restrict to dexamethasone, and then we go to the regular dose loteprednol, that's 0.5 for second and third months. 4th to 6 months we go to loteprednol low strength, and if we have to use it above 6 months, we start off cyclosporin in the 5th month and then taper it to low dose steroid. This was the thing that we learned at the 2016 ASCRS meeting, where she presented almost 800 plus cases with her experience. And so far we have done, and only 3 cases has haze when we are following this protocol. So we are sticking to this thing. Most important thing is measuring IOP. So if you see, Goldman applanation tonometer will not be useful to measure IOPs post your PRK. The ideal way to measure would be a tonopen or an NCT if you don't have an access to tonopen. In our experience, if we see more than 6 diopters, 10 to 15% of the cases develop this steroid-induced glaucoma, and usually it develops in the 2nd week post-operatively. The patient comes with decreased vision and aching pain and epithelial edema, and usually the pressure does not rarely crosses 30. It's always 25 to 30 bordering that. And so it's important to note when you see this glaucoma. So if it is in 1 month, previously we used to still continue dexamethasone because you don't want to taper the anti-inflammatory therapy. And when now that you have higher dose loteprednol, we are trying to shift to higher dose loteprednol instead of dexamethasone in these cases. And anti-glaucoma medication, most of them are responding to timolol. If they do not, then we have pimatoprost as the second line. And then after 1 month, we shift them to the regular protocol that I showed you and continue anti-glaucoma also for a week and slowly stop the anti-glaucoma medication, reassess and titrate loteprednol, low strength or cyclosporin depending upon the response. If the timing of glaucoma is after 1 month, we directly shift to loteprednol, low strength, cyclosporin. In these cases, anti-glaucoma medication is rarely required. They usually respond well when we shift them to the this anti-inflammatory therapy. So now that we have good management options for anti-inflammatory therapy, like loteprednol 1%, 0.5, 0.3, and cyclosporin also you have the 0.2, 0.1, 0.9, and 0.05%. Tacrolimus we rarely use, but that's also an option if you want to have it as an inflammatory therapy in steroid responding glaucomas. So the take-home message is identify patients that are at risk for glaucoma, that is myopes when you are operating especially above -6. And the critical time in which you see this is the second week. First week they recover well, the vision is good. Suddenly they come with blurring of vision, dull aching pain. And the 3 pointers are these things: the decreased vision, dull aching pain, and epithelial edema. So within 1 month, don't downplay the importance of inflammation control. Don't be in a hurry to control the glaucoma alone. After first month, you can titrate and play with loteprednol and cyclosporin I have enumerated. So identification is most important. Early, judicious and balanced treatment of inflammation and glaucoma is equally important. Thank you for your kind attention. Yes.
So I have 2-3 points. One is that you mentioned epithelial edema, but it doesn't look like typical microcystic edema that you see, say, in a post-cataract.
Yeah.
Because you have ablated, no? So it's a funny kind of reticular haze.
Exactly.
It's like a vague something,
Correct.
you know.
Correct.
So if your patient is having some vague
and also the
visual complaints and you're seeing this, please check the IOP because you know
IOP
you may not.
And also pupil will be mid-dilated and that is one more point.
Yeah, so that I guess will be in a higher IOP.
Yeah.
But if it's like in the early 20s or something, it may not. You may not
Correct.
see that.
Yeah.
So specifically, if your patient is coming with visual complaints or drop in vision,
correct,
after an initial
IOP
visit,
is mandate.
just look at IOP and because you wouldn't be measuring it at that time.
Correct.
And I don't know why you want to give dexamethasone for a whole month. We only give loteprednol from day 1. Yeah.
Higher powers we give
No.
dexamethasone.
I don't think you go to
I think it's an
-8, do
overkill.
you?
Madam?
Up to -6. We give only lotepred. We don't go to dexamethasone, anything at all. And actually, I thought I was overdoing it. We keep it at 6 times we start and then 4 times.
Yeah,
for
6,
6
4,
weeks,
3, 2
and then
and
twice for another 6 weeks or 1 month we continue. That's all. But it's not for 6 months and all, we don't continue. We continue artificial tears for a long time.
Artificial tears we have to continue anyway,
I
madam.
think you can change the
Lower
microscope
the
and have
steroid
hardly had
use.
that reticular haze I might have seen in the last 27 years, like once or twice or like that. So.
Yes.
So although NCT is not a great tool for IOP, but I think in these post-op cases it comes in handy actually.
Yeah. Tonopen is ideal.
Yeah,
when we
tonopen
don't
is
have-
ideal, but it's not practical to do for every
Correct.
patient. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we picked up a few because of that.
We use iCare.
Tonopen, yeah.
iCare tonometry. We measure the tonometry. So we do both applanation and iCare. Whenever there's suspicion, iCare is used to measure in all the quadrants to not to miss this. Yeah. Yeah, this is not good.
Thank you
you.
so much. That was a nice discussion. Now I'll invite our next speaker, the moderator himself, who's a prolific refractive and cornea surgeon, Dr. Jagdish Reddy, who's done a great job of organizing today's session along with Rishi. So laser to the rescue, zapping away epithelial ingrowth after LASIK.
Yeah, at the outset, I would like to thank Rishi for asking me to organize this, and it's a wonderful session, and it's always thankful to TOS for having me here. So I think it'll be a repetition of what we heard. We saw a wonderful case from Rishi in the previous talk. So I have a couple of cases I thought we'll discuss more in detail here. So using Nd:YAG laser to take care of epithelial ingrowth after LASIK. So because we do have residents here, I thought like I'll just take you through what is epithelial ingrowth. Epithelial ingrowth is having epithelial cells in the interface which could grow in different reasons. We'll go through it as we go on. So it could be localized in one area, or you can have it in the periphery which are not affecting visual axis. So at times it can be very diffuse and scattered, which are difficult to manage. And certain situations it could be in the visual axis where you'll have to deal with it, and you have no choice here. So as Rishi did show that it does cause irregular astigmatism and flap necrosis if you don't deal with it over a period of time. I think you need to address this to solve the problem. So epithelial cells do migrate. They're either, when you're doing the surgery, the cells can be implanted, and this can lead to overgrowth. And other one is there can be a source where these epithelial cells can keep transferring themselves into the interface, and wherein the cells keep growing and they spread not only to the sides, they're also spread in the anterior posterior direction, leading to difficulties with the vision and also the quality of vision. So most of the times if you have complications during the flap preparation, you tend to develop epithelial ingrowth, but in certain situations when the surgery is uneventful, we do see very rarely that epithelial ingrowth happening. So let's go through a couple of cases. This is a case from my mentor, who is Christopher Repavano, who is head of cornea service at Wilshire Institute. When I was doing a fellowship, I saw this with him. So this is a 59-year-old female presented with blurry vision in the left eye. She underwent LASIK a while ago, it's 1998, and enhancement in both the eyes 6 months after the primary surgery. And then surgical intervention for epithelial ingrowth was done twice in each eye. And left eye, when there was a epithelial ingrowth was addressed, free cap was noted, and that was repositioned as well. So, and then she presented with this picture, and epithelial cells in the visual axis, and the visual acuity was 20/40, and patient was very unhappy, and you have to deal with this. And knowing the history that multiple attempts have been done and the recurrence of epithelial ingrowth, we'll have to be very careful to look at it. So this is a high mag photograph where you could see the pattern of it, and then we had a lot of options where we could deal with it. But one of the commonest one that we do was lifting the flap and doing the scraping of the epithelial cells, and you know that there's a high amount of epithelial ingrowth recurrence in this case, but since there was a free cap, you cannot lift it and you cannot end up completing the procedure in a proper way. And then after you lift the flap, you have an option of either you suture it or put glue, or you use ethanol, or you can do a PTK in certain situations, but these were not a choice here in this patient. So we went ahead and thought use an Nd:YAG laser because it's non-invasive and it could be repeatable and we could take care of it. So for this patient, like epithelial ingrowth was managed using Nd:YAG laser, wherein very minimal amount of laser was used, and it was using the topical anesthesia. In this case, capsulotomy contact lens was used, and the laser pulses was delivered from the center to the periphery, multiple pulses to address all the area. And this is how it would look at post-YAG laser. You could see the bubbles in the interface. So I thought I'll show you that picture. So this is how it would look like. So every pulse would generate bubbles, and this is an indication that you're in the right plane in the interface. So if you don't see bubbles, it's when that you'll have to be careful to adjust your focus so that you go into the interface. And this was at 1 month. You can see a consolidation of the epithelial ingrowth. You can see the edges getting rounded off, and you can see the size of it getting decreased. And that was a good sign. And then a second sitting was done at 1 month, wherein you can see the bubbles coalesce and form there. So there is a pressure necrosis of these cells with these bubbles, and the keratocytes with the apoptosis do scavenge all the debris that is present. So this is after second sitting. This is 1 month after second sitting. You can see this is reduced in size, and you do not see significant amount of scarring because of the YAG laser. So, and this is the third, after the third, this is the third sitting. You can see the bubbles here, and then the patient was followed over a period of 2 years, and this is at 2 years. You can see the area of epithelial ingrowth, whatever pressure. The damage to the keratocytes has happened. You can see the scar of it, but you do not see any changes because of the ND-YAG laser, and the epithelial ingrowth did not recur, and it remains stable over a period of time. This is a sequence of photographs that you can see that epithelial ingrowth can be addressed with ND-YAG laser, even in cases where you have it close to the visual axis. And this is one of my case where this was a 30-year-old female who had underwent LASIK 4 years ago elsewhere, and presented to us with after glue was applied after lifting the flap and the right eye, and then there was an increase in the white opacity, and the patient's best corrected visual acuity was 20/40, and she was not happy with the vision. And this was a clinical picture where you could see an whitish opacity in the interface and close to the visual axis, and patient was not happy with the vision. So when we look at closely, I think first step is when you want to intervene, closely look at how the flap architecture is. If you look at this flap, the inferior part, you can see a lot of irregularities. There is scarring, there's a retraction of the flap a bit, and then you keep looking at other areas as well. And this is in the superior aspect where you can see probably this was a track that was present from the flap edge that was a source of epithelial ingrowth. Though the epithelial ingrowth we do not see in the we didn't see in the OCT track of active epithelial cells, but we could see scarring, and this could be a collapsed track as well. So, and if you could look at closely in other areas, so you could see a track that is present from the inferior area. That's a very linear area, that this could be one of the reason as well where epithelial ingrowth was present. But over a period of time, scarring can stop this epithelial ingrowth happening, or even a collapse of this track can prevent the epithelial cells going in that area. So what do we do for this? Since patient had a lot of interventions before and we didn't want to lift the flap, so since we had a previous experience where we could deal with the ND-YAG laser, we thought we will do ND-YAG laser for this patient too. So this is an OCT showing a bulk of epithelial cells in the interface, and then there's a collapsed tracts, but we do not see any active spaces. And this is axial and tangential maps showing a lot of irregularities causing unhappy vision. So here we didn't use any lens here. We did direct ND-YAG laser. So we started pulses in all areas starting from center to the periphery. Multiple spots were used with very low energy, and this is patient came to us after a month. You can see here there's a retraction of the amount of epithelial ingrowth. The anterior posterior dimensions have decreased, and you can see a retraction of it. And then second sitting was done. I was a little aggressive I thought there's no point in waiting. So in 2 weeks we did the second sitting. So this is after day 30 of the second sitting. You can see the transparency is increased. We can see the iris details a bit now. And then we did follow up closely after this. So this is day 60. You can see the most of the debris is cleared. You can see fine spots that are present. This is hyperreflective areas, and the OCT did not show any bulk amount of epithelial cells. This is over a period of 2 years. Here you can see the cornea being pretty good, and then we don't see the epithelial cells, and there's a minimal amount of scarring in the interface, and then you could see patient's vision improving a bit. But more importantly, not a line of improvement, but you can see the amount of irregularity that is reduced. This is pre and post. You can see significant amount of change in the astigmatism. That itself would have improved the quality of vision for the patient. So ND-YAG laser is an easy and safe and effective technique for treatment in situations where you cannot lift a flap, or we can get away with just doing YAG laser and not lifting a flap. So this was a case. I'll be happy to take any questions if you have. Yeah.
What was energy sitting used?
We start off as low as possible, 0.2 to 0.3. You can start. Every spot has to show some change in the interface. So if you focus well, I think starting very slow, very low energy, you will not damage the cornea or anterior segment structures. So you need to understand where you're focusing, because it's not like YAG capsulotomy that we do, which where we used to. This is less commonly done. So you need to understand where you're focusing. So starting very low, and once you start seeing these bubbles forming, then slightly increasing your energy and staying in that area would be a better choice. Okay, thank you so much.
Excellent, Dr. Reddy. And
I think we have one more talk, I think, case. Yeah, sure. So Dr. Luthra will be taking through us. When you have a debate, when two devices show different measurements, what do we do here?
So this is something which presented to us just a few days back, and so I'll share this with you because I don't have an answer to this. So I'll throw it open to all of you to tell me what we should do for this patient. This is a 28-year-old shopkeeper come to us with 3 years of blurring of vision in the right eye. He had had a unilateral refractive surgery done 7 years back when he was 21 years old, only in the left eye, and that was SMILE was done for him 7 years back at the age of 21. And at that time, he had been diagnosed with intermittent, with alternating intermittent exotropia, and it was at that time he was counseled with convergence exercises, and he was doing extremely well. Lost to follow up. Now he comes after 7 years. Now he again has intermittent exotropia with the right eye, which is now having a high correction. So let's see. In 2017, his data was like this. Right eye was almost plano with just a minus 0.5 cylinder and perfect 6.6 with an axial length of 23.73. The left one was a minus 6.75. So it was unilateral anisometropic eye, which was treated. It used to improve to 6.6. Axial length was 26.22. So now when he comes to us at the age of 28 years, the right eye has become minus 5, and with an axial length increase from 23.73 to 25.22. The left eye has remained plano, which was corrected, and is plano uncorrected 6.6, and axial length is almost identical. I mean, it frankly is not very different. There is no posterior staphyloma, and there are no anterior segment parameters are all similar. So if you look here, these are the biometry images of both the eyes. So if you look at the lens thickness, it hasn't changed in a big way. The AC depth hasn't changed much. So almost all the parameters except the axial length have remained mostly constant. This is the scan for the eyes now. The right eye, which is a virgin eye. The left one, which had a SMILE, so obviously it's flattened by about minus 6. And this is the preoperative scan. So you can see that the right eye topography hasn't really changed much in the 7 years. So there's no change on the cornea, which can tell us it's basically the axial length. The right eye scans here, the bad maps. Left eye, of course, is post-SMILE. And if you look at the eye trace, I mean, there's not much to contribute from there. So our problem was, this is the epithelial maps, and as expected, left eye is showing central hyperplasia, right eye is pristine. Now we have this huge change in axial length and refractive error only in one eye, happening over 7 years, which was plano at the age of 21 and now gone on. The other eye doesn't change at all. So is there something that we are missing, and what should we do for this patient?
I also presented 2 cases in the morning of a post-toric IPCL patient coming up with an increase in axial length, and one was a girl with, who got pregnant, and there was an increase in axial length. So probably this myopia progression stops after the age of 18 or 20. It's not uniform in all places, and in one of my patients, the myopia was mild. It wasn't even a high myope or a staphylomatous eye.
So we recently looked at, it just submitted for publication, looked at change in refractive errors in adults. All the patients who come to refractive surgery clinic, we've seen, if you look at the percentage, it was about 12% would have a progression of at least one diopter between 20 to 30 years. So that's what we noticed, but I don't remember the standard deviation, what was the highest and lowest, but 12% was the thing that would show progression, but this is huge.
Yeah, because traditionally you would have thought that if the left eye is like pathological myopia kinds, and that would probably the one which was going to show is changes in axial length over time, if at all, because that was a unilateral myopia with a big axial length. Now that one has remained absolutely constant. The other one, and then obviously, does the exo have a role to play here, and is that a stimulus for that one eye? Because now his left eye became the better eye, and did that have a role in axial length progression in the fellow eye, which now is keeping more into the exo for the last 2-3 years? Did that contribute? That was the question on our mind. So we're not sure. We did a literature search. We couldn't find anything which could. Rishi, you have anything to say on this, or anybody else who's seen anything like this happen?
I had one child who's not an adult like this, but a child whose one eye only was continuing to increase, and then we figured that she used to lie down and see the phone from one side, and then we changed that habit, and that helped a lot.
So anyway, I think we wind it up with that, and thank you.
I think thank you. I thank all the speakers for being here and on time. I think Rishi, we saved half an hour here. Yeah, and thank TOS and Rishi for helping us.
Much appreciated.
Thank you so much. I think we'll have a group picture, please. So all the speakers to come over, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. I welcome you all to this session, Sharad Babu Cataract Symposium, Cracking the Cataract Conundrums. I have with me co-chairperson Dr. Chitra Ramamurthy ma'am, Dr. Neha Dholakia. I'll request her to please. Panelists, Dr. Charuta, Dr. Nilufar Sultana, Dr. Madhvi, and we have Dr. Ravi Kumar Reddy with us. So, without wasting any time, let's start with the session. And the first speaker we have is Dr. Arun Kshetrapal, who is a prolific cataract surgeon from Ajmer, Rajasthan. And he'll be speaking on 50 Shades of White.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll be
talking about how to manage white cataracts, and mostly I'll be talking about different ways to achieve a good capsular access in these white cataracts. So basically there are two major challenges in white cataract. One is capsular access and another is the nucleus management. So why capsular access is a challenge in white cataracts? Because mostly in intumescent cataract there is a raised intralenticular pressure. Then you can have a various spectrum of capsule, from fragile capsule and weak zonules to calcified and shriveled anterior capsules. Trypan blue, a good OVD, maybe an HPMC or a combination of sodium hyaluronate and chondroitin sulfate, or some machines have a radio frequency endodiathermy for capsular access, and femtolaser assisted capsular access are very useful tools in capsular access, but you don't need them always. So I'll just skip this, I'll come to interesting cases. So in this case, what I'm doing is I'm planning a spiral capsular access. If you take capsular access towards the periphery where the intralenticular pressure is more, the chances of capsular access running into periphery is more. So what I'm doing is I'm starting with a very small rhexis. I make a opening in the capsular bag, and then after replenishing my viscoelastic, in most of my cases I use HPMC. I deflate the bag or remove the liquefied cortical matter by simply aspirating it with a 27 gauge cannula. So you can appreciate that the liquefied cortical matter has come out. Now this will decrease the intralenticular pressure, and now I can increase the size of my capsular opening in a spiral fashion. So slowly and slowly, the trick is like any other capsular access you do. You go for a 1 clock to 2 clock hours at a time, leave the capsule there, re-grasp it near the margin, and then again go ahead for 2 to 3 clock hours. So once I have deflated my bag, then it becomes easy to do a capsular access in the periphery as well. So that time I can enlarge my capsular access. Nucleus management here, you can get various spectrum of nucleus in white cataracts. It could be a brittle nucleus, as is in this case. It's very easy to crack. They crack like very, very easily. So you just need to hold it tight with your phaco probe, and they break up very easily. So this is one of those brittle nucleus which breaks down very easily. Excuse me. So I'll just go ahead with this. So there are various forms. You can encounter leathery nucleus, nucleus sclerosis grade 4 in these white cataracts as well. Here is another, sorry, let me go back. Rhexis which I showed in the morning also. So this is, I'm trying to complete my rhexis, but as I reach a certain point, it starts running away towards the periphery. So what I do, I stop, replenish my anterior chamber with viscoelastic, neutralize the pressure above the capsule, and I pull it centripetally towards the center. In spite of my pulling towards the center, it doesn't comes to the center. So what I do is I give a nick at the other side of the capsule and complete the rhexis from the other side. Another example of runaway rhexis. So this is a patient with a coloboma of iris. Tell you, capsule is totally different in such cases. They behave very differently. They may be sometimes very firm capsules, sometimes very fragile capsules. So at this point of time, once I am trying to retrieve it, it started running towards the periphery. So what I do, I leave it there, put in some viscoelastic, and then hold it again near the capsular rexus margin and pull it towards the center, and here I am able to regain my capsular rexus. So, or what you can do, you can make a small rexus initially. The small rexus should be of sufficient size so that it's good enough to carry out your phacoemulsification. If it's too small a rexus and you try phacoemulsification, you can lead to tear of the anterior capsular margin. So make a small rexus initially, do your phacoemulsification, implant your IOL, and then you can give a small nick in the anterior capsule or the capsular rexus margin, and then you can enlarge this capsular rexus. I prefer it after implanting an IOL because it gives me a fair amount of idea how much I have to enlarge my capsular rexus. So once IOL has been implanted, then you can enlarge this capsular rexus to a adequate size. This video I had showed in the morning, I will not repeat it. Then you can encounter fibrous capsules. So many a times what happens is that there are these fibrous capsules, they run towards the equator. So you can start your rexus in an area where there is no fibrosis, but once you encounter fibrosis, you don't have to pull much on this fibrous part, because if you keep pulling onto this, you can end up with zonulodialysis. So you need to cut the fibrous part of the capsule. You cut it and then again continue with your capsular rexus forceps. This is Haldipurka's forceps, which I prefer, and this is a very nice forceps to go in through for 2.2 millimeter incisions. And whenever you encounter fibrosis, don't pull, just cut it. And you should be having good micro incision scissors in your armamentarium, so that in such cases you can easily complete your rexus. One more case of fibrous capsule, and not only the capsule is fibrous, but if you can appreciate, the whole of the lens and capsular bag is moving. The moment I touch the capsule, the whole of the bag is moving. So this case has weak zonules as well. So here we have to be very, very careful not to exert any pressure or any traction or any pull onto the zonules. Similar principle, the moment you encounter fibrosis, you cut it with the help of a micro incision scissors. You cut it, and once you have passed through the fibrotic part, then you can again continue with your micro incision scissors, forceps, or the Haldipurka's forceps, to complete your rexus. Morgangian cataracts, they are very different. They have a milky fluid. So the moment you puncture the anterior capsule, there is a leakage of milky fluid. What I do is I aspirate this out, aspirate it completely. So you are just left with nucleus. Complete your rexus, and what I want to show you here is not the rexus part, then it becomes easier, the emulsification part. Since there is no posterior support, there is no cortical cushion, so you have to be very, very careful in burying your phaco probe into the nucleus. Most of the time what I do is I go with my bevel down, and then it becomes very easy to bury in. And here what I do is, since there is no cortical matter, nothing, these fragments keeps on flying here and there. So after every fragment I dissect out, I take a pie. Just see what I will be doing. The rest of the nuclear fragment, I am tucking it under the anterior capsule at 6 o'clock position. So you tuck it there, you leave it there, and then it will not fly here and there. Just see again. Once you chop it, the other part is tucked at 6 o'clock underneath the NTA capsule. So there's no, the part doesn't fly, the nucleus fragment doesn't fly off and doesn't hit the endothelium or the posterior capsule. Not necessarily you need to do phaco in every case. You can do even small incision cataract surgery. That is fairly okay in such cases. And I'll just now conclude. Good capsular access should be the goal, and use good and liberal amount of viscoelastic. Trypan blue is essential in each and every cases. Thank you very much for your patient listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arun, for showing those lovely videos. We all know that these kind of cases are difficult to deal with, but you very beautifully showed how to deal with all these cases. Especially as you showed beautifully in fibrotic capsule, one should always be careful to not try to pull through fibrotic area.
Yes.
Always use bimanual technique. Many times you need to hold it
and
microforceps and cut it with other hand.
Yes. So sometimes what happens is fibrosis is so thick that if you try and cut it with your scissors, the scissors will bend and the fibrotic part will. So you need to make that fibrotic part a little bit taut and then cut it with the scissors, then it becomes very much easier. And if you pull directly onto the fibrosis part, which is going up to the equator, it will lead to zonulodialysis.
Another thing is that you should always try to use both hands. Try to develop, dexterity with both the hands, because you need to use left hand also to cut through areas many a times.
So your approach should be multi-directional if you're in fibrotic capsule. I have those cases also.
Yeah.
So you may need to attack these fibrous capsules from different directions, so you can insert your scissors from different directions.
Anything to add, Dr. Chitra? Okay.
Yeah,
Dr. Neha.
So, three things. First, Dr. R.C. Shah had taught that, you leave the trypan blue a little longer for a good 3 minutes.
Okay.
And that itself thickens the capsule and prevents it from running to the periphery.
Yes. So there have been anecdotal reports saying that the capsular rhexis becomes easier with trypan blue. The texture of the capsule changes and it becomes easier to perform capsular rhexis.
So after he told me, I started doing that and I had none running to the periphery. So
okay.
Thank you
That's
very much for
wonderful,
that. Second point was when the capsular rhexis runs to the periphery and we try to bring it back centripetally, it has to be a very fast movement. If it's a slow movement, then it will not
That's
come.
a quick pull technique.
Really quick pull.
So
it should be.
And the third point was that in that last case with the white cataract, like phaco 1 we do for sculpting, which is mainly torsional. Phaco 2 we use longitudinal, and phaco 3 we use again torsional. So when we are shifting between holding the piece to crack it, we are in phaco 2, which is pure longitudinal. And then when we want to emulsify, go to phaco 3 and then again go back to phaco 2, my left side. So doing this left-right switch, I have found in my cases, I get more chamber stability and
Are you talking about the hypermature Morgangian one?
Yes.
Morgangian, yeah.
So many times these Morgangian cataracts have loose zonules and capsular bag, it tends to come from equator. So what I do in those cases, I put CTR ring before you try to chop the nucleus. So that it makes your capsular bag taut and you can easily make it. And
not a very hard nucleus, and I would even like to place the lens into the bag.
And then perform the
using a IOL scaffold and over the lens.
Again, that's a very nice idea. Yes, I have done that. But you need very good zonules for that. If your zonules are good. And sometimes not flutter and it will not come up. Yes.
Yeah. Dr.
R.C.
Shah wants to add something. Yeah.
See, Dr. Kiranjit Singh from Amritsar, he has taught us one nice thing, that always start the rhexis from the periphery, because the maximum pressure is there in the center. The moment you nick in the periphery, the debulkation occurs and you can do the rhexis very nicely. Never start from the center.
So they may be different. Everybody has their own opinion, but because Yeah. I think most of the surgeons feel that it's the central area which is safest, no? Mid-peripheral area is all, we can see all swollen up cortical matter, liquefied cortical matter. So I think it's a personal preference maybe, but yeah.
I'd like to add that.
Yeah, Dr. Charuda.
I think that technique of tucking in the piece under the
6
remnant
o'clock.
fragment under 6 o'clock was really brilliant.
Yeah.
I also tend to change the settings at that point, go very slow, increase the bottle height, so that
true.
you know the PC remains far away from
Yes.
the liquefied cortex since it's not there.
I would like to invite
you.
Dr. Ravi. Thanks a lot for your wonderful.
Thank you very much.
I would now invite Dr. Ravi Kumar Reddy. I'm sure all of us in Telangana know, and I have known for so many years that he's one of the most dynamic, capable surgeon, and he heads Medivision. And before that, has headed the Sarojini Devi Hospital and brought out so many great students and has taught so many people around. So truly a nice human being to know. On to you, doctor, for your interesting talk.
Thank you. First of all, thanks for the HOA for including this old man. Generally, they neglect this old fellow man talking the old talks.
So, Dr. Reddy, before you start, have you taken this Fibonacci from stock market? Fibonacci retraction?
So, this is 1 minute video. If you blink, you will miss some of the points. Don't blink. So, the first video is Mr. Perfect. Why means this is symposium is refractive cataract surgery. You have to do both refractive and cataract. So, this is a lady presented with lens-induced glaucoma, pressure of 30s. So, the astigmatism is 3 diopters. The clue or the message is a management of the anterior capsule and posterior capsule and astigmatism gives 6/6 vision. So how I managed the anterior capsule? Now the problem is with PCO, primary PCO. So we try to polish it, it is not responding to the polish. I delaminated it and the patient got 6/6 vision. Shall we go to the next? There are spokes on the cornea. Who has created it? 14 years ago, indoor people created it. So, what is the status of the cornea? Normally it is 44, now it is 22. So, even the Aroops online will not give the IOL power. The challenges here is IOL calculation, then opening of this radial 16 incisions. So the clue or the answer for this is make 2.2 incision. The incision should be on the scleral side. Don't touch the limbus or the cornea. If you touch it, prepare for the corneal suture. Then approximately give the patient, I can give approximate, not the refractive cataract surgery, because very difficult to calculate this very irregular corneal astigmatism and flat cornea. Is it okay? We'll go to the next. This is the punishment given by the IOL supplier. So what is the punishment means? The eye scan showed 24. The girl, my DNB student, ordered, not in my institute, she is practicing outside. She ordered 24, implanted 24. The post-operative vision is 3 meters. So then she referred to me, sir, save my skin. Because patient is demanding why I am not getting vision. So for our surprise, she accepted +10 with 1 diopter, 6/6. The refractive surprise is +10. Is it her fault? Is it the A-scan fault? Is it the supplier fault? And conclude it is a supplier fault. For which I implanted a Sulcofex lens. Post-operatively, I have given 6/6 vision. After 3 hours after surgery. This rain is created by my younger brothers, the retinal surgeons. So the silicone oil filled globe, where just now the Paul has shown fibrous, fibrous, fibrous. It resulted in fibrous capsules, both the anterior and posterior. The rexis is very much difficult, where you have to use the micro scissors and micro forceps. You delaminate the posterior capsule and enlarge the anterior capsule for the desired amount, because it has to be followed throughout the life by the retinal surgeon. So there are two people, both are looking like that. What is that means? One of my DNB student diagnosed this case as mature cataract. So what is that? Huh? So this patient underwent the cataract surgery 8 years ago. This I call it as pseudo cataract. So small jonular weakness is managed by CTR. So that is the iris, posterior surface of the iris, which is looking black, not jonular. This cute baby is 4 months old, but it is a unilateral cataract. In unilateral cataract, even if you make aphakia, it is almost useless. Our people won't use contact lens. Our people won't rehabilitate these unilateral cataracts. I measured the white to white measurement, which is 9.75. That means nearly 10 mm. So which I decided to implant a hydrophobic aspheric lens, which will pass in 2.2 mm. So the clue here is a long sclerocorneal tunnel with a wonderful rexis will give the results. Always try to give a smaller rexis in pediatric group than the adults. After implanting the lens, you can titrate the rexis. So the IOL power was 40, but I implanted 26 power. The moment you see that, I know this complication, isn't it? This pregnant lens, while doing, yielded out. So the clue here, how to manage this loss rexis is, maintain the anterior chamber throughout your procedure. Maintain the anterior chamber throughout your procedure as you do in PPC. Then you won't lose your PC, posterior capsule. It will not extend. So you can do that, and you can finish, and you can deliver the promised lens. So there is a PCR, you want to keep a 3-piece lens or a single-piece lens. So again, it is a intumescent cataract. We are able to manage the anterior capsule, but coming to the posterior capsule, it is yielded away. The reason for PCR is fluid behind the capsule, behind the nucleus. So at the end, we noticed the PCR. There is no disturbance in the hyaloid phase, which we implanted a promised single-piece lens. So for that, no need of YAG in future, because we already created a hole. So this is a BX ring, how to apply and remove. It's a very useful tool. Over. There are so many videos. Over, my time?
1 minute.
Only 1 minute. This is a hard cataract. Patient wants a laser, but it's a myotic people where I applied same BX ring before docking. After that, I did the laser, and the patient is happy. Next is, what are the lessons learnt from my femto is the online OCT. This patient had pre-existing PCR where I altered the entire procedure not to go further. This is how we see shallow chambers. We see the deep chambers. Here I instruct my phacosurgeon, see, the lens is very thin. The moment you put your probe, you reach the posterior capsule. You are likely to cause a rent. So this is the fluid in front and behind. This is my experience with the pediatric cataracts undergoing femtocataract. So there is, you can talk, let it go for 1 more minute.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ravi. Yeah, please, sir. Thank you very much for showing all the wonderful videos collection. Yeah. But for a patient who has a +10 diopter of surprise, I think that patient is going to report very early. In the next post-op day, you come to know. So I think for that case, I will exchange. In my view, I prefer that instead of Sulcoflex. For Sulcoflex, we keep it for low powers of, yeah.
It is not my case. It is my student who has brought me after 1 month of negotiation with the patient this, and she said, you save my skin. See, if I do again opening, cutting on the red eye, all these things, the patient will curse on the student. I am not sure about removing from the bag how best she has done this job. Then the other thing is, I want to give immediate result without a blood spot.
Yeah, but I think it till 2-3 months, even with hydrophobic also, it's not a problem to, you can easily exchange it. Yeah, if it's...
We removed it after 14 years.
Yeah.
White lens.
Yeah. So in that case, those kind of cases, once I caught in a situation, I thought it's very easy, just take out opaque lens and put 3-piece IOL. So I was doing under topical, but I realized that there is a big PCR there, a lot of vitreous was there. So you should, the message which I want to give is, in these kind of cases, always be prepared for skull fixation or whatever, and give block in those kind of cases, because at the same sitting you may need to do the same. Yeah, anything from the panelists to add? Yeah.
We have given the data for the fellow. By that he is applied.
I think must be around 13 or something. 10, it's multiply 1.3 or something. Yeah, something like that. For plus refractive surprise, it's something like that. So you need to give white to white and refractive error and power to them, so they calculate size according to that. So I also use Sulcoflex and Sulcofix also from Care Group. It also works very well. Yeah, even Toric and all models they have. Yeah, right.
The white cataract which he removed, or even this, in the other room yesterday, there's an innovation of IOL cutting tool which can cut the IOL into thin slivers of 2 millimeters. So without extending the wound, you can remove the IOL and put it, which will not cause any astigmatism, additional astigmatism.
Yeah. Congratulations. Yeah, we know Dr. Neha. Yes.
I calculated the astigmatism. I corrected the astigmatism with this incision.
So I think I just wanted to add this comment that sir is best in his element, Dr. Ravi Kumar, when he's teaching cataract. And I think we can all have a round of applause for him sharing his tips with us.
Thank you so much. So next we have a keynote talk by none other than Dr. Chitra Ramamurthy, a former chairperson of ARC of AIOS. She'll be speaking on mix and match of IOLs, why they could work.
Very good afternoon to the moderators and panelists on dais and dear audience. My due in this next few minutes is to talk about, do we mix and match premium IOLs and what are the possibilities which we have to keep in mind. So one thing we know that we have the monofocals, then we have the monofocals with a little EDOF property like the eye-hands lenses, and then we have the EDOF lenses, and then we have a hybrid of EDOF with multifocal and the trifocals. So essentially when you go back a couple of decades, we had the diffractive bifocal lenses wherein the concept was of simultaneous vision. That is a far point and a near point. But when one object is being viewed, the other image is getting suppressed. And it is this suppressed image which causes the halos and the glare. The other disadvantage of those bifocals was did not have insufficient intermediate vision, and also the 20% of the light was lost, so the contrast was not as effective. So as time passed on, a need for intermediate vision became very predominant, whether it was hobbies or games or laptop or climbing down of the stairs. So then earlier, before we started off to thinking about EDOF lenses, the Alcon and similar companies came up with the low add diffractive bifocal. Now the understanding was they reduced the near vision, that from +3 they made it 2.5. In other words, what they did was there was less energy was being directed to near. So the out of focus image was smaller and it was not causing so much glare and dysphotopsia. However, by giving a +2.5 add, although the glare and dysphotopsia became less, there was near vision was compromised. So then came the EDOF lenses or the Symphony at that point of time, which came in the concept of an extended depth of focus lenses. So there were no two images. So there was no overlapping of images. So the secondary out of focus image was not there. So the glare was less, but the near vision was compromised. Then came the little central 0.5 diopter added to the monofocal lenses and the eye-hands lenses or similar lenses, which gave a little one line additional vision or a 0.5 add. So there was no photic phenomenon, but what you can call is a broader landing zone, a little greater intermediate vision was possible. Along the same time came the trifocal lenses, wherein they improved the technology so that there was less loss of light. There was 88% of the light was utilized, only 12% of the light was lost. So they had three distinct foci for distance, intermediate and near, but it did not impair the distance and near, but giving intermediate vision. The dysphotopsia was much less, but you need to tell your patient there could be a little glare. So what is this visual quality? It has three interrelating factors. One, what are you inducing spherical aberrations? Is there an increase in chromatic aberration? You should know the defocus curve of the lens which you are implanting in the patient's eye, and you should also understand the optics of that particular multifocal. So what do you understand by defocus curve of a particular lens? When you put the corrected vision, a BCVA is given over the lenses so that the patient can see a distant object at infinity. And when he can clearly see the distant object, you keep adding 0.5 to the glass, the spectacle frame, till he can see. At the point which he cannot see, so that much range of vision, if he has a +2 or a +2.5 or +3, that is the range of vision of that particular lens which is implanted in the eye. So that is how you need to understand what is the defocus curve, and then you can discuss with your patient what is the kind of vision range the patient would have. So we know now that you can have a monofocal, bifocal, a trifocal, or a EDOF lenses. The holy grail is that we want to give a full range of vision to a patient without dysphotopsia, but we are actually not there. So my due in the next few minutes is to tell you what are the ways we can do best of both worlds. First, do we mix and match? What is the idea of mixing and matching? So that you are able to give better vision to the patient, and so that different expectations of different people are met with. So what are the pearls about it? First and foremost, we really have to have sat with the patient, or the counselor should have sat with the patient to understand whether the patient wants greater intermediate vision or near vision or reading or driving and all the interesting questions. Patients should also have realistic expectations, and they should also be told that there is this neural adaptation which will come of help, but you continue to adjust. So for a man, a tall man who wants to read an iPad, he needs more intermediate vision. Whereas a man who's holding the paper as close as this, who has been a myope all through his life, would actually definitely need better near vision. He will not be happy with the EDOF, whether the other guy, who the way he keeps his iPad and sits the whole day, he would be happy with the EDOF and a reader glasses. Again, we should also look at the pre-op refractive error. If the patient was always a hyperope, he will get very easily happy by giving him an EDOF or a trifocal lens. But if he is a moderate myope, it is like having a telescope in these eyes. They are anyway able to remove their glasses and read very well. So these patients are not going to be easily happy. So either you give a monofocal or an EDOF, or you spend a lot of time to explain to him and then give him a trifocal. Again, the third category, a high myope, who's anyways unhappy for distance and near vision, would be happy to try out your multifocal. It is very important when you're doing premium IOLs to go right from the ocular surface, the dry eye status, to look at the pupil size, whether angle alpha, kappa, whether the pupil size is adequate, whether there's no subluxation, no zonular weakness, the OCT, retina, everything has to be seen properly. Then you start choosing the lens which your colleagues have used, discuss with them any new lens, don't straight away give the lens, hear from others, try one lens in the simpler patients, and then after the trial period you go full blown. You also know that the expectations are so high, so it has to be an optical biometer, you have to look at the raw data, you have to see whether the two eyes measurements tally, and you have to be involved, use the latest formula, and always in a premium IOL, even less than 0.75 astigmatism, more than 0.75, 100% toric IOL is included. The problem is in 70% of our patients you have no problem. It is only in 30% of the patients there is a challenge, and if the standard deviation is more than 0.2, then you have to either treat dry eye, or is it a KC, or is it a post-LASIK, do a topography, tomography, and if it's a toric eye, you have to check, use the right formula. Of course, it goes without saying, it has to be an ideal surgery, rexes overlap, cornea should be taken care, and the energy parameter should be low. So then, now you get into the decision taking. Whether you are going to give a trifocal or a continuous range of vision like a synergy or an EDOF, or are you going to blend it? So then, the easiest way is to match it. The best thing is give him a PanOptics in one eye, explain to him, allow him to neuroadapt, or within a gap of 1 week do the other eye, and the patient would settle well. So that may be the best way. Max, maybe you may have to give a little micro monovision, give a little 0.5 in the non-dominant eye so that he gets a better near vision, but you use the same type of lens. Now this is a 63-year-old man. He doesn't care about dysphotopsia, but he wants good vision at all distances. He has understood neuroadaptation. He has a 0.74 astigmatism in the right eye, so you will choose a multifocal with a toric. The other eye is 0.5. If you can do an arcuate incision for the astigmatism, that should do, but you have different choices of lenses. So then you need to understand what is the defocus curve, or what is the near vision or the intermediate vision range of different lenses. Like AT Lisa has intermediate at 80, fine vision has intermediate at 80, PanOptics has intermediate vision at 60. So if the patient wants good intermediate, give PanOptics. He doesn't mind is keeping the things a little further away, then give him an 80 Lisa or similar lenses. You could even use a synergy. Synergy is a combination of a multifocal techniques with a symphony, but it has a violet blocking effect also, because of which the contrast sensitivity becomes better. There's less of chromatic aberrations also in this eye. These have also done well. I'm not showing you the video of that. Now this is another patient. Now this man is very particular that he's not going to tolerate glare. So then he doesn't mind occasional near revision reading glasses. Then you look at EDOF. I'm going to discuss Vivity here, but you could use Impress or any other lens. Now about Vivity, it is a non-diffractive lens. So EDOF has to be a non-diffractive lens. And then what is important is that how they give about 1 to 1.5 intermediate vision, add power. So what it has is, it has got a central bump. So what it does is, it stretches the wavelength and shifts the wavelength. So basically what it does is, by giving the shifting of the wavelength, the light is distributed, is partly given to a myopic and a hyperopic correction, but in this shifting, it brings the hyperopic light energy forward so that there's no loss of light to these patients. It may be complex for you to understand now, but go back and read, you would understand better. You could do a micro, he had a +1 for near, you could give him a Vivity with a little higher power for the other eye, a monovision. You could do other things like, you could operate on the dominant eye for give him either give him an enhanced monofocal for that eye or an EDOF for that eye, and give a panoptics or a trifocal for the other eye. Or there are some people who do not believe in dominant and non-dominant eye. Explain to the patient and give a trifocal for the dominant eye. Sometimes you do one eye, wait to understand whether the patient has a problem, and then plan for the other eye. The other thing which you should do is, when you're mixing the two different lenses, always aim for a plano correction or a little plus. Never give a minus for the primary eye, because that will cause glare. There are certain lenses which are blue light filtering, some are non-blue light filtering. Does it mean that one eye, if you put that, the other eye you have to put that? No. This is, you can maybe explain to the patient if you want, if he's very learned, but blue light filtering IOL in one eye and a non-blue light filtering IOL in the other eye does not matter. Then I'm going to rapidly take you through some cases. Now in this particular case, the patient, I'm not able to see clearly, the patient had underwent a symphony in one eye, but had a little difficulty with a +1 for near vision. So in that time, we had these 3-piece Techniques multifocal and gave him a +4 add for the other eye, and he had great near vision in the other eye. This is again a case of symphony IOL in one eye. The patient was not very happy with the near vision in that eye. So for the other eye, you made it a myopic by 0.75, extra myopia minus bar was added. But let's remember, the difference in IOL power between the two eyes should not be more than 0.75, because that will cause a loss of stereopsis, and which is not good. So then the other option is EDOF with trifocal. Now this is a range of lenses of the Minivel lenses and the Minivel Proxa lenses, which have an EDOF lens and a combination of trifocal, which can be planned for the non-dominant eye. Now how they have done it, I'm going to, because I'm running short of time, how they have done it is, this is been on the principle of spherical aberration. In the central optic zone, it has positive and negative spherical aberration and an aspheric periphery. And they have had a small optic zone for the EDOF eye, and for the near vision eye, which is gives a higher minus, they have used an optic zone of 4.5. So so what it gives is, it gives up to 5 diopter range or depth of focus, and these patients do very well. You could use different combination of lenses. Symphony toric in one eye, and the patient wants little near vision, you can give a panoptic toric in the other eye, and the patient does well. You could give a hydrophobic multifocal lens was implanted in one eye. Patient was very happy for a long time, even though he was told to get a multifocal, and after 7 years he came and we implanted a Geometrix Plus in the other eye. So I'm not discussing. Geometric Plus is again a beautiful lens wherein it gives distance vision priority in one eye and distributes light between distance and near in the other eye. This gives excellent range of vision. The other thing is, the one patient had a single piece IOL in one eye and came back and said he wants near vision, and we did a multifocal vision in the other eye, and he did well. For the post-LASIK eye, we need to look at the aberrations on the eye, look at the topography, look at the eye trace, look at everything. Sometimes it's better that you implant an EDOF in these eyes, or those days you could have implanted a symphony in these eyes, rather than transgressing into a trifocal, which you, unless you're very sure about the IOL part. So then the last example which I'm going to show you is about glaucoma. If it is a mild glaucoma, you can do an EDOF with better contrast sensitivity. If it is advanced glaucoma, it should be a monofocal. So I've just tried to tell you that we have such a fantastic range of lenses available. You can play around with the lenses, use the newer technology, but understand the optics of each of these lenses and try your best to give whichever the patient would. If you have explained to the patient, these patients all do very well. Sorry again, it was a 15-minute talk and I tried to rush it. I hope I could convey to you all that there are different ways of playing around with these lenses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. The moment we master this, the other fellow will come, this is the best lens. Not those are, the old lenses are not up to the mark.
Since we're running late and we need to hand over the hall to the for banquet at least by 5:30, so let's try and stick to our times. Request to all speakers.
The next talk on small people, no more big problem for this big man.
No, I think it's now for everybody, these small people are no more a big problem. Can I have feed from my laptop? Yes. So thank you very much once again, Telangana Ophthalmic Society. Before I begin my talk, I can't, and I think we all can't thank this man enough, Dr. Melugin, for inventing, I think in my view, in my 20 years of career, this is one of the biggest innovation for me, because we have so many patients with small pupil and this, so it makes our life very easy. Of course, everybody has their own preferences, that which device they like, but I think this is one of the best innovation in recent times. So I'll be sharing few videos with you okay. So that's why I call this magical Melugin ring. We all know that there is difficulty in doing phaco when we have a pupil like this. So we need to expand this pupil either by iris hooks or by BX ring or Melugin ring. There are other expanded devices also, but the beauty of this device is that it's very easy to insert, and once this ring, it goes and stays there in the pupillary plane, you don't feel a thing that there's any device which is there. So it comes with this injector tube and it's made of 6,0 polypropylene. These are 4 scrolls which are there. So you just put Kugelin's hook there, and once the leading scroll, it engages the pupillary margin. You just tilt on one side, right side, engage the scroll, on left side, you engage the pupillary margin, and just use Kugelin's hook to disengage this device, and you can put this. So most of the time you can engage 3 scrolls in one go and then put the 4th scroll there. But once it's there, and the entire ground is there for you to play safely. So why do we need to dilate? We can do even phaco through that small pupil, but we need to see the size of the capsular axis at the end. We are implanting all multifocal, trifocals, or different kind of lenses which need good overlap of capsular axis margin. So once you have this IOL there, you can see whether your axis is proper size or not. So once the job is done, you disengage all the scrolls one by one, and either you can use the injector or you can just invert the Kugelin's hook and pull on one of the scroll, and this ring comes out with this. So as I said, you can use, after you disengage all the scrolls, you can either use Kugelin's hook or you can use the same injector which is there. So here I am enlarging the axis to appropriate size and disengaging all the scrolls. So if you are about to use the injector, go and put some OVD there and put the injector in the anterior chamber, put scroll there, engage it with that hook, and once you engage with the hook, once the lateral scrolls are coming in, you just guide with the equivalence hook so that both the scrolls get compressed over each other and it goes in the tube again. And this finishes the case. This is the case which had undergone penetrating keratoplasty and came with this white cataract and with posterior synechiae there. So I go ahead and put irrigation cannula and release all the synechias there. Stain anterior capsule. And this is another way of reusing the Mulligan ring, which I have been using for years. This is a cartridge which goes through 2 mm incision. So you just put OVD there, put the ring, lateral scrolls, they get compressed, and have a look. It comes out exactly as it comes out through the injector. So leading scroll comes out, lateral scroll. Because of the peripheral iodectomy, it's little bit tricky to put the 4th scroll. You need to use bimanual technique, go beneath the ring with one hand and then push from the other hand. So in cases which have narrow angles and which have undergone peripheral iodectomy, the 4th scroll, you may need to use bimanual technique to put the 4th scroll. Okay, this is another case, one-eyed patient. You can see the other eye of the patient. This patient had a uveitic cataract. So you go ahead and release the posterior synechia and fibrotic band which is there and put this ring. See, in extreme small pupil or fibrotic bands, I am able to put 2 scrolls here, the 3rd scroll, and then as I said, you may need to use bimanual technique. So go beneath the ring with one hand, use 2 equivalence hook there, you put all 4 scrolls there. But once you put this ring, your life is so easy. This is the case which was on tamsulosin, had eye face and a black cataract. So for these kind of cases, we don't struggle anymore. The protocol is simple. Even the pupil looks dilated to begin with. It's mandatory to put Mulligan ring. So in the beginning also, you may feel that the pupil is so much dilated, why to put this? But you'll realize once I start phaco, it's a black cataract. So once you take off the entire nucleus, put IOL safely, take off Mulligan ring, and see the moment I take off the ring and try to wash off all OVD, the iris is so floppy, it's trying to come on the incision. So had I not put Mulligan ring in the beginning, there would have been a great difficulty there. So it's not that this is the only device. I'll just quickly show just few tips for to use iris hooks, because I've seen many younger surgeons struggling because of the wrong placements of the iris hook. So if you are using iris hooks, remember that we should always try to put iris hooks in a rhomboid shape, in a diamond configuration, not in the square shape, because so either you use one iris hook in the subincisional area or 2 iris hooks just opposing the main incision. So here goes just opposite to main incision, first iris hook. So once you place these, so one is opposite the main incision, second is just near the side port, third is near another side port, and there are 2 hooks which are there adjoining the main incision. So when your instruments are going in from main incision, you are not, there is no ledge of thick iris tissue which is there to cause any damage. So once you have this opening, the only problem with iris hooks we all know is that there are multiple incisions which you need to make, and the iris, it tends upwards. Otherwise you can always control the amount of traction which you are applying to the iris tissue, but they also serve your purpose well. So put the IOL and you can just take off all the hooks one by one, and this finishes the case. So whatever device you use, but try to use pupillary expanded device in small pupil cases, which will make life very simple. Thank you very much for giving this great opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Any questions?
So I have one question. In the
Yeah.
femto case, for sir, you did pupil expansion first, then did the femto. What about the chance of any infection in such a case?
No infection. My theatre is one theatre. There is a femto mission. This is the phaco mission. Witness is Charta.
It's also described in literature. How to do a
See,
Maligan ring first
we are
and then
not-
transfer
in
to
fact,
the...
In fact,
we are following
you
this
need not
protocols.
move the you need not change the table also. In the same table you can do the surgery.
It's a sterile contact lens, which you place for the PI.
PI is a sterile only. Always sterile. PI is always sterile.
Do you use any contact lens between the PI and the eye? No.
Sometimes in floppy iris, I found that iris hooks are more stable than the Maligan ring. When the dilatation is not much with the AC fluctuation, at times the Maligan ring comes out and you see the movement of the ring during phacoemulsification.
So,
What is your take on this?
There are two versions of Maligan ring. The original version, which is sturdier, and the newer is 2.0 version. 2.0 version is thinner, have a thinner profile. But what I feel is that if you use this ring to start your case and you don't touch the iris much, so there is nothing like that ring will come out. Of course, it can fluctuate little bit in the chamber, but an iris tissue will never come out of it. Yeah.
So I used it both. I am more comfortable with BX, insertion, removal, money wise.
Yeah, I said whatever you're comfortable with, the surgeon is comfortable, but use some device. That's the key message which I want to give, because I see many surgeons struggling but not using anything.
Yeah, you have to use.
Yeah.
So you have gone up to 5 hooks. I have gone up to 6 hooks.
Yeah.
Some very lovely videos, Dr. Harshal, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing. I think that maneuver where the PI was there below a PKP
Yeah.
was very beautifully done, and it's a very tricky situation that it can anytime convert into a big iridectomy. So
Yeah.
congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So we come to the end of the first session. I request Dr. Chitra to hand over the session, hand over the certificates. Sir, Dr. Arun, if you could come please on stage. I request the next session chair, Dr. Krishna Prasad sir and Dr. Arup Chakrabarti. Please take your seats. Dr. Varun Malhotra, Dr. Suparna, please join us on the dais.
So, welcome to the next session. They're calling it as the devil in the deep sea. And we have a 4 minutes presentation of a challenging case by none other than Dr. Neha Dolekia. She'll be talking about the black cataract PPC with femto.
So the first disclaimer I want to make is that definitely a small incision could have been done in this case. That's the first disclaimer. So she was, basically it was a black posterior polar cataract, female 75, diabetic, a VVIP patient. Over here we can see normal this thing, but in her case she had, it's not coming, oh, check connection. One pointer also I can get.
A black rock hard cataract, a posterior polar cataract, 75-year-old.
Not coming, same thing. Yeah, and it's not coming.
There's been plane from the console itself.
Oh, not from here?
No.
Oh, okay. So,
Take vision hand movement PLPR. Seen on CT scan, normally it looks like this. However, in this case, there was a posterior polar weakness and we had to tread very carefully. So here, as you can see, the cataract is so hard that the phaco probe is actually just pushing it forward and unable to cut it. Doing a gentle hydrodissection at 6 or 7 places with very little jet so that it doesn't extend to the posterior pole, the wave. Otherwise, that itself can give you a nucleus drop right at the stage of hydro. Then gently rotating the cataract out of the bag, putting lots of viscoelastic, almost use 3 viscoats in this, and then trying to emulsify so that there is no pressure on the bag, and also the chances of nucleus drop get minimized. Throughout the surgery, I am assuming that there is a posterior polar defect, which we will see later, and tried all possible methods, able to get some cracks on the anterior surface, but not through and through. The posterior plate is very leathery and unable to crack it. So I thought, let's flip the nucleus, bring the posterior part anteriorly, and so once again showing the flipping action. Thereby you can see that the femto has made the cuts, but not all the way up to the posterior side. Now once I have the posterior plate superiorly, it becomes much easier. One can still see how hard the cataract was, only 1 quadrant is yet out. Again putting a lot of viscoelastic and trying to remove the second quadrant. This is 8 times fast forwarded, so one can imagine I'm just trying to eat the chunk or the center of the nucleus, which is the hardest part. Now we can see the posterior capsule just gives way without anything. The fluidics are very low in spite of that, and now all the pieces can fall down. So I decide to first put a scaffold lens and save the 2 quarters that are still there and emulsify them by bringing them closer to the incision on top of the 3-piece IOL. The IOL is inversed, so I make it in the correct direction, reverse it, put it in the sulcus, use triamcinolone. There is a vitreous strand which I cut with the use of pilocarpine. The pupil has constricted very beautifully. Put air, no sutures, I was very apprehensive on day one that there would be a lot of corneal edema as I had done phacoemulsification so close to the endothelium. This is a picture 1 week post-op and crystal clear cornea, no CME, probably because of the triamcinolone, and the best part, the icing on the cake, was Plano 6/6. Unbelievable, an absolute miracle. Thank you so much for watching.
So first disclaimer is definitely a small incision could have been done in this. The thing was that she was really looking for 6/6 and I was trying to do it through a small phaco incision, and then one event after the other started unfolding and I was trying to just, so it was very fortunate. I would call myself lucky here, but I wouldn't advise anybody to do this again.
Dr. Krishna Prasad, comments?
Sir, I was expecting from you because I was
Yeah.
speechless.
Yeah,
It's
see, what is the problem is, in a black and brown cataracts, you have to alter the settings in the machine.
Yes.
You get,
Suction.
generally we won't exceed 15
Correct.
CD, 15 CD, however black it is. So that required for us 4 years.
Wow.
To master this.
Very true.
Because the company fellows won't tell. Because why they don't tell? They don't know. So one by one we learned. Now after 8 years, now the 8th year, so we come to know that for which cataract, which parameters will work. Similar to your phaco. When we started phaco, we did all mistakes. In this also, however black it is, we can make it the things. The other thing is, I do 5.2 rexes instead of 5. By default it is 5. In the black cataract, brown cataract, make it to 5.2 or even 5.25. So it will be more safe. And the technique, even though you have done the femto, the technique is same as that of a hard cataract, but it reduces the power at least 50% of the normal phaco.
Definitely, it helped for sure. And also the posterior pole, it was weak.
Yeah.
So as soon as I saw, I did fluid exchange with OVD, and therefore could manage it. But I was very surprised. First day post-op, she was 6/6, which was unbelievable. I was expecting lots of striate keratitis, and within a week she was doing really, really well. So I was very
really
happy.
appreciate your first sentence you said, because a lot of postgraduates here, they should not go with the idea that
yes,
when
to
you
do
have
this.
2 complications.
Correct.
Okay, be wary of a phacoemulsification. Here she had a very hard cataract.
Correct.
She also had a posterior polar cataract.
Correct.
When there are 2 complications, then always think, normally 1 complication is good enough. I think the saving grace was the pupil, it was big.
Yes.
And maybe
And
the
it was a
cornea
5.2 rexes.
looking at the first day post-op, the cornea must have been really sturdy.
Yeah.
So I think there has to be an disclaimer,
Disclaimer,
that don't
disclaimer.
practice at home
Yes,
or in
don't
your
try at
hospital.
home. Absolutely.
It's only by Dr. Neha.
No, nothing like that. I was just lucky. I just, at many points in time, I felt like converting and just removing, but somehow something was helping me and I was getting through.
I think you can always kind of see that happening and you can always convert back. See, that is always a backup plan.
Yes.
Every surgeon has to be very mindful when they see the first sign of a problem.
Yes.
They can always convert it. I think excellent surgery.
Yeah. Thank
Very
you
well
so
taken.
much.
I would just like to add one thing here for the benefit of postgraduates. I think usually diabetic patients and myopic patients, we should expect that the brown cataract will be leathery.
Yes.
So it's difficult to
Yes.
tackle. So that is also one a problem here. The patient was a diabetic, so probably the cataract was leathery.
Yeah, also the other eye was like 6/9 or something. So she didn't get this eye operated for the longest of time, which happens to so many patients. Thank you.
So now we have Dr. Rishi Swaroop, and Dr. Rishi will be presenting toric multifocal IOL and subluxated cataract on Niagara. Welcome, Dr. Rishi.
Hello, yeah. So unfortunately I had to step out, so I missed the previous presentation, but I'm sure it was a dangerous cataract. So I think this might be some...
It was a bit scary. But it was handled very well.
I'm sure. So this is a short case, and then we can have discussion if everyone's interested, and slightly differently managed, I think. So this was a 57-year-old female patient presented with a black cataract, which black inside white cataract in her left eye, and this patient had a multifocal many years ago in the right eye, and then decided that her vision was so good that she didn't need to do cataract surgery in the other eye. So visual acuity in this eye was PLPR, and the other eye was 20/20 unaided, and near vision was N6 unaided. Very happy with the other eye vision. IOP, everything was normal. Obviously there was no view in this eye. Ultrasound is as follows. Everything looked okay on the ultrasound. Patient was very keen on multifocal IOL in this eye also, because first eye had a very good result with the multifocal. She wanted that lens only and nothing else. So it was a bit of a dilemma for me, because this cataract was really horrible looking, and when we did the biometry, we realized there was a lot of cylinder also, about 2 diopters, 2.17 diopters. So we had to choose a toric multifocal lens for this patient, and patient chose the Indian package, so we went with the Care Group's Acryol toric multifocal. So I had seen the patient myself on the slit lamp. I didn't notice anything else, but when I took the patient up on table, I realized, I'll show you the video. I realized that there is a gap. Can you see the gap there? Can I have a pointer? So you can see the zonular dialysis about 3 clock hours. So now we are dealing with the grade 5 cataract, white, intumescent, and it's got subluxation about 3 to 4 clock hours, or maybe more also. So yeah, so I did go ahead and stain. I do realize that it could have gone in through that zonular dialysis and altered my glow. Maybe I should have put in a little pocket of cohesive viscoelastic in that area. But like they say, hindsight is 20/20. So luckily nothing major happened there. Anyway, there was no glow, so it didn't really matter so much. So we stained the capsule, put in cohesive OBD, and very slow controlled rhexis. I did with a micro rhexis forceps, and I tried to do a large rhexis, and at this point I was still thinking whether I should do phaco or small incision. I thought I'll remove the cortex, then see how dense the cataract is, and then decide. And at this stage, then considering the entire situation and the fact that the patient was so keen on a multifocal, I decided that I'll be a little conservative and not try any heroics. So we decided to convert to a manual small incision, but till now I had never put a multifocal toric with a manual small incision. So of course I do know my SIA, and we had considered that option, so I had done the calculation accordingly and kept the multifocal toric ready for that. So that's basically the small incision wound. It's already 4 minutes? Yeah. So, yeah. So just, I like to do the Blumenthal technique of, modified Blumenthal technique of manual small incision. So we make a straight cut with 2 back cuts, and the beauty of this particular technique is that any size of nucleus will come out through this incision as long as your inner lip is at least 8.5 millimeters. So you don't really need to split it or do anything else like the other techniques of manual small incision. And of course, as you can see, when I'm not sure if the video is showing up very clearly, but you can see it's very dense, large cataract. And luckily I was able to prolapse it out without causing any damage to the capsular bag. And with visco expression, I managed to kind of remove this entire nucleus. So as you can see, it didn't really need too much of maneuvering. It came out quite well. After that, of course, I put in the CTR. Obviously, in the SICS scenario, you can't really put in the CTR first. So I went ahead and did that, and after that we put in the toric multifocal lens and aligned it according to the planned axis. And so I was, in the end, I was pretty happy with the outcome considering the kind of cataract this was. So to my pleasant surprise, IOL was exactly the way it should have been aligned, and the eye was crystal clear, and outer F was superb. I was very happy to see the outer F. Unfortunately, the vision was not matching the outer F, and to my bad luck, this patient had a scar at the macula. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, that's the twist in the tale. So this patient could have had a fabulous outcome, and I would have been super happy with that. But I at least felt good that I did what best I could for this patient, and of course there was a visual improvement, and but the macula could have been a little more kind to me. So that's it.
So we have seen 2 videos on black cataracts, and both the cases were well managed. So for the youngsters here, what I would suggest that if it is a ultra hard cataract, and you are not sure how the eye is going to behave intraoperatively, I would abandon my temporal clear corneal to start with. I will make a superior scleral tunnel, and then many a time, after the first few scalps, I realized that yes, this is amenable. I can do it. And in certain situations, you realize that, even if you're using 90% torsional, it's not cutting through properly. Then I would definitely convert into a superior SICS, and I have no regrets. Another thing, that misconception is phaco power. I have seen many patients. I have been a trainer of some when I was at Arvind. So phaco power utilization has not been much, but the cornea is really cooked absolutely, like a boiled egg. It's because the intracameral manipulations. It is the lens part matter, the instruments, the lens matter, the intraocular lens touching the back of the corneal endothelium, which can be more deleterious to the corneal endothelium than the phaco power as such. If you use a large amount of phaco power, confine it within the capsular bag, make sure that the cone is never directed toward the cornea, so you can still come out with it. But we have seen just now 2 extremely well demonstrated cases. Thank you, Rishi, for showing us, and thanks a lot, Madam, for your very bold and brilliant case.
How did
bold
you
and
counsel?
beautiful case.
How did you counsel the patient? Patient. Next.
But just a one point for the postgraduates, the B scan. Many of the people, when we say, like say PLPR, B scan is normal, thinking that everything is fine. B scan is only for an anatomical variation. If you have an RD, if you have a vitreous hemorrhage, B scan shows up. It will not show a disc pallor, it will not show a macular scar, it will not show all this. Maybe a advanced glucomatous cupping it can show. With an excavation. So these are the only things. A normal B scan doesn't preclude anything else.
Next topic is Dr. Chartha. Flatter than flatter, post-arc.
Good evening, everyone. Could I have my slides?
Slide, Babu.
So can you have the next case if this is taking time to show up?
Last case is absent.
Is the
Dr.
last
Arjun
case?
is not, yeah, not come. Last talk is yours. One more case is not. Okay. So without any further delay, I'm going to talk about the flat post-RK case that Dr. Ravi Kumar shared earlier. And interestingly, I saw the scans after post-operatively. And I was amazed by the accuracy of the reading. So I went back and I was just trying to analyze how was it possible to get such a good result and what I would have done probably. So in RK, it's interesting that when we say post-refractive surgery, the RK is very different from what the PRK cornea is going to be. That is in that it flattens the central cornea, steepens the peripheral cornea, but doesn't really give any tissue loss. So also we must remember that RK was probably odd years ago. So over time, the cornea has undergone a lot of changes as well. So these all make it very different from the post-average refractive surgery cornea. Now, residual refractive errors, if we see after cataract surgery done in refractive, post-refractive surgery, cataract surgery, hyperopic drift is very common. And if that's what we are anticipating, then patient would probably prefer a myopic error rather than a hyperopic. So best to target a little more of myopia. And the recommended IL formulas in literature are Barrett's-Truquet, no history, average of multiple formulas, OCT and ORA analysis. Now this is the detailed topography anterior sagittal curvature, and you can see that the central curvature is 27.2 and 24.5. Now the patient has interestingly an intraocular lens in the left eye, and you can see that his visual acuity is not that great in that eye. Now in the right eye, the visual acuity is with pinhole is 6/24. The IL master refuses to say anything, and the axial length is also high, so it's 29, like as expected, it's a myopic eye. Now if you try that Barrett's-Truquet, which is recommended in literature, you can see that it doesn't allow you to enter those values of 26 or 28, and it says it's outside range. So then if you then you have to go to the all IOL formula option and go online, and again what you can try and use is in your pentacam itself, you can see that the range of the power at the 5 mm range, 6 mm range and 7 mm range can be accessed. So the true net power was entered at the 5 mm range, seeing his mesopic pupil size, and then based on that, if you see Haig's formula comes somewhat close, and aiming for a 3 diopter myopia, a 27 diopter lens was inserted, and this was the outcome. So the conclusion is that preoperative counseling is of course paramount, and however newer algorithms are actually helpful in predicting, because as you keep entering cases, it probably keeps upgrading itself. Preoperative? Post, I don't have that data. I don't have that data.
The next talk, this is yours, sir. PCR, video-based presentation, none other than Dr. Krishna Prasad.
That was an RK, Dr. Charata. That was an RK, no? Okay, I think, do you also envisage some kind of a post-operative flattening in next 3 months? Because most of the RK people will have a hyperopic shift post cataract surgery, because this whole central cornea just kind of lands down. So I think I have a fair share of, I think even Dr. Arup can probably chip in, and Dr. Ravi Kumar Reddy also. I think we are not seeing much of RKs, but nowadays, but most of the whole lot is already over. Those have already got cataract and got operated, but hyperopic shift happens up to 2 to 3 months. So I think if you are really going for some kind of a IOL implantation, always keep the hyperopic shift in mind. Never make the patient emmetrope, always make him myope, so that post-operatively there is always the possibility of the entire thing lifting. More the incisions, more the hyperopic shift. Sir, Arup sir, do you have any? Yeah, I can have the. I think this is a talk for the postgraduates. Hope they are there and the young phaco surgeons. This is about posterior capsular and cliffhangers. See, we always I always tell anyway. My postgraduates come with a very sullen face, and they are cribbing that they had a PC rent and complication. So they want to reduce. Have some kind of a solace from me. I always say that the cataract surgery across all surgical subspecialties is the most unforgiving surgery. It's actually a very difficult surgery, and the margin of error is very narrow, if you really see, because we are working in a very small place. And I always tell them, do you know the thickness of posterior capsule is around 4 to 5 microns. So how can you actually maintain the integrity of a structure which is so flimsy, and that you're working with all that? So having a posterior capsular rent is not something very, very unusual, looking at the design of cataract surgery, but We surgeons have really mastered it so well that we still manage to get it all the time correct in most of the cases when we actually become experienced. So I think what I tell my postgraduates is, if you have a PCR and a vitreous disturbance, worry about 3-4 things. Number one, when you have a vitreous, okay, so the problem is that the vitreous actually comes forward. If you don't manage it well, it will block the angle, cause rise pressures, it may touch the cornea, cause endothelial decompensation. It may actually keep on touching the moving parts of the eye, that is the iris, and cause chronic, uveitis and all the other problems. So these are the things that you need to keep in mind when you have a PC rent. And very importantly, you have the acceleration due to gravity, 9.8 meters per second square, which I learnt in physics. So whenever you have a PC rent, because of the pressure itself, there is a dropping, whether it be a part of the nucleus, epinucleus, cortex, drops into the vitreous cavity, which is a serious thing. And it cannot be swept under the carpet. This is something very important. So when you have a PC rent, always worry about droppings, because you are working on earth, which has some amount of acceleration due to gravity, things do fall down. Then number 3 is when your eyeball implantation. When you actually have crossed, basically encroached the PC and caused a damage, your eyeball implantation will not be the same again. You need to make necessary modifications in the eyeball design, the actual placement, and even the power of the eyeball that you are putting. So never put a single piece lens in the sulcus, causing a long-term problem for the patient. Always keep this in mind, that has to be done. It is not about in panic or because of unpreparedness you do something different. If you don't have the right eyeball, you can always postpone that eyeball implantation for the secondary eyeball implantation till you get the right lens. And lastly, I think what is very important is it's not about the surgery. The surgery may look very well at the end of the thing. We may show a video and get the claps, but post-op what happens? Later what happens? It is the posterior segment complication, which our retina colleagues actually will see. Because what we did not do right during the management of a PC rent, we will end up, we may actually pull the vitreous strands. If we do not do properly vitrectomy, it will cause some kind of a traction at the vitreous base, cause small horseshoe tears, which will come up as retinal detachment. And also you have created a PC rent, you create inflammation in the front, the prostaglandins, all the inflammatory mediate have a highway to proceed backwards, okay, and disrupt the macular metabolism and cause macular edema, that is cystoid macular edema, that get over a period of time. So CME as well as retinal detachment, rhegmatogenous, are 2 major problems that you have to look forward to. And you need to really do immediate post as well as late post-operative care is extremely important. So I just want to kind of show you some cases. This is one of the training case my fellow was trying to do. This is very common when you're actually doing a trench. You don't understand that the PC is actually coming up in the second half of the thing. PCs, our cataract is like an idli, no? You have a PC which is going down in the half and coming up in the second half. When you are doing a trench, you normally end up eating up the thing. So this was actually a nucleus with a punched out hole, which has caused already a PC rent. This was not a very hard cataract. I really took my chances. I filled it with viscoat between the cornea and the thing. And I just tried. It was still a brittle one, it broke. And I knew there was a big PC rent behind. I had actually put a lot of viscoat to create a platform to prevent droppings, which I actually told you. And I was just taking my chances to continue my surgery and not to allow any dropping. It was not about, there are only 2 things, corneal safety and droppings. Corneal safety I was just managing with viscoelastic and trying to work very carefully and mindfully. Even though it was working precariously close to cornea, I was still mindful of that. But the droppings, whatever viscoat that you put behind, you need to replenish. So I was putting a lot of viscoat, okay, between the the nuclear pieces, levitating up so that I could still get it up. So with this, if you have a short surgical time and if you have a good viscoelastic cover, if you have a good machine, and you should also have a vitreoretinal backup. So you can still see, I'm still trying to do that multiple times, not allowing any dropping to happen. But I will always get it examined at the end of the surgery before I put an IOL. That is something very important. This was actually a case where I had planned, this was around a 15-year-old case where I had planned a restore. It was one eye already had a restore and this was the second eye. A very soft cataract, this rent I created. When I was doing a trench, I did not change the parameters. There's a punched out hole right in the center of the nucleus gone up to the PC. So this is a very soft cataract. So I'm just trying to entirely build the bulk of the nucleus with visco expression into the PC, and this is no big deal. This nucleus is no big deal because it's a very soft cataract. I can just suck it up. Again, putting a nice platform, concreting the gap between the two, you can see a large rent in the center. I still seal it up with viscoelastic and try to remove the all the cortex. Okay, and now you can see there's a large PC rent. So I'm going to do a primary posterior capsular rhexis. This is something very important, and then you do a good anterior vitrectomy. Now you have two rhexis, both anterior and posterior rhexis. Now should we put a multifocal or not? So if you have done a good vitrectomy and your pupil is still trying to check for any vitreous strands, once you have removed the vitreous completely, you can still put your multifocal lens, usually a single piece that was an actress of material. So I could put between the two and carefully, because they have a good memory, they open up very slowly. I found the sweet spot between the two rhexis, below the anterior rhexis, because as Murphy's rule, whenever we put it, it goes into the second rhexis. So I could just place it and took my time to really release both the haptics into the place. And surprisingly, the patient was happier in this eye compared to the first eye. I don't know why, but things went, no posterior capsule and no PCO. Okay, but this is not about any heroics. I would have probably not done a multifocal if things had gone the other way, and I was at every step. Every 10 seconds, 15 seconds, you review your decision to go ahead. You have to have experience of operating case. You should have the right, phaco machine. You should have the right accessories and a good VR backup. These all things have to be in place. It is not about finishing the case on that day. It is about actually giving an optimum outcome to the patient, be whatever it takes. So this was my initial cases on the Ingenuity. This is a 3D visualization. We are not looking through the oculars, we are looking into the 3D screen and operating. So normally there is some kind of a discord, even though you don't really take much time to understand that. So I was just doing that, just keep watching this case. So at the end of the thing, there was a sudden burst of, you see this? That is exactly what I wanted you to see. So if you just see it, I'll show from here. This is for the beginners. At the end of the trench, you can see that. So this is what I missed. There was a sudden burst of, because there the piece is actually coming up. This is one area which is most vulnerable for that. And when I was actually continuing to do the things were not happening the way I wanted. The nucleus talks to you, you understand it. Normally we have a method of talking to it. So something was amiss, something was not happening the way you want, the followability was not right. But so I thought I could see there is nothing really. I could see actually everything was fine because the rent was in the extreme periphery of the posterior capsule, almost near the capsule of fornix, which was actually creating a trouble. Then I took some time. I had to really, can you see that? There is a gap up there, right there. There's a large punched out lesion in the far periphery, well beyond the margin of the pupil. So that is the area where. So I had to really seal that area with viscoat. I could levitate that area, seal that area, and continued my surgery in the similar way. So I kept on filling that area and I had completed it, and I had to put a 3-piece lens in the sulcus with a optic capture, making the necessary correction for the thing. So this was possible because we had a formed vitreous there, and the gap that was there was filled with viscoat, so that the vitreous and the viscoat and the viscoelastic actually gave us a template on which we could do the phacoemulsification with modified parameters as well as with lot of mindful application. Right? We could still complete it without creating a dropping. But we are not always that lucky. We always blame vitreous. Postgraduates hate vitreous, but vitreous is your friend. You should love vitreous, not hate it. Because I'll just show you a case. I think even Dr. Gaurav probably will follow it up with much more, so this is a post-vitrectomy case. Whenever you have a cataract coming up soon after a vitrectomy case, be careful. When they send you a case in 3-4 months that there is a cataract has developed, that means during their PP vitrectomy, they must have, touched the posterior capsule. You can see this, I knew that they had already damaged it. There was no secret about it. So I knew everything that it's a vitrectomized eye. There's possibility of a posterior capsular damage. So I did everything very mindfully. And this was not a very hard cataract. So I did not rotate. I reduced my IOP, the bottle height. So I was taking my time and started doing it. But what happens is, if you really don't have that vitreous there, everything tends to be very, it goes down. You don't really have it. I was not actually doing anything. Still, nothing was really coming to mind. Something was amiss. Then I saw that I could really see that there's a big gap that I had created there, and the piece went down. If you have vitreous, there is no free fall. We have a gel which is holding it up. Now I have my old technique I have shown you already in last 2 cases. I have my friendly viscode, I can pump it up and bring it up. Now I'm trying to put viscode, it's all going down the drain. It's a huge vitreous cavity, it won't take it up because there's no vitreous at all. So if you do not have preformed vitreous there, your viscoelastics completely are useless. How much ever you fill, you're only wasting the vitreous. Okay, so I had to really struggle hard to take it out, and then I had to give a subtenance injection. It was till now it was topical. I had to remove it because our VR colleagues were waiting in the second OT. So I had to remove everything and keep it ready for them. And so I had to remove all as you can see, a large PC rent. The axis is intact, the anterior axis, but there's a large PC rent. Then they had to come in, go inside and do a pars plana vitrectomy with their fragmatome. They could remove all the other pieces, and we could put a lens again, come back in the same setting in the sulcus and get the things right. So finally, the takeaway messages for postgraduates is recognize early. That's why whenever there's a complication, we proceed very slowly, very mindfully. And if there's an immediate problem, we actually have to convert. I think Dr. Rishi Swaroop's case was an extremely useful message that you don't have to be on an ego trip. Understand what is best for the patient. I'm sorry for the macula. But use the tamponade to minimize dropping. This is very important. There are very good viscoelastics which can actually seal the place and levitate the pieces, and you can still do a good job. Handle vitreous very carefully. Very, very important. There's nothing like, swab vitrectomy. There's nothing like pulling the vitreous. You have to use automated vitrectomy. You have to prevent all kinds of vitreous coming in the front and going across the pupil. And very important is you need a retina backup. If not in the same, you will not be as fortunate to have the VR person in the next OT, at least you can postpone the case, let the retina people take, because on a long term, patient may be unhappy for that event, but in a long term, everything goes well, they still understand. Retina backup is very important. Any small droppings of cortex or epinucleus, the patient is not going to do well at all. And you need to make the IOL modifications as per the case. And very importantly, I told you, retinal detachment, cystoid macular edema. You need to actually screen the peripheral retina for any breaks at the vitreous base, and keep the patient on a long-term steroid and NSAIDs, and look for any CME development in future. Thank you so much for the patient hearing.
Thank you, sir, for nice presentation. Which is the most important thing is the surgeon is worried about the PCR. So the thing is, one is joke is, this is called iatrogenic posterior polar cataract after VR surgery. After VR surgery, if you get a cataract, iatrogenic posterior polar cataract, so for which you should be ready, and surgeon should be ready. So post on that day.
Thank you, sir.
Now, photo and sir, certificates. As I have one more session, Dr. Charuta will take over this session. as a moderator.
I invite Chairperson Dr. Gaurav Luthra, please come on stage, and Dr. Arun Chetripal, please come. Panelists, Dr. Atul Gupta, is he here? Dr. Supriya Chinta, please come on stage.
So we are a little behind schedule, so we'll try to make up time. We have the first presentation by Dr. Rupak Reddy, who's a brilliant surgeon, and he's going to be talking on mastering posterior polar cataract, phycodynamics, and role of femtosecond laser. So that should be interesting. How many people in the audience are using femtosecond laser? Okay, so I see one only and two. Yeah, great. After this, we have interesting talks by Dr. Rakesh Shakya. He's going to show us how to do quality SICS in 2 minutes, and then we also have one from Dr. Arup. He has a keynote on mastering and preventing IFS. So, a lot of good things coming up. Are you ready?
There. Okay. Yeah.
So, I'll request Dr. Rakesh and Dr. Arup to please come up. We'll have a good discussion. Arup?
Dr. Nitesh is here in the audience.
Very good evening to you all. At the outset, I would like to thank TOS for giving me this opportunity to speak to you about management strategies of posterior polar cataracts. I have no financial interest. The first strategy begins with identification of the posterior polar cataract with a proper history, a pre-op exam with a slit clamp, and the OCT is a very good tool to identify the morphology of the posterior polar cataracts. And we have femtosecond lasers which have OCT inbuilt to them, which can also identify the posterior polar cataracts. And now we have the IOCT or the microscope OCT to identify any pre-existing rents or dehiscences. So there are several strategies, intraoperative strategies for managing posterior polar cataracts. The important ones being no hydro dissection, no nuclear rotation, slow motion phaco, and OVD assisted tamponade. I would like to show it, discuss them through my small video presentation. Yeah, we begin with the sclerocorneal incision with adequate capsular access. I'm showing an ideal case without any complications. No hydrodissection, delineation. I attempt multiple hydrodelineations and then go ahead with my phacoemulsification with a direct chop. I try to do multiple chops at this time. Most of the posterior polar cataracts are cheesy, so they won't separate that easily, but I still put my efforts to separate the nuclear quadrants. Slowly I try to take out some nuclear fragments. Then as one quadrant comes out, then I begin taking out the second quadrant. So all these while I'm going ahead with low phaco parameters and doing a little slow motion phaco. With good foot pedal control, I exchange instruments, not allowing the chamber to get shallowed. I further go ahead and take further remnants of the nucleus, and as the other half of the nucleus comes out, before exchanging the instruments out, I use OVD tamponade I use the help of visco dissection and try to visco dissect the epinucleus as well as the corticocapsular adhesions, and then try to visco express, taking care not to shallow the chamber. Then I go ahead with the layer by layer cortical matter aspiration. Before exchanging with the other instrument, I always fill with OVD. Finally, I remove the epinucleus as well as the other remnants of the cortex. So in all the steps, I give OVD tamponade. And then begin by slowly injecting the IOL. So we have to keep in mind, we keep backup lens, that is a 3-piece lens, and backup instrument, that is vitrectomy. So this being an ideal case, coming into femtosecond laser assistance, the femtosecond laser helps us in achieving adequate rhexis planned on the lens center. The lens thickness can be assessed preoperatively. You can find out the posterior polar cataract morphology. You also have a safety margin of more than 500 microns, which you can set individually from the posterior capsule. You also achieve nuclear softening, as well as there are pre-cut chops. This is an example. It's not so clear on the screen that there is a pre-existing dehiscence. This is a pediatric posterior polar cataract with a very small lens. This is another case. After finishing the femtosecond laser part, I just tap the nucleus. I don't do any hydro procedure so that that pneumodissection can happen. I do my first crack and then go ahead and try to aspirate all the small cubes which the femtolaser has already created. So once I aspirate, as the cataract is very soft, I am not able to do further cracks. I aspirate all the other remnants of the nucleus and then slowly go very carefully towards the periphery. Then I stop and inject viscoelastic and do a visco dissection and try to elevate the epinucleus out of the bag and slowly go ahead and complete the entire procedure. There we see a small pseudo hole. There is no hole, but there is a small hole in the cortex. And finish the aspiration of the cortex and then go ahead with the IOL implantation. So these are the ideal cases, but not all cases go well. These are the other example. In this example, in this case, I just go crack it, no hydro, and lift one half of the nucleus into the AC. I don't rotate any of the nuclei, and I finish emulsifying one half of the nucleus. I have not done any hydro procedures at all in this case, and then go ahead and lift the other half of the nucleus, and then complete the emulsification, and then go ahead with the cortical aspiration. This is one strategy to manage without doing any hydro procedures at all or any rotations. And I don't even exchange the IA aspiration, I do it in one go. This is another case with a golden ring. I finish, after incision, I just put a small trench and do a inside out hydrodelineation. I don't rotate the nucleus, I just lift the entire nucleus into the AC because it is a soft one. In one go, I emulsify the entire nucleus and then slowly go ahead and layer by layer I do. At this stage, I find a small PCR, and that PCR slowly has extended vertically. So I'm being extremely careful now. I stop at this stage, I then go ahead, use dispersive viscoelastic, give a tamponade, push all the, so that the vitreous doesn't come out, express out the cortex, and then go ahead with implanting a single piece IOL. I implant a single piece IOL into the bag and slowly rotate the IOL so that it is perpendicular to the posterior polar capsule's rent, posterior capsule's rent. This is another case. I begin normally doing phaco, go ahead with direct chop. At this point, I noticed something odd was happening. I go a little deeper and deeper, enlarge the trench and do a crack. I find something was wrong, so I see that there is a PCR now. So I use dispersive viscoelastic that goes into the posterior chamber. At this time, I stop doing phaco, pull out the entire nucleus into the anterior capsule, and then go ahead with converting it into a small incision cataract. So one has to have a lot of strategies back in their mind, and also has to be experienced with in converting into small incision cataract surgery. Remove the nucleus and then go ahead with a 3-piece lens into the sulcus, and then close the wound with glue. This is another case which is posterior polar cataract. Everything went uneventfully. I have taken out the cortex, but I put, and while doing polish, there was a PCR. So already the PC is very weak in this posterior polar cataract. So any amount of mild maneuvers can also result in PC rents like that. You should be careful. But luckily, I already had a 3-piece lens in the PC in the bag, so I was lucky in this case. The role of phaco dynamics is to maintain fluid balance. So your inflow or bottle height should match the outflow, the aspiration and leakage. The whole idea is if the outflow is high, the chamber may collapse, and the sudden chamber collapse, because it is a weak PC, there could be a PCR or a vitreous prolapse. So the role of phaco-dynamics is to use lower parameters, lower bottle height, lower vacuum. Power is usually low because posterior polar cataracts are less dense. While doing doing cortical aspiration, bimanual is more preferred. Lower irrigation and lower aspirate rates are preferred. The main goal is to reduce the turbulence to prevent sudden chamber movements or collapse. Thank you.
So in posterior polar cataract, it's not over until it's over. Surgeons have encountered posterior capsular rupture even while inflating the bag once they're coming out and hydrating the wounds. Dr. Gaurav has...
Yes, I had one case.
Yeah. So the capsule, you must understand, is extremely thin. It is thinner than the normal posterior capsule, anatomically also. And so a slightest rise in pressure or maybe slightest touch can lead to rupture of the capsule. Anything you'd like to add to this?
So I think very nicely demonstrated, and femtosecond laser definitely has a great role in posterior polars and is my preferred technique. And as he said, even touching the IOL, sometimes the IOL haptic as you're injecting, if it rubs against the PC,
yes.
So you should have a nicely viscoelastic filled eye so that it doesn't rub against the PC. And also in that one patient where you had the break, so what I typically do is that I will remove almost everything from all around and leave that last chunk which is attached to the posterior capsule for the last,
yes.
And then I will either visco-elevate it or hydro-elevate it, which means that I'll just run a fluid, kind of with my bimanual, I'll just run fluid so that it just floats up, or I'll just put some viscoelastic and it floats up, because it's attached there, and when you aspirate it and try to pull it, it'll lead to that break. So it's best to let it float up rather than, kind of pluck it with an aspiration. Otherwise, the principles are all the same. We all do the same thing.
I just put the hydro inside so that the jet of fluid will wash out the PC, but even the jet has gone and touched. And
I agree. But brilliantly done.
Thanks. Thank you.
Very superb videos, Dr. Rupak, and I think the inside out hydro is something I've seen for the first time, so congratulations on it.
Dr. Vasavada's technique.
I now request Dr. Gaurav Luthra to give his keynote lecture, phaco in vitrectomized eyes.
A lovely video. There are a few things I would like to tell is, I do not, the way I differ from my technique, I don't do in hydro steps. Inside that, hydrodelineation is a very sexy looking step, but I don't think, it really helps to any extent. And second thing is, I really like the techniques of visco displacement and visco expression of the cortex. Many a time when you have not hydrodissected, so the lens cannot be rotated. So you have those inaccessible areas where the phaco handpiece doesn't go into the lens matter. So even if it is a formed nucleus, not a soft nucleus, you can always inject a dispersive OVD in the fornix. So that displaces the nucleus, brings it in a more accessible area, and then you can consume it well. And hydrodissection, sometimes you said no hydrodissection done, but as you go inside the eye and do a little bit of sculpting, there's already fluidics happening in the anterior chamber. So that somehow percolates between the anterior capsule and the lens matter and moves around. So sometimes a nucleus which wasn't rotating earlier, because you should not rotate because no hydro dissection has been done, becomes displaceable and rotatable. Yeah. And we do not allow the anterior chamber to become shallow at any stage. For example, when you're waiting for the intraocular lens, that is the time immediately you have to inject OVD. And if you have injected, when you're removing the lens of OVD from the eye after IOL implantation, they again do not allow the AC to become shallow because lens is in the back, everything is fine, but still the PC may open up at this posterior pole.
Can I have the display on, please? Do you have my feed from here? Okay, got it. So, cataract surgery in vitrectomized eyes is what I'm speaking on. And I know that we are towards the end of the day, so let's just try to make it interesting. So, incidence is reported to be about 12.5 to 80% after vitrectomy, incidence of cataract. And the complicating factors are silicone oil, gas tamponade, injections, lens touch, as Dr. Krishna Prasad was just mentioning, and PC feathering due to inflammation. And all these situations can cause the cataract. And most often, as he said, that VR surgeons are not usually likely to tell you that they had a lens touch. Some of them will of course do it and they will immediately tell you that it was there. It's good to inform the cataract surgeon. The challenges of such cataracts will be of course with biometry, because these eyes may be having lots of retinal pathologies. There may be gas or oil in situ, and you have to decide about topical or peribulbar anesthesia. You will be dealing with very deep chambers, potentially high myopic eyes, possibility of zonular laxity. There could be PC plaques, and there could be deposits on the posterior capsule because of the oil, with difficult nucleus handling, and sometimes a floppy iris as well, with sometimes insecure wound closure. And biometry can be done, axial length may change after vitrectomy because of the belt buckle, etc., which used to happen more in the past, but even still does. And high myopes, the fovea may be on the edge of the posterior staphyloma. There may be opaque media, there may be oil in situ, which obviously now optical biometries are possible, so it's nice, but if it's an opaque cataract, then there's a challenge. So we always do preoperative biometry for all patients, and even now we have a protocol from our retina side that they do a post-op optical biometry for the patients, because many of these will go on to develop a cataract, and sitting position may help. You can obviously do a lot of these other things. B scans are not very accurate, because now we need patients to be plus minus 1 in 90% of our patients. So I think let's, the surgical challenges, there may be silicone oil bubbles in the chamber, there may be coexisting glaucoma, there may be some endothelial compromise, a pupil which may not be healthy, and all these things. So let's see a few surgeries and see how we can deal with them. This was one patient that I was operating. There was silicone oil in situ and also in the anterior chamber, and you can kind of push it out with viscoelastic, and it comes out. And then you can go in with a Rexis. You can also see some silicone bubbles on the conjunctiva here, and I'll show you how to deal with them later on. And then of course you can stabilize the globe while maintaining viscoelastic with this globe stabilizer, which is in my left hand. It doesn't allow viscoelastic to escape. And this is a very soft cataract in a high myope, and you can see the oil kind of shining through. So the oil which is in situ is usually pushing it forward, and as soon as you lose the chamber, more oil will come out, and you'll never be able to get rid of it. It's good to maintain tamponade with your infusion on, or so that the PC remains pushed back. And then you can see that there is a plaque which I'm trying to polish. I have these specially designed bimanual hand pieces which have polishing ability on both the hand pieces. So a good polish can help. Most of these plaques are on the capsule, and they can come off in these vitrectomized eyes. Some of these deposits will be behind the PC as well, and then of course those are not likely to come off. But now challenging to polish these eyes which have oil in situ, because the oil is constantly applying pressure forward, so it becomes a little risky as well, because it's pushing forward. Injecting the implant, I'm doing a hydroimplantation as I would normally do. Sometimes in these situations you can switch to viscoelastic if the need arises, but most often it's good enough, and you can handle these patients well. So I think there was not more to it. Now this was another patient which there was challenge. I think it says media not found. I'll come back to this video later. This was a very unique case because there was an ICL in situ, and there was oil, and we had to resort to a special technique. I'll just come back to it. Now this lady was operated just about 15 days back, 20 days before this, And even though the surgeon was very confident that the PC was intact, and we can also see on the IOCT, on the femto OCT, so there was gas in situ, and the patient was not ready to wait. She had to travel. This is a post-RKI, post-vitrectomy with gas in situ, and the gas flotation effect is much stronger than the oil. And also there is, of course, we've done a femtorexis. Patient had a very rapidly developing cataract. It was because you can imagine that when the vitrectomy was done, there was no cataract. And so I was very fearful that there will be a break in the posterior capsule. And you can see the oil, the air bubble shining through from behind. So those reflexes were causing a lot of problem for visualization. It was very difficult to see anything because the reflexes were very strong from the air, from the gas which was there filling the vitreous cavity. So, and then of course with the RK and a very, very deep chamber, one had to proceed with a lot of caution. There was no comfort of a good glow, so the glow was missing. And as suggested, when changing hands, putting in viscoelastic and ensuring that the chamber is not lost. I was still not sure that the PC is intact. I thought that once much of it is removed, and you can see that it was not a straightforward cataract to deal with, and eventually I was able to get these chunks out. You have to go slow and steady, low parameters, and take it as it comes. I was able to get the cataract out. You can see as I rotate the globe to one side, the air bubble moves to the other side. So I'm just checking whether the PC is intact, and then I realized that yes, it is. So the retina surgeon was right in that they had no lens touch, yet patient went on to develop a very fast cataract formation just in about 15-20 days post vitrectomy. So it can happen. And I like to use these new Hoya injectors for such challenging eyes like RK eyes, because you can use it from a 2.2 incision. You don't have to enlarge. You don't have to do a wound assisted injection. The injectors are very, very reliable. I have no financial interest. I just like them. Now you can see I'm hydrating the roof of the tunnel. This is a Herschel tuck cannula which I like to use, and keeping the infusion on from the left hand, and you can then have a stable chamber and then finish it off. So it worked well, and I was able to get a good outcome, and then finish this with trypan blue test that I like to do for any leaks. Now going on, I was telling you about those silicone oil bubbles which can be released. Some of these patients will come with these, and they're very irritating for the patient because they cause a foreign body sensation, and it's very easy to just puncture them and let them with some kind of pressure on it. You might have to do 2-3 punctures sometimes, and then they can be released. They are usually there at the vitrectomy ports that you'll find them if Now this was another case where this was a post-vitrectomy high myope, and there were synechias which had formed in the periphery. I was doing the IOCT to see if the posterior capsule integrity was good. So IOCT has become a very useful device for checking the posterior capsule integrity unless the cataract is totally opaque. And in fact, the femtosecond laser has a very good OCT which through almost opaque cataracts also visualizes the posterior capsule quite nicely. So on the Catalyst and the Lensex both. So removing the cataract was fairly straightforward in this patient. Once the rexis was done, you can see that there are peripheral, the synechias formed in the dilated position of this patient. What we were left with was a lot of plaques, and it was a very unhealthy capsular bag, which was very friable. Now I'm trying to do this technique of hydro, I call it as a jet hydro wash or whatever you might want to call it. So this way I'm running just fluid from the main port at high speed and allowing everything to get washed out. In spite of all that which I did, nothing much was happening. That plaque was going to stay there, and obviously if I left it there, the patient would not see much. So I had the option of going with a cutter and getting it out, or trying to release it. So I'm doing my best to try and find one plane from where I can kind of get under it and then peel it, but trying from all sides, nothing seems to work. And in spite of all these maneuvers, after trying for long, I eventually will find a plane somewhere, I think. So put more viscoelastic, and then sometimes a micro forceps helps in such situations if you have an area where you can get a hold on it. So I put more viscoelastic on the cornea and be very patient. That's why I've edited this video to show how much I work, but then I finally found a plane, and I'm going to try and peel it. These are very flimsy. You can see the wrinkles on the posterior capsule because it's very easy to cause zonular dehiscence in such eyes. And in spite of my best efforts, this side is not giving way. So it just gives me a frill. So I go from another place and try to peel it, but it's not giving way either. So then I'm going to try another side. If it kind of gives me a small window, then I'll be able to get under it. And eventually I succeed. So now I've been able to find a small plane. Once you have a plane, then sometimes things become easier, because then moving from one direction to another, you can change the direction of forces, and as you change the direction of forces, you can proceed. But you have to be very calibrated with your forces, because if you are not, then you'll just cause either a break in the PC or a zonal dehiscence, one of the two things. So when going from 3 or 4 different ports, I'm going to peel this, and as you can see that I was finally able to peel this whole thing. So if you're patient and you manage your forces well, you can get a very good outcome in some of these eyes which have these PC plaques. And there I was able to complete it and put in an IOL, so it finished well for the patient. And I still have 1.5. This is another challenging case where we had a one-eyed patient, high astigmatism patient, had lost the first eye to a VR surgery and multiple interventions, and finally had decided that he doesn't want to get his second eye operated till he could not see at all. He had waited almost 10 years for this eye to be operated. There was laxity of the zonules, the bag was very flimsy. I have put capsular hooks, and I've somehow I've got a very small rhexis which I've dealt with. I've gone ahead with the surgery and managed to complete the cataract surgery part, even though it was very challenging. And now I have to deal with a bag which is full of plaques, and there's there's cortex which is stuck, there's epinucleus which is totally stuck to that capsule, and the capsule is fully mobile. So I'm going to try and peel it with bimanual IA, and as you can see, this bag is subluxed. I mean, it has a lot of zonular laxity. So after almost 5 minutes of struggle, I managed to clear up only this much area, and that too in a very risky way, because the capsule is ready to come into my aspiration port, even though I'm using very low settings, but it's not ready to come. So now I want to show you how I would go on to deal with it. I will now change my technique approach, and I will go with that other thing that I was just mentioning. I'll go with a hydro maneuver. It's called jet hydro polish. This is what I started doing few years back. See, I've gone in from the main port, running the infusion, and now going in all directions under that. It allows you to make a plane even under that capsule which is stuck, and into the equator of the bag. I've been able to go in all directions from this side. There are some areas where I have not reached, so I'm going from the other side and opening the main port so that the fluid flows out freely. So you can see that I'm kind of going into the equator of the bag and loosening up everything with the flow of that fluid. And with that, now I will be able to easily aspirate almost everything. So this technique's amazingly well for this very resistant cortex which may be stuck, and plaques which may be stuck, because it loosens up everything. And you can see how easily now everything is coming out. And then I have to, of course, deal with this plaque in the center, which I will peel just like I peeled the first one. So I'll finish in 5-10 seconds, Arun. So I'm peeling this plaque. Again, this bag is very, very loose. I could have put in a CTR to give more strength to the bag. And however, I was not sure that I'll be able to get this surgery through all the way. There were so many problems that if I put a CTR and there's a break in the PC, it'll sink. So I thought let me try doing it without the CTR. And luckily, I was able to peel this plaque as well. And the anticlimax is that after doing all this, the plaque does come out. And I'll just take you to the end of this video. So the plaque comes out, and I'm able to peel it. So with patience, you can. Now the problem is that I'm quite confident that I've done a great job. So I go in to remove that remaining cortex from there, and I break the rhexis. So these are very small rhexis. I'll go from the side port, and I'll just kind of enter the port. I don't know, it's probably got edited out. I broke the rhexis, and then finally I had to put in a non-toric lens. Anyway, so that's the take-home message, that VR surgeries can cause lots of problems for cataract surgeons. So
excellent demonstration of peeling of posterior capsular plaque. It's very, very difficult in such cases. The plaques, you may encounter these plaques in normal cataracts as well, but they are very much adherent to the posterior capsule in patients who had silicone oil. And sometimes you can even encounter plaques on the posterior surface of the posterior capsule. Sometimes. So then you can't do anything. But it was an excellent demonstration. Thank you, Dr. Gaurav. Any comment?
Lovely presentation, Gaurav. There are a few things about plaques, basically, See, particularly in silicon oil filled eyes, you get the called sort of central plaques. And if I feel that the central area is sort of, there are transparent areas, there are non-opaque areas, I may leave them as such. Sometimes that Arun mentioned, the plaque is integrated with the posterior capsule. So you have to do a posterior axis. Now, if you have a lens in place, and silicon oil has to be retained, posterior segment surgeon wants to retain the silicon oil, so you have to have a posterior capture of the optic. Otherwise, on first post-op day, you will see the silicon oil has come all around and in the anterior chamber. So this is something that we have learned through our experience.
For peeling the plaque, that's forceps which comes by my name only. It's a micro-rexis forceps made by Epsilon in my name. It's a 22, 23 gauge forceps.
So, I just wanted to say that in those cases where the silicon oil keeps coming up, maybe I've tried putting in an AC maintainer, the one which we used to use in SICS, and it helps like a double infusion, it helps. So you can do a second sort of.
My eye where there is no silicon oil. So sometimes we put putting a irrigation port at pars plana, so that keeps the eye well formed.
Lovely session. And we come to the next talk by Dr. Rakesh Shakya. So coming to mastering SICS, quality SICS in 2 minutes. So Dr. Rakesh is a high volume surgeon, and welcome to Hyderabad, Doctor.
So good evening, respected chairperson. And actually I am working in the high volume center, Chitrapur, Sadhguru Nechiksalaya. So in some region actually the need for slightly faster cataract surgery. And I am not strict to do the cataract surgery in the 2 minutes, but it need. So as you all know, actually this is the technique, actually the couching technique, actually first described by the Indian by the unknown surgeon. After that after that the ICC actually by the Smith. And so actually when I was actually in the Egypt actually, so I just clicked the picture, the oldest documented case of the cataract throughout the history in the Egyptian museum. And there are some paintings also as there to doing some surgical procedure in the eye. So there are some actually history, Susruta and Sanhita, actually the Susrut, Maharishi Susrut, actually ancient Indian surgeon actually described the procedure, the couching technique. And after that they are the history. So why the M6? Actually in developing country or the high populated country, or when working in the high volume center, with the large population where the unmet need of the cataract surgery is very high and demand the cost effective and fast reliable method, M6 provide the most benefit of phaco at the reasonable cost and limited time. In developing country like ours, and there is a shortage of the human resources, infrastructure and fund of the eye surgery. So the cataract surgery is not an emergency surgery, so why it do in the slightly fast? So as you can see the data, blind people in India is 9 to 12 million, and blind people due to the cataract surgery, the 50 to 80%, and 3.8 million cataract surgery, the cataracts are added in the per year. So when I was actually in the camp area in the UP side, you can see this is the actually situation, and the many patients are waiting for the surgery. So and this is the actually my duty roster, and it is slightly old roster, but you can see that 1200 people actually admitted in the one day in the winter season especially. So the above data signify the need for the safe, affordable and slightly fast cataract surgery with limited resources and large population. So this is not a one person things, this is the teamwork. So we actually follow the same rule for the cataract surgery. So this is the unedited video I am showing.
AV team, can you please help?
Yeah. I don't know. Not coming. Every time
no need.
So initially I actually make a side port and put the slight visco and deepen the chamber first. After that actually we slightly tighten the bridle suture and then we make a conjunctival perineum about the 6 mm. And after that, with the help of the crescent, we actually away 1.5 millimeter away from the limbus, make a incision, and after grooving with the help of the crescent, and then make a side pocket also, and the keratome entry done with the help of the keratome 3.2, and cut up to the side pockets, and after that we put the visco again, and then deepen the chamber. And with the atrata forza, we actually make a rexis. And with the help of the hydrodissection cannula, we just multiple hydrodissection done and then prolapse the nucleus with the hydrocannula. So this is the soft cataract, and put the visco behind and over the nucleus, and then deliver with the irrigating bacteria. And with the Simcoe, actually we remove the all cortex. And the remnant cortical metal which we irrigated, and then I always put the oil in the saline, the leading haptic in the bag, and dial with the Sinskey hook. So as you see, this surgery actually finished in the less than 2 minutes. So actually the high quality and low cost cataract surgery in a high volume center and the shortage learnicum universally applicable can be done in the all type of the cataracts, and it is the also the rescue surgery for the when you are actually in the trouble. And as you all know, when we are doing the SICS, so the surgical induced astigmatism slightly more, but it can be minimized by the giving the incision along the steep axis and round-shaped incision, and more toward the sclera, and the smooth scleral tunnel and smooth internal entry, and using the modified technique modifications like smart SICS. So how to actually develop the surgical skill and the safe quality SICS in the 2 to 3 minutes. So actually we fix the step of the surgery, and we actually follow the same. So this is the another case we can follow the only the make when the cataract slightly challenging, you can slightly take the more minutes. This is no actually hard to do the cataract surgery in the 2 minutes. So after making the peritomy, make a front of an incision, slightly bigger if you are the cataract slightly harder, and then make a crescent with the help of the crescent. We make a tunnel. After that, with the 3.2 keratome we enter and cut up to the side pockets. So it should be careful during the rexis. You can initial puncture and then put the visco again and then make a rexis. And with the hydrocannula we can remove it. There is no need to hydrodissection in this type of cases. Put the visco and again remove it with the irrigating bacteria. And then in this case actually some fibers of the cortex is slightly sticky, so we can remove it, but sometimes few fiber actually remain not removed because due to adherent. And put the oil in the saline. So actually during the training period, eye surgeon actually follow the same protocol, and gradually with the time surgeon develop the skill to do the cataract surgery in the slightly faster 2 to 3 minutes, some surgeon doing the cataract surgery in the 5 minutes. And actually we have the learning is the continued process. We have the bed lab and other things, and we have the 26 modular operation theaters. And in the winter season, actually we do the approximately 800 to 1000 operations per day. And in the last few years, we are doing the more than 100,000 cataract surgery per year. So our vision, our mission, and is the vision is service to the humanity. Mission is the food for hungry and cloth for the destitute and sight for the blind. Thank you so much.
Excellent technique and excellent way of doing. But do you think it's really important to finish a case in 2 minutes? Like,
no, actually,
yeah.
actually, when the patient are admitted, they are the different type of the cases. So we can divide the cases. They are the simple cases, slightly complicated cases, and the simple cases actually we can do within the 2 or 3 minutes. And but when we require the some challenging cases, require the more minutes. Not we are stick to do the cataract surgery in the 2 minutes.
You don't seek it. I have to finish it in 2 minutes. Then
But the
leaving behind
76
certain
to
cortical
70%
matter
cataract,
and
if
won't
you-
that the posterior capsular opacification will come up early in such cases, not cleaning the removing the cortical matter properly and leaving those cells behind. I think the PCO formation will be a bit early in such cases. So
Actually-
taking an extra minute to clean the PC,
Yeah, we
removing-
need,
yeah.
actually initially we told that in the cases of slightly challenging or that hypermature cataract, we require the 1 minute more to clean the cortical matter. But actually the 60 to 70% cases are very normal. So by this reason we can, at least 50% cases we can do the 2 to 3 minutes. So but it require the surgical techniques or require the training. So after, actually in the first year, they can do the cataract surgery in 10 to 15 or 20 minutes in 1 hour. And some after that, in the third year, we can finish the 2 to 3 minutes or 5 minutes. So by this reason, we can finish the 800 to 1000 cases, even the SICs in the phaco, because every day the 300 phaco and 7 to 800 cataract actually admitted in our hospital. So but this is the need, by this reason we can develop this technique.
But it's really wonderful, and this is a perfect example how the practice makes a man perfect, and cut down on your time.
I think the same incision was seen in both the surgeries. I believe even if it would have measured with a laser caliper, it would have been probably the same. So that's really commendable, and hats off to the numbers. I think you're doing
Thank you, ma'am.
a lot of service.
Thank you, ma'am.
So excellent work, Dr. Shakya. I think your center is actually doing more than Arvind's one center does, right? That's what I have been told. And I think the need, it's not as if that you may or may not be able to do it in 2 minutes. It's just that, you know, the need is so huge that they are getting 1000 cataracts per day and they have to deliver. And with those resources, you have to somehow improvise, and you've improvised by, and I believe their OT protocols and everything are like amazing. The sterilization and everything is like perfected, because in such big numbers, there's no scope for error. So I think excellent job. Yes. And I think 4 retina OTs run simultaneously and 15 to 16 cataract OTs run simultaneously. So we now have the master of cataract surgeries who's been teaching all over the world, and he's here to share his experiences, Dr. Arup Chakravarti.
Last session, last talk of the day, and I still see people here. You must be very committed ophthalmologist, very dedicated ophthalmologist, or you must be waiting for the next session, that's the general body. Anyway, so I will be talking about IFIS, and this is a video which is in my ancient archive. I haven't had a video like that since that time. You know, you see the classical IFIS, you know, the gory the graphic details, everything is happening here. Till that time, we were encountering cases like that, and we didn't know how to prevent these complications. And when they happen, of course, through experience, we knew how to optimize the management of these cases. So what you saw just now is a typical case of IFIS, and it was a condition which was first described by David Chang and Campbell way back in 2005. And since then, I've been following up this condition, and that explains the reason why I don't have such kind of gory videos any longer in my IFIS presentations. So they found out an unique association that IFIS was mainly seen in patients with BPH who were on alpha-1A subtype antagonists, called tamsulosin. So urologists were happy to put these patients with benign prostatic hypertrophy with urinary symptoms on tamsulosin because they're blocking all the smooth muscles in the urinary tract, in the bladder area, the trigone area, and all that. But what was not known that time that the same receptors are also present in the dilated muscles, and those muscles were getting blocked. Those receptors were getting blocked, and as a result, IFIS happened. So subsequently, of course, the condition was studied in greater detail, and we have been classifying small people since that time into two categories. One, of course, is the standard, the routine classification of small people, and the IFIS type of small people, patients who are IFIS candidates. There may be overlap, a bit of a crossover in this group. So what we have realized is there's a wide variety of drugs which can give rise to IFIS-like symptoms. So initially, the patients, urologists treated these patients with non-selective alpha blockers, terazosin and doxazosin. They also blocked the B type of subreceptor. So these were located in the blood vessels. So these patients were having postural hypertension. So they were not. So it was no longer continued, and that is the reason why tamsulosin came into the picture. And then subsequently, there have been new similar blockers like silodosin has been released in the market, and finasteride. It of course works in a different mechanism. IFIS is also seen in hypertensive patients. It is seen in psychiatric patients who are on benzodiazepines and quetiapine and so on and so forth, and many drugs. So we have prepared a list of medications which can give rise to IFIS. This is stuck in the counselor's room as well as in the operation theatre. But in spite of that, we still have patients, coming through on the operating table where we see IFIS happening, because many times patients don't come up with the proper history. But it is important not only to ask the patient, but also the patient's bystanders, and then only they realize the significance of the condition. I go by, all of us should go not by, my experience or somebody's anecdotal experience stories. A couple of weeks back, I was in a big meeting where the senior surgeon mentioned that in IFIS cases, sometimes I found it very useful to give multiple sphincterectomies all around, and it does pretty well. These are the things which should never be trusted, so you should go by what is written in the meta-analysis. And 2011 helped me, the meta-analysis that was published in 2011 changed my strategy towards managing IFIS. And then 2022, another meta-analysis came up, and this latest meta-analysis, it confirmed all the findings in the first analysis. So basically, it was more common in the male people. It can happen in the females. That should be kept in the mind. Hypertensive patients, whether it is the hypertensive status of the patient or whether it is the antihypertensive medications that is responsible, still it has not been sorted out. The new concept that was proposed was the decreased dilated pupil diameter. And this is something which I go by right now, and I'll be talking more about it a little while from now. Then, of course, other medication like finasteride, benzodiazepines, antipsychotics, etc., etc. So it also showed that our current consensus in the preoperative management of these patients, like some surgeons would like to discontinue tamsulosin, some surgeons would like to use atropine preoperatively, intracameral epinephrine, preoperative NSAIDs. It was this meta-analysis did not substantiate these points of view. So it is up to the surgeon in this kind of scenario what preoperative prophylactic measures you want to take. So decreased preoperative dilated pupil diameter, I'm coming to it now, and it again confirmed finasteride, benzodiazepines, antipsychotic drugs, tamsulosin, silodosin, etc., etc. So now there have been multiple reports where the maximum pupillary diameter of 8 millimeters, in another study 7, another study 6.5 millimeters, were associated with IFIS. Okay, so I used to measure maximum pupillary diameter in all my patients, pre-op, in the OP, but it was turning out to be counterproductive because patient didn't want to wait for that long. And so they were impatient, so I didn't get the proper pupillary diameter. So now this is something that I follow, that intuitive pupil to limbal diameter, a ratio of 60%. Let me tell you, this is on the OT table, and so this is the maximum dilated pupillary diameter, this is the limbal diameter. This ratio is roughly, intuitively, is less than 60%, around 0.58. So I have decided that this patient will not require any iris device, any pupillary device. If it was a much smaller pupil, or if there were untoward results in the other eye surgery, then I would have used a pupillary dilating device. So I would be using, either T Ultra or Phenocane Plus in these patients, and then go ahead with the surgery. So let me show you a real case. So this is again an IFIS candidate, elderly man in his mid-70s. So the temporal clear corneal approach surgery, inferior paracentesis is performed, and that time it went off quite smoothly, and then superior paracentesis is small. If you see here, this is where my left hand instrument is going to be moving in and out into the eye. So you need to have a proper match between the instrument size and the incision size. So this was slightly smallish. Then I injected intracameral Xylocard in this patient's eye. I had not used, on those other cocktail that I have already mentioned earlier. So that time I was using Xylocard. So my patient was a little uncooperative, but things were going on well. So now a temporal paracentesis, temporal clear corneal incision is done. We have to make sure that the incision wound construction has to be perfect. You should have a good run through the clear corneal incision. It should not be a peripheral incision. Then please watch out whenever you're doing a hydro maneuver inside the eye. Recently, in one of the live surgery sessions where I was around, I saw the surgeon facing exactly a similar situation. When he went inside the fluids, with fluids inside the eye, people started coming down. But that was something, is a precaution. You need to modify your approach, modify your surgical strategy. Anyway, let me talk about that. So here, after trypan blue staining, we had adequate viscomydriasis, so capsulorhexis could be easily done, and that has been done. So this is an important step. See, when I performed the cortical cleaving hydrodissection, the Chang hydrodissection cannula, subincisionally the AC becomes shallow, the iris tended to had a tendency to tend toward the main incision. So I knew that I'm going to deal with a real IFIS scenario in this case. So here my strategy would be, make sure that you do not do too many times of entry and exit from the eye. Phaco handpiece, once it goes inside the eye, without taking it out, you should be able to complete phacoemulsification. Same thing about the left hand instrument, because every time you allow the AC to become slightly shallow, there's a pressure gradient that happens, and iris tends to follow the incisions, mainly the clear corneal incision, and sometimes the paracentesis incisions if they're large in size. Another thing you need to notice is, the fluid is 60 here. All right, now whenever I start a complex case where we feel that, I may require a little more time and more fluidics may be required, I start with a new bottle, new BSS pouch in this particular case. But here, this was totally ignored by me as well as my staff. So why I'm telling you is, as I started managing the nucleus on the scenario of pupil that is closing down, there is some amount of iris prolapse that is happening. So the bell started ringing, warning me that the fluid is getting exhausted. So I had to come out of the eye. So there was no other option. So you have to make sure that you have adequate amount of consumables already ready, and you don't have to face this kind of situation. So now the time that is being spent in filling up, in loading the next pouch, and in the process, BSS is injected into the OVD is injected into the anterior chamber. I am not bothered much about the iris prolapse that has happened here, because again it's going to prolapse out, and another strategy here I do is I always stabilize the main incision with a tooth forceps. This is the strategy for dealing with intraoperative iris prolapse. Never try to reposit the iris through the prolapsed iris through the main incision or through the side port. Go from the other incisions. All right, and then I inject some amount of OVD to deepen the peripheral anterior chamber, stabilize the clear corneal incision with the tooth forceps, because if I try to just squeeze in the phaco handpiece, there will be some pressure on the lower lip of the clear corneal incision, OVD will come out and iris will tend to come towards the phaco tip. So subsequently, the last chunk of nucleus is removed. So here you have got to be careful, because when you have small chunks of nucleus present towards the end of a complex surgery where the pupil is coming down, you may inadvertently leave behind small nucleus chunks in the corneal, in the periphery of the anterior chamber. If there's a thick arcus analysis, it may be invisible. Sometimes it may go into the posterior chamber, and then it just to show up in the postoperative period. So basically here now phaco has been done. Now at this stage, if the surgeon feels that it is better to use a pupillary device, either an iris hook or a ring device, pupillary dilated device, one can freely do that. But I somehow felt that I should be able to, just irrigation aspiration is left, cortex has to be removed, so that I should be able to remove it without any problem. So I went ahead. But if you decide to use a pupillary device or an iris hook, make sure that the device does not hook around the rhexis margin, because the pupil has come down. So you are engaging the pupillary margin blindly, pupillary margin, and in the process, if the rhexis margin is close by, you may end up hooking the rhexis margin, and if you have done it all around, you may tear the rhexis margin. So in that situations, I'd inject some OVD under the iris, so sort of collapse the peripheral capsular bag, push the anterior capsule posteriorly, so that the engagement it will be easier and safer for me to engage the pupillary device onto the pupillary margin. So anyway, careful lens removal, cortex removal was done.
Wind up and horn.
Yeah, careful cortex removal was done. And see here, just a minute. So here, now the lens went in ulta actually for some reason, so this is an oroflex lens. This is an equiconvex lens. It has no angulation. It is a non-aspheric lens and equibiconvex lens. So I decided to keep the lens in the anterior chamber in the bag as such, because it's not going to change the IOL power. There's no chance for the patient developing a pupillary block here, because it is not angulated. And this is how I ended the surgery. And post-operatively, first day one, little bit of SKs, which actually didn't make me feel very comfortable. In week one, patient did extremely well with a vision of 6.6 with -0.5 diopter. So friends, a cataract surgeon should be aware of the identified factors which predispose to IFIS. You must properly assess and evaluate these surgical risks. Use all the necessary pre-op and intraoperative measures in high-risk patients to achieve an adequately dilated pupil intraoperatively. If you fail to do so, then a simple case could be converted into a nightmare. Thank you so much for your attention.
With this, I thank all the panelists in all the 3 sessions actually. Dr. Gaurav, Dr. Arup, Dr. Arun Chetrapal. It's been an honor. Thank you very much. All panelists, if you could come gather at the side.
कॅमेऱ्यासमोर एवढा हात
राहू द्या लॅपटॉप राहू द्या
सगळे तिच्या मागे लागले बे देवराज तर नाही का देवराज तिने सीधा विचार म्हणून टाकला बे